Yo. Yo ho. How's it going, gang? How's it going, Hydros? Toy Bun Buns? Ugh. Guys, I need to blow my nose. I'm sneezing all over the goddamn place. Hold on. Ugh. What the hell are you doing up this late? Well, I've been noticing lately that whenever I go live... Yaki, how's it going? Oh my god.
Hello, Sinner.
How's it going, Yaki? Welcome. I've been noticing that whenever I go late, or whenever I stream like super late, the viewers start to peak around like 12 o'clock. Now granted, it is now 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m., Baka. I know how to count. I can count. I finally got a stream. Welcome back. Buck out of luck. Welcome, welcome. If you guys don't know, Buck was the one who commissioned some banger fan art of Taiga, of me. Can you? I can. Crackhead hours, let's go. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought I'd mix it up. Basically, I realized like it doesn't matter what time I go live. Nothing matters. Because I should be doing this for fun. It's fun to stream at Crackhead hours. Right? So, here we are. Here we are. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I've been working diligently on everything for the debut. It sucks. I hate streaming because I like testing out the new model, and I really just want to stream with the new model, man. Are you up so late? What are you guys up so late for, huh? I noticed that you're all here as well, also at 2 a.m. So, it seems I'm doing you a favor, you know? You've got nothing going on, I've got nothing going on. Why don't we have nothing going on together? And then we can kind of solve each other's problems, you know? We can work together here. Who the fuck streams this early? I just woke up. Actually, I'm streaming late, but I went to bed early because I don't know, my sleep schedule has been way off. I've been really tired by like 8 o'clock. I've got the elderly sleep schedule now. So I went to bed, and then when I woke up, it was 12. And then I took a shower, and next thing I knew, it was 2 a.m. So I threw a skirt on. Late night femboy cuddling, ew. Sure. Can we just do some like regular cuddling? Why do we have to put femboy in front of everything? Why do we have to put femboy in front of everything?
Spooky,
whoa.
Very spooky.
Gigasaurus Rex.
What's that? It's a skeleton.
Thank you for the spooky tier 1 sub for 16 months. That was really scary. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Hello, Sinner.
Cause it's cute. Cuddling is cute. Tomboy cuddling. How about some? I don't know, man. I'm not gonna police you, but like every time I hear something and you're like, oh, what if we just put like femboy in front of it? I'm like, ugh. What if we just existed? Farm boy cuddling. Yeah, let's do some farm boy cuddling. Let's do some farm boy cuddling, shall we? Any kind of cuddling is fine, really. I don't know where I want to go tomorrow to eat, or today rather. I have a laser hair removal in 10 hours, so I can't stay up. Is it really 10 hours? Shit. I can't stay up super late. I can't stay up super duper late, but, yeah, you know. But you know, we'll see what we can do. Look up at hat hanging on bedpost.
Hello, Sinner.
Well. Femboy x city boy cuddling. This might just be a me thing, but I like to be the only femboy in like a friend group. Or not the only femboy, I guess, but like, I want to be like the main femboy. I don't like sharing the spotlight with other femboys. I like a friend group with diverse dynamics of femboys and non-femboy. You know, we'll have some femboys, some tomboys, some just girls and just boys, you know? Not everyone needs to be a femboy. And not everybody needs to not be a femboy, of course. Tag is jealous of other femboy. Yeah. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I don't know if it's jealousy, but it's more just like, if you're surrounded by nothing but femboys, that really does just become like the dominant. I'm the dominant. Yeah, I'm like the dominant femboy in a pride of lions, or you know, I'm a tiger, guys. I'm a tiger. Tigers are solitary creatures. They hunt on their own. They don't hunt in packs. Okay, so think about it. You know. No, I just find it that if you're surrounded by other femboys, it really quickly just becomes like the defining conversation in every in every conversation. It's just all you talk about. It's just all you talk about. You wake up, you join a voice call. Oh, hey, what's up? What's going on, guy? Oh, well, we just talk about, like, you know, which bad dragon dildo that I'd like, you know, to stick up my ass. And, you know, we look at skirts and stuff. And, just, you know, hey, anyway, you wanna get in on this cuddle sesh? We're all hopping on VR chat. Like, no, I'm not interested. Sorry. No, thank you. I know when I say it like that, it doesn't sound so bad, but, oh, God. Maybe I'm just weird. Maybe I'm just weird. What the honk is happening? Me. Welcome, Grayson. Welcome to stream. Bro, Taiga, that sounded bad? Okay, good. It was meant to sound bad. It was meant to sound not ideal. That sounds exciting. It sounds, oh, guys, you're too gooner-brained, okay? You're too gooner-brained. It's a nice fantasy, I guess, okay? But, like, you gotta live in reality, okay? We gotta live in reality. You gotta live in the real world. And in the real world, okay, you can't just be banging each other's brains out 24/7, okay? I wish you could be, alright? But it's just not the real world. It's repetitive. It's very repetitive. You hear it once, you hear it once, it's like, fine. It's wow, it's very, very exciting. And then you hear it again, and again, and again, and you're like, oh my God. Or I'm like, oh my God. Can we talk about something else? Can we be human beings? Ugh. Surrounded by femboys would be Gooner heaven. It would be for like a night, okay? And then you gotta wake up the next morning, okay? And you gotta go to work, all right? And you gotta stream every day. You have to live, okay? You can't just live in a Gooner fantasy. As much as I wish you could. But even if I think my problem is like, that's not even my Gooner fantasy. My Gooner fantasy is like, I can't go into it. We can't talk about it, but I mean, we could talk about it. We could talk about it all day, but it's not important. It's not the point. It's not the point. Give the TLDR. Well, let's just say it involves me and a
Hello,
big-breasted woman and a lot of pegging, and we'll leave it at that. 100 Sweet Kids, thank you for the follow. And you just thank you for 16 months. I don't know if I already shouted that out. Thank you. How's it going? Good evening. Interesting concept. Taiga's cultured. I'm very cultured. Where the fuck am I? It depends. What do you want to be? You want to be adorned by a futa, don't you, Squidward? I don't know that. It's not pegging if it's a futa, right? Because pegging specifically would have to involve, not a dick, not a real. I don't. What are we talking about? It's still pegging? Is it still pegging? Is that legally considered still pegging? I don't know. That doesn't sound right. Has to be. No dicks for Taiga. Only fake dicks. Only fake dicks. Yeah. Biological pegging. I never got the craze about futa growing up. I always heard about it, and then when I saw them, I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. It's kind of like what, you know, like that's kind of okay. Okay, I guess. I'm not gonna yuck your yum, but you know, it was never for me. It was never for me. It was never for me. Oh, can I give you guys a sample? I was practicing singing. Okay, my voice was feeling really good. My voice was feeling really good when I woke up. and I was practicing singing a song. Want to hear it? Check this out. Let me know how I did. I can't show you. Just hear the audio. What do you think? I mean, this isn't me on the piano. This is a... Don't say what you think yet. I haven't started. I heard that you're settled down, that you found a girl and you're married now. I heard that your dreams came true. Guess she gave you things I didn't give to you. Old friend, why are you so shy? Ain't like you to hold back and hide from the light. I hate to turn up the bird of the blue uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't bite it. I'd hoped you'd see my face and that you'd be reminded that for me it isn't over. Wait for it. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me, I beg. I'll remember you the same. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. It lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. That's all I got. It's a tough one. I tried to sing like a full karaoke, dude. I need the vocal. I need to do multiple takes if I really want to do that song ever, like a proper cover. But I really want to do it justice. Because you get the first chorus, but then on the second and third and fourth, and like the fifth time they repeat that same fucking bit, it's like, and then I start choking. I recorded that with my new model though, so I can't show you guys like the actual video. Velvety Smooth. Yeah, thank you. Okay. It was alright. It's alright then. I've tried doing that song live before, but I struggle. I struggle the longer you go. Solid 6, 6, 7. Very good. Wow, thank you. Laugh track. 6, 7 is so funny. I was feeling it though. I was feeling it. What are you guys doing up this late though? Huh? What's going on? Someone explain the 6, 7 mean. I don't get it myself. All I know is that I don't know anything. I don't know anything about it. I watched the South Park episode that was kind of about it. I watched the South Park episode, and now I can't stop saying it.
Hello,
I don't get
sinner.
it. I don't understand it. I'm not gonna pretend to understand it. I'm not gonna criticize it either, because we were into some pretty dumb shit when we were kids, I think, as well. So it's probably for the best to just kind of, I don't know, embrace it or sound old if you don't. We ran out of funny numbers. Just smile and wave, yeah. Just smile and wave. Like, it's like Skibidi, it has no meaning, probably. I mean, Skibidi, I've seen some video deconstructions on Skibidi Toilet. I don't know, man. It's gotta have some kind of meaning. I feel like I missed out on so much of my childhood, guys. I feel like I've spent so much of my childhood not being a child. And now I'm just trying to, I don't know, I'm just, whatever. It is what it is. I fucking love Taiga. No, you don't. Nobody loves Taiga. Everybody just tolerates Taiga. According to him, it's meaningless, but I feel like that doesn't take away from the joke. I think it's just, I guess the idea is it's fun when the numbers 6 and 7 pop up, because then you can say it. I guess, you know? I don't know. There you go. It doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean shit, you know? It's just kind of funny when it comes up, when it pops up. You know? Dave Dusty, thank you for the follow. AK Blake, thank you for the follow. Sencho, Mimikyu, and Andres Vika, of course. Thank you all for the follows. Okay, I know I was shit talking like femboys earlier, but I am cross-dressing right now. Cross-dressing. just like, I'm not even is it even cross-dressing anymore if this is how I always dress? Inception. But I've got my skirt on. I've got my little, I'm not gonna call them thigh highs because they're not thigh highs. They're just like, they're just above the knee socks. They're just above the knee. Oh yeah, prove it. I can prove it. I'll post a picture to Twitter right now. Maybe. If I can think of a good one, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Is this a good one? I've done worse. I could do better than that. Hang on.
Spooky, spooky, very spooky. What's that? It's a skeleton.
Yeah, it's
Let's
nice.
go.
I have laser hair removal today, so I decided that I would take a shower in the middle of the night and get all that disgusting hair off to have it zapped away later. So I'm all nice and smooth. That's like okay, like I'm oh, Uplifted Max, thank you for the service 7 months in a row, and thank you for the follow. I don't know how you've been subbed for 7 months without being followed, but I respect it. I respect the hustle. I respect the hustle. Let me see, who can I send this to before I air? I'll send it to myself. They should let you have DMs with yourself on Discord. Wouldn't that be crazy? And then you wouldn't have to do anything ever again. You could just, save files and stuff. Be good way to do it. Okay. Let me, here, I'm posting it to Twitter. I'm posting it to Twitter. I haven't posted on Twitter in a hot minute. You actually can you? We're early stage schizophrenic. You can with an alt account. Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess so. What should I caption it? It's pretty cute. Oh, but you can't see well, you can kind of see the socks in the corner. You can kind of see the socks in the corner. Posting to Twitter, how shameful. I don't use Twitter. I guess you're not gonna see it then. I don't know what to tell you. Caption it with Fortnite hashtags. I feel like that's a great way to end up on a list. Pumph. Sits on you. Yeah, to be honest, maybe don't. Don't worry, I wasn't going to. Scare those children with gender confusion. Children are scared enough. I don't think they need me to confuse them even more. I'm sure Roblox would definitely get you one list. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay, this is good. I think I look good. It's a cute fit. And then we'll just link my Twitch stream in the description so people will show up. I've been trying to figure out how to get more people to show up to my streams lately. It's really rough. With the new changes, it's really rough. I'm pretty sure Twitch still isn't technically displaying the correct view count because I'm noticing it's stuck at a very, I don't know. The view count is almost too consistent between Twitch on Twitch now, I almost know what to expect when I go live, the number that is. I love femboys, but the European femboys are genuinely so evil. What do you... Okay. Pump. Post all. Yeah, why not? Halloween is just FurryCon now? Oh, dude, I'm totally gonna be a furry for Halloween. I think plenty of femboys are plenty evil regardless of where they live.
Hello, sinner.
You've got evil femboys all over on Canada, Europe, America. A lot of really racist ones from America I found. Chaotic evil.
Hello, sinner.
Hello, sinner. Doggy bile XD. Ew. Doggy vomit. Dog vomit. And Kung Fu Grunt, thank you for the follow. I need to hydrate more. I don't know if you can tell, my voice is quite tired. Also, I posted it. I posted the tweet. I posted the tweet. In case you guys wanted to, as a T-girl, like 80% of them are racist. I don't think it's 80%. I don't know. Actually, maybe it is. maybe it is 80%. I don't know. I haven't, like, we need to do a there hasn't been a census in a while. I think the most vocal ones are very, very potentially problematic. But I think there's a lot of back and forth there. Right click, save image as. You're welcome to save that. I think that's a pretty good pick, I guess.
13th
That's a
month
cute one,
during
right?
spooky month.
That's a cute picture, right? That's like my favorite skirt ever that I'm wearing in that photo. I need to get more of them. I need to get more skirts like it. Like, I don't want to just buy like identical skirts, right? But I want to get more of that vibe that I can wear. Habitual Death! Thank you for the dollars over 13 months! Spooky month. It's a whole year. Over a whole year of subscriptions? Dude, that's crazy. You're crazy. Thank you. I'm just gonna read some of the replies to, in case y'all didn't know, someone just quote tweeted it. In case y'all didn't know, this person is Canadian. I was so let down as soon as I heard. What the fuck? What's wrong with being Canadian? I feel like... Oh, wait, that's me. That's me, Taiga, creator dashboard. There we go. And then go... There we go. There we go. There we go! Taiga wears the cutest fits, I swear. I try my best. I try to keep it, like, fresh, you know? Right now I'm wearing my Playboy jersey. My Playboy jersey. I got my skirt. I don't know. I'm trying not to just do like the same old like femboy fit because I want to stand out. But also like, I don't know. I can't tell if I'm doing it because I want to stand out or because I hate being the same as everybody else or if those are the same thing, you know? Like, do I like dressing this way or do I just not like dressing the same as everybody else? Like if everybody else dressed like me, would I still dress like me? Makes you think, you know? So the Twitter pic, it's peak. Thank you. Oh, I hope you like it. Glad you like it, rather. It's on Twitter, yeah. Check it out on Twitter. I wanted to move to British Columbia because of a person, but they ended up being toxic, so I'm not...
Hello,
yeah,
sinner.
I heard that before. Moving across the country for somebody is it's a dangerous game. Dangerous game. Make sure you're prepared, right? I would never move across the country for somebody who I didn't like live with for a bit first, right? Like I would have to hang out with them like in an Airbnb for like a month. I don't know. I would need to like oh, sorry. I would need to like you gotta figure out if you're gonna be compatible first, you know? You gotta know somehow. You gotta test it. Stay in an Airbnb, spend a weekend together, do something, right? Do something. Imposter syndrome. Am I wearing clothes for me or for others? That's like the constant line you're walking as a femboy. Are you wearing the clothes for you or are you wearing them for others? And the answer is usually, well, it's different for everybody. It's different for everybody, but you gotta figure that out. The follow sound scares me every time. I love the new follower sound. I love Hello Sinner. Thank you for the follow, God Yonko. And Meno was taken. And Fog of War. Thank you. It's alright. It's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. I'm not afraid of death and would love to beat somebody up who double crosses me. I think we'd all love to beat somebody up who double crosses you. I think the idea of turning the other cheek and all that and not being vengeful, I think that only really applies if you're incapable of achieving revenge, right? If somebody fucks you over and you have the opportunity to beat their ass with no consequences, I think you should do it. I think you should do it. I think you should go for it. The only time revenge is a bad idea is if it's not achievable and it would consume your life by obsessing over. You know? In that case, it's best to move on because it'll destroy you as a person, mentally and physically, and it'll consume you. Let your enemies destroy each other. That's also true. You can also let your enemies destroy each other. 9 times out of 10, revenge is a bad idea only if you'll fail. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. For example, some of my ops were fighting today. I woke up to news that they were tearing each other apart on Twitter. And when I saw that, I was like, no fucking way. Woo! I think one of them like backed down pretty quickly about it. Like when they realized it was making them all look bad. I think he apologized, but knowing him, he probably still doubles down. He's probably gonna double down and still secretly do stuff in private to that other person, especially if they felt humiliated. Like they're the kind of guy, they're not letting that grudge go. Neither of them are, you know? My ops are the type of people to hold a grudge forever. So once they got that grudge, like, oh, public humiliation is the worst thing for it. It's rage bait versus rage bait, yeah. I love the Beatles, don't you? Yeah, he talked back, gasp! It was so funny reading that, cause like, he was like, no, and I, listen, not a huge fan of Marina, but good on them for finally calling out an obvious fucking op from one of their little worms, you know? We all love a good squabble, yeah. If you guys don't know what happened, basically, all you need to know is one person who's been harassing me and my friends for a long time finally got called out by another person who's been harassing me and my friends for a long time. And basically the call out was like, hey, so basically one person A was accusing person C of being transphobic according to some kind of app called Shinigami Eyes, an app in which the community of people can rate other people as being transphobic or not, and then if they are rated transphobic, their profile will appear as red. And then person B called out person A saying they're not actually rated as transphobic. If you go on their profile, they're white, which means they're not rated as transphobic, which means if they are red and you have a screenshot of them being red, that means you, yourself, labeled them as transphobic, took a screenshot of it, and then started spreading around that screenshot as if they were in fact rated that way when they were not rated that way. So you were literally opping, trying to gaslight everybody in our community, in our circle, that this individual is transphobic when they're not. Is basically, it's a lot of words. It's a lot of bullshit. But basically that's what happened, and then when they got called out on that, they were like, sorry, mommy, please don't kick me out of the friend group, mommy. And he backed down pretty quick, but he still left all of his other tweets up where he was doing the same thing, like basically just throwing shade, so. That's my understanding of the situation. Finally poked the wrong bear. Yeah, well, he apologized pretty quick, and then everybody forgave him, because I think they understand that they have to look like they're not allowed. You're not allowed to call each other out. You're not allowed to beef with other people in the friend group or whatever, or something. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are, but you can be as awful as you want and do that stuff to your enemies or people you deem as your enemies. But if you do it to each other, you get caught doing it to each other. That's a really bad look. So they'll try to sweep that under the rug as quickly as possible. If that was me though, I would not let that go. Like, if I found out like, hey, this guy's trying to opt me as transphobic, even though I'm not, and he's in fact the one doing that, I would not let that go. But, you know, that's the difference between me and them, I suppose. The line between bratty and asshole is so very thin. Do you know which side you're on? Stream is lagging for me, so I'll hop off. Oh, Parappa, have a good night. Thank you for coming anyway. Toy Story, I don't want to play with you anymore moment. Yeah. It was funny.
Hello, sinner.
That group probably already marked you as red anyway. I would be, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I know Sylvie probably has me marked as red. I know a few of them have probably tried. I would not be surprised. I'm not transphobic though. We're just not. Like I love trans people. We have so many trans people in our community. Like we're literally just so chill. That's the one problem with their obsession with me is that like I'm not like their other ops, right? Like I'm not like Asmongold or some of the other people where I am saying like, you know, intentionally like I'm not like rage baiting on purpose and saying like intentional stuff to like, you know, appeal to certain groups of people. Like like we genuinely do practice like a lot, you know, we're pretty chill here. Genuinely, I think. I like to think so. You know? I make it really hard for my ops by just kind of being an okay person 99% of the time, except when provoked. Aren't you like not exactly cis yourself? Yeah. I don't know, and maybe I'm secretly a terrible person and I just don't know it, but all I know is that I love you guys. My room is not as messy as Asmongold's. Not yet, anyway. It depends. If I go through periods where I don't clean my room for a while, I think I need to move out, man. Like, I need to be on my own. I really need to be on my own. The more I live with, like, other people, the lazier I get. I get lazy when I'm with other people. When I'm on my own, though, I know that I have to clean everything up myself, so I do that. I clean up everything up myself. Because I know no one else is gonna do it for me. It's pretty liberating being on your own, yeah. We love you too, Taiga. Truly our Kamiyoshi. Thanks, guys. Live by yourself and wear the maid outfit. If I lived yeah, I would do there's a lot of things I would do if I lived by myself. I think I would be able to live my own life, you know? I'd probably cross-dress more openly around the house and maybe go outside that way if I was wearing a mask. Come together right now over me. Be the only femboy in a small town? Yeah, exactly. Henry Wolf, welcome to the stream. Taiga secretly rubs his hands together, has a large mustache, and a maniacal laugh. I don't know about all that. The fuck you doing up late? I don't know the fuck you doing up late. The fuck are you doing up late, huh? Huh? What's Taiga's preferred pronouns and sexuality, if I may ask? I'm a cute girl. Parentheses, guy in real life. I'm an otokonoko. Okay? I'm 56 years old. That has nothing to do with... I'm an otokonoko. Which means... Let me look up the definition. Let me look at the dictionary definition just to make sure I'm not... Let's see if Wikipedia... Otokonoko is a Japanese term for a man, or in this case, a boy, with a feminine gender expression. Specifically, this is the AI overview. Get out of here, AI. Ugh, I can't stand AI. Otokonoko, male daughter or male girl, is a Japanese term for men with a culturally feminine gender expression. This includes, among others, males with feminine appearances or those cross-dressing. Otokonoko is a play on the words otoko, boy, from the characters for male and child, which is also pronounced otokonoko. In the slang term, the kanji for child is substituted with daughter/girl. There you go. That's my gender, or whatever. It's my identity. That's like my identity. I don't know if it's like a sexual identity, but that's just like my identity. Also, chat, this might be a hot take. Okay. I saw a tweet where it was like, I don't. I saw a tweet. Every one of my stories starts with I saw a tweet. But I did see a tweet. Okay, I did see a real life tweet. It was someone like, it was some Christian VTuber. Some Christian VTuber. Someone tweeted out, "What's a classic male VTuber red flag?" And then somebody quote tweeted it saying, "Using a female model. I don't care about your reasoning. It's weird." If I click on your content and hear a dude voice coming out of an anime girl, I'm immediately out. Which, like, honestly, my first reaction, I tweeted without thinking about it, and I quote tweeted and I was like, lol, skill issue. But the more I thought about it, technically that is a red flag. Like, in my experience, that does tend to be a bit of a red flag. Just because of my own experiences with other femboys. But, I think it's a red flag for a very different reason, you know? I think for me it's a red flag because I'm, scared that they're gonna be like manipulative and harass me and just, start drama and shit. For them though, I think it's a red flag. I think we all, I don't know, we know why it's a red flag for them. I should have asked, like, what's it a red flag? I guess my actual question to them is like, what's it a red flag of? Like what's the red flag? You know what I mean? We're not the same. Yeah, we are not the same. We are not the same. He's out of line, but he's right moment. No,
Hello,
he's right. They're right. Apparently they're a wife. They're a Christian wife, 25. Very outspoken about their beliefs and opinions. They're right, but they're wrong. The reason they're right is wrong. They got the math wrong, but came to the correct answer anyway. Comrade, thank you for the follow. I think calling yourself a Christian VTuber is a red flag, TVH. Case by case. It's certainly not a green flag. So I can't be a cute girl? No, you can be a cute girl. You can be a cute girl. You can all be cute girls. My question to that person is just like, what's it a red flag of exactly? Like, because like, you can't just say it's a red flag and then not say what you think it's a red flag for. What do you think it's a red flag for? Huh? Say the rest. Say the rest. Finish your thought. Finish your thought, right? If it's a red flag, what is it a red flag for? Because in my opinion, it's probably a red flag for just like super toxic, catty, for lack of a better word, woman behavior. I'm a visual learner. If VTuber has a chill theme and is chill, then big up, yeah. But then I also realized, like, this doesn't even apply to me because my model isn't a feminine model. Okay, well, it's a feminine, I guess, but like, I'm not using a girl model straight up. And my voice isn't a male voice either. So like, where do I even fall? Where, like, does that even apply to me? Am I even really a femboy? You're just a brat. Okay. What if I gooned you right now? I can't stop you, but I would request you don't tell me about it. I love you so. Oh, we just hit 300 viewers. Thank you. Thank you guys. Holy shit. Based in epic sauce. Based in epic sauce, sinner. Gamer. You said a while ago that you wanted to distance yourself from the femboy label, right? I do. But I do and I don't.
Hello, sinner.
I think it sounds nice to on paper, right? Like, like on paper, I'd love to be able, like, yeah, I'm not a femboy anymore. But, like, realistically, femboy is just kind of the best SEO term I have to market myself. So it's like I hate the culture. I hate a lot of the people around the culture. But what can you do, Not market myself, I guess I could go all in at Otokonoko, but...
Hello, sinner.
Like, SEO, it'll always be more worthwhile for SEO wise to tag my streams as femboy, you know what I mean? Because like the people looking for the kind of content that I'm going to be doing, like even if I stopped calling myself a femboy, the type of content I'm doing wouldn't change, and the type of content the people I would appeal to wouldn't change, and they're gonna be looking under femboys. So it's like, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? You know? You're a boy femme. Even XQC has the femboy tag. Does he? That's cute. That's cute. Today came suddenly. Why she had to go, I don't know, she wouldn't say. I said something wrong, now I long for yesterday. Truly top tier femboy XQC. I don't know if I'd, well, yeah, guess whatever, he's fine. He's a bit of a dumbass, but that's got its own appeal. It takes so much work to be a femboy. It really does. It really does. Yeah. Yeah. It sure does. I am reading. Okay, wait. I just want to read some of the replies to this, though. So another Christian VTuber replied saying, "You know the VTuber meta vastly favors women, right? Can you really blame a man for swallowing his pride and using a female avatar because he knows he'll benefit from it?" Which I feel, this feels like an op. This feels like a psyop of a reply, because that is like such a fucking bad reply. That is such a bad argument. That is such a bad argument that I can only assume this came from somebody who made it on purpose to make our position sound bad. Because obviously I'm not doing this because it's gonna be more profitable. I'm doing this as a form of self-expression. And then they replied, he'll know it, quote, he'll know he'll benefit from it. That's exactly why I call it predatory. Make better content. Don't rely on the body of a woman to bait people into clicking on you. It's like when the YT meta was putting cleavage in the thumbnail. It's gross and weird. And now that's like, you know, just the argument. It's a bad argument. It's a bad argument that makes our side look bad. Don't argue for me, please. I hate when you agree with Bro's second account. It might be Bro's second account. They have a Christian cross in there. Who's your favorite Beatle? And please don't say Lennon. Paul McCartney, Ringo, George Harrison. I don't know. Not John Lennon. To be fair, it's literally John Lennon last. If that helps. He is my least favorite Beatle. Skill issue was totally right. The right response. Yeah. I didn't know what to say. I don't want to argue with these people, right? I think George Harrison's underrated. I think Ringo is Ringo. And I think Paul McCartney is a goddamn sweetheart and probably has my favorite Beatles songs. Gross and weird to him doesn't mean it should not be allowed. Well, I don't even think they're saying it shouldn't be allowed. They're just saying, this is my opinion, you know? But it's just such a stupid conversation, because it's like, well, like, I don't know, you're calling it a red flag, and you think it's weird, and blah, blah, blah. So it's just like, you're just being a hater. You're just being a hater. Just being a hater. It's a good thing you're being the bigger person. It makes you admirable. I've learned in my 5 years on the internet that I could argue all day with whoever about whatever take they have, but at the end of the day, it's a waste of time now, especially on Twitter. If you guys see somebody being bigoted, racist, etc., you know, I really don't recommend engaging with them. You can do your little, like, even what I did with, like, saying skill issue, like, it's funny, but it's still just a waste of time, ultimately. Don't fall for the rage bait. That's all I will say. I wish I could stay, but it's almost 3 a.m. and I have work tomorrow. No worries. All good, alien. Take it easy, yo. Thanks for hanging out. This is a Paul McCartney song. And apparently Julian Lennon hates it because it reminds him that his dad hates him. But I really like it.
Cheer 100.
Wow. Thank you, Ziggy, for the 100 biddies. How are you guys feeling in this moment right now? I think there's something special about this song. Whenever it comes on, it really mellows me out. Are you feeling the love, the play, peace, love, unity, respect? We need to normalize play. We need to normalize play. That's a fool who plays it cool by making his world a little colder. Like 1970s Scooby? Sure. Yeah, I guess. Like 1970s Scooby. I don't know if that was very player yet. It's pretty corporate still. They do have an episode about Woodstock though in the 1972 Scooby-Doo movies, which is really funny because it would have happened the same year that Scooby-Doo officially so Scooby-Doo 1969, same year as Woodstock. That's when they started airing the same year as Woodstock. And then and then they do an episode on Woodstock. I guess not an episode on Woodstock, but they make reference to it in 1972 in the episode with what's his name? Jonathan Winters. There's some Scooby knowledge for you. Huh. So this is okay. Here's something interesting. So you hear that, and then you're like, so you hear like.
Cheer 1,000.
Whoa! Thank you for 1,000 bits. Nomad. Thank you for 1K. So you hear someone say like, using a female model, I don't care about your reasoning, it's weird. And then somebody else replied, as long as they're upfront about it that they're a man, it's not weird. I find it funny personally hearing Kronk's voice come out of a cute anime girl's mouth. And then they replied, my issue is that most of them aren't upfront about it. Which makes me wonder, who are you even talking about then? Because, yeah, they are. Every femboy is upfront about it, right? Because they're femboys, right? It's in the name. I don't think, Rev says Desi was hiding his gender, you know? He's pretty upfront about it, that he's a guy. I think it's pretty obvious they're dudes when, you hear a dude voice, right? Which makes me think, who are you talking about? Who are you even talking about? Gigadump arguments from the Twitter guy. It's just people making up a thing and then getting mad about it. Hey, Habitual Dev, thank you for the photo and gift subs. Yo, what? Go!
Habitual_dev gifted 5 subscriptions. Habitual_dev started a new hype train.
And that's when it becomes clear, that they're not even talking about, femboys or not femboys. They're just talking about trans people, I think, probably. But then trans people usually do a pretty good job of, putting on a voice, you know? So, maybe, I don't know who they're talking about. I don't know who they're talking about. The person they're talking about just doesn't
Uplifted Max gifted 1 subscriptions.
Thank you for the 2 gifts of Uplifted Max. Thank you for the 6 subs. Let's go. Patrick? Maybe they got caught liking something they weren't expecting and now they have to deny it. Yeah. And they also said, my issue is most of them aren't upfront about it, but, yeah, they are. I mean, I guess I'm the one who's not upfront about it, but also, I'm not using a female model, and my voice isn't a dude's voice. So, literally the person this person is talking about, barely exists. Unless we're talking about some, 15 view, 2 view nobody. Trap should be okay again. They should be okay again. I'm the two of you in question. How many liberals does it take to change a log by bulb? None. They're too busy. Their gender. XD. The fuck? ChatGPT tried to write a joke. Jesus Christ. Let's get some ChatGPT jokes about femboys. ChatGPT. Write me some jokes about femboys.
Hello, sinner.
Sure, here are some light-hearted, non-offensive jokes that poke fun at the femboy culture in a playful, self-aware way. Why did the femboy get kicked out of the gym? Because every time somebody said squat deeper, he took it as a compliment. What's a femboy's favorite type of math? Addition. Because there's always room for more accessories.
Hello, sinner.
Thank you for the follows, everyone. Thank you for the follows, Barathon and Xverisas. Various. I'm just gonna say various. And assume the X's are in addition. It's just a woman joke. Yeah, I feel like you could apply a lot of these to the opposite gender. How do you spot a femboy in the wild? Follow the trail of lip gloss, lace, and unsolicited gender euphoria. Wow. These are terrible. All right. Great. Thank you, ChatGPT. You will not be here all night. These aren't even jokes. It's just saying shit. It's just saying shit. I saw a post talking about how a lot of like LGBT comedy is just like the joke is how just being really gay. Let me find it. Let me find it. Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, baby. Come on and work it all out. Work it all out. You look so good. I wonder now that they've seen like, what's his name? Mr. Senior Spark. I wonder now that they've seen Senior Spark, you know, literally just try to opt that a trans woman is transphobic just to, you know, own them. I wonder if they're like, you know, gonna be a little more hyper aware of like other things they're doing. You know, like, do you think that'll open their eyes to their other past behavior and recontextualize it? Or do you think they'll just like pretend it never happened? Do you think they'll just pretend it didn't happen and move on as swiftly as possible? Because like if I saw that, man, like if I saw that kind of behavior, I'd be like, dude, no, this guy tried to opt. Guy tried to like actually just gaslight everybody into thinking that I'm transphobic. He tried to opt a narrative that I was in fact transphobic. I would never trust them again. I would never trust anything they did or said again. For me, that would recontextualize every other interaction I've had. Knowing what they've already been accused of, which is exactly that. They've been accused of exactly that by so many people.
What's that? It's a skeleton.
And now it's happening to them. They excel at denial. Depends who does a video on Saber. We're not talking about Saber Spark. Yo, KT, different Spark. Different Spark. Different Spark. That person he attacked me to post about not being on Twitter anymore. I had that person blocked anyway. So like, granted, like, everybody here sucks in this situation. For one reason or another, I'm sure. Oh. Thank you for the sub, Various. Thank you for the 2-1 sub. I really appreciate it. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? First time?
Hello, sinner.
Hello, sinner. Azulo the Wolf, thank you for the follow. They're gonna slip on the pink Astolfo's skirt of an over-the-top biblical level revelation. That is just like the side effect though. Like, I don't know. You can live in denial, but like the fact of the matter is that this guy does do this stuff all the time, and this time he tried to do it to one of their own, and he got caught. You know? And he got caught. Whoa! Centrix! Thank you for the 2 gifts to Necro Noir VT.
Centrix _ gifted 1 subscriptions.
I think the best part as well on this one tweet, by the way, of the person saying like, oh, any guy with like a female model and a guy voice is a red flag, is like a bunch of people replied with like the most popular people who do that, right? And they're like, so what about this person? What about this person? What about this person? And then they were all like, I don't know who that is. It's like, yeah, you do. Yes, you do. They're the most popular examples of exactly what you're talking about. What do you mean you don't know who they are? Who are you even talking about then if you're not talking about them? You're just punching down, like, I don't know. So stupid, so stupid. Huh. Anyway. Centrix, thank you for the 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good night. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. How I love her. Giggle. Love me do. Thank you for the follow. Sexy Kappa. I really appreciate it. How you doing? What's Peggle? Wouldn't you like to know? Peggle's a fun game. I don't blame you for having a concerning amount of hours. I think that's acceptable. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any such thing as a concerning amount of hours in Peggle. You and me, we're kindred spirits. We're Peg champs, or at least I would be if I could play the goddamn game. Man, I want a new Peggle. I want a new Peggle with a working resolution. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Please, please. I just don't know how we can be where we are in the world. I don't know, man. I think John Lennon... Everybody would hate John Lennon today if he was still around making music. I just don't know how we can have like a whole revolution of like music, like psychedelic rock, for example, where the entire theme is just like peace and love and respect and unity and all that stuff, and then live in a world that's just so evil. So evil. Did he beat his wife? Did John Lennon beat his wife? Is that true? I heard that. I've heard that. I heard that, like, Yoko Ono or, like, the other wife? Like, was it, like, a really rough, was it just, like, he was physical with her, or was it, like, perpetual beating, like, actual beating, like, how bad did it get, is my question. Do you like alternative music? I guess so. I like prog rock, if that counts as alternative. Kill John Lennon. John Lennon is already dead, Butters. What? He is. Oh, man. He slapped her across the face, causing her head to hit a wall. Oh, okay. Like, just the one time? Or... Not that, like, you know, one is enough. It's terrible. One is terrible. But... that we know of. Okay. Well, if it was more, surely it would have been. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. That's bad. That's bad. Twitch's auto-censor covered up Lennon? Did it? No way. What the fuck? Come on, Twitch. One time seen usually means more not. Well, how do we know about the one time? Was it only one time seen? I just assumed like the wife reported on it after the fact. I need context. I need context. I'm not trying to defend it. I just need context. Oh. I'm waiting for context. Look up the lyrics to Getting Better. No? I just want to hear about this story. Tell me about the story. Tell me about John Lennon beating his wife. All the wife beating experts. All the cops in chat, please let me know what happened. Did you guys know that, like, what was it? Like 50%, 49 or something of cops beat their wives? I'd also need more context. My statement was just a generalization about other situations I've seen such help deal with. I see. Crazy. It's true. True. True fact. Look it up. Any wife beaters in chat? Confirmed? I'm just saying, like, okay, if the wife reported like a single, like talked about like a single situation where that happened. I'm not saying he didn't beat his wife, but like it's very different from somebody who's like was genuinely in like well, not, well, that's still abuse. It's still abuse. It's still abuse, right? But there's a difference between, like, my husband hit me one time, and I'm in, like, an active abusive relationship, and I was getting beat, like, literally every day. But granted, with the money John Lennon has, I don't think we'd ever find out one way or the other. No one's gonna say John Lennon was a good guy, you know? Or at least the greatest guy. I'm a cop, I don't have a wife. Never get a wife, or you'll accidentally, like, beat her. If I did, I would beat her, though, I guess. If you did, there's a 50% chance. Let me look at the facts. Oh, my neck. What percent of cops beat their spouses? We'll say spouses, because it's not necessarily wives. Whoa. Ooh, okay, so apparently 40% of police families experience domestic violence. That's the official number. I'm sure it fluctuates, but that's what I'm seeing here as recent as 2020. So there you go. What is this topic? We're just talking. 40% is pretty insane, eh? It's pretty fucking insane. So it might not necessarily be like the wives or the spouses, but it could be like the kids, for example. That's crazy. When the world is a vampire, it's hard to stay pure. Yeah. That number definitely probably went up with the pandemic and everything. But that's still an insane number regardless. That's still a pretty fucking insane number. I zoned back in. How did we get here? We were talking about John Lennon, which led us to talking about police. That's legit an example. Live long enough to see yourself become the hero, you know? Well, here's the other thing you gotta consider though. Like, think about how much like police are abusing like the public, you know? With like fake traffic tickets and pulling people over and throwing them on the ground as well. And then you got COVID, cooping those people up who are usually just taking it out on civilians up into their house with their families, and that's why you see the number increase. I think to end up with a number like 40% though, it's more than a few bad apples, right? I don't think you can just say, oh, it's a couple bad apples when the number is 40%. Like, that's almost half. That's not just a couple bad apples. I don't know why those mentally ill people end up being cops. I mean, do you not? Does that not make like a lot of sense? If you peaked in high school and you've got that like high school bully mentality and you liked kind of, you know, you liked kind of exerting control over people, would you not just become a cop? Does it not make like perfect sense to just become a cop to exert that same authority over civilians? It makes perfect sense when you think about it. I don't know how it's done around the world, but in the States, cops have little to no true accountability. Yeah. Very true, very true. Me go off, good night all. Good night, Kung Fu Grunt. It's free power for the most part. Exactly. Like, you can't do a background check on, you know, these kind of people. You can't, like, well, I mean, you can. And there's definitely stuff you can check for, but, like, you know, for the most part, if somebody's just, like, a fucking control freak psychopath, you don't know that until it's too late. And then even when you do find out, they still don't really do anything about it, right? They protect their own, what do they call it, the thin blue line? Like, it's really hard to get cops held accountable. It takes like hundreds and hundreds of reports from civilians to actually do anything, right? Because one bad interaction isn't usually enough to, you know, get them fired or, you know, looked into. Otherwise, they'd have to be looking into everybody. need more training to cut people's hair than to become a cop in the US. So true. So true. I'm in Europe. I'm European. There are corrupt cops everywhere. I just think it's like, from what I've seen, it's really bad in the US. Done with the man. Yeah, man. I feel you, man. I feel you, man. They also delete body cam footage, yeah. And 9 times out of 10, if it's a small town or city, they'll be friends with it. Yeah, you got connections. See, this is the kind of woke topic. This is call me woke, but yeah. I think this is the kind of stuff people should talk about more. Wow, there's lots of stuff people should talk about more. Are cops pretty bad in Canada? Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, they're bad. They can be pretty bad everywhere, right? They're not perfect. I've never had any really bad interactions, but my dad has, my mom has, where, like, they'll just get pulled over and it's clearly a guy. Because, you know, sometimes, like, police stations, they'll reward, you know, the more tickets you hand out, the better your performance, the better you get, you know, more promotions. You don't get a promotion as a cop by not giving out tickets, right? So you're kind of incentivized to find issues and, you know, justify your existence. So my mom and dad have both had experiences like that, mainly through driving, where they'll just get a ticket over nothing, you know? ICE are hardcore chasing quotas. Yep, I believe that. Anybody who doesn't believe that isn't thinking very hard. The moments that make up a dull day. Canadians are known for war crimes. Imagine a Canadian cop with a bad power trip ego. It is astronomical. Are Canadians known for war crimes? Like any more than the US is, I suppose? Show you the way. Those thighs are a war crime. Thank you. Oh my god. I gotta play. I'm playing. I'm gonna be. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go all femboy tomorrow when I play some tennis. I'm gonna wear some pink overalls. Not overalls. I need to get some overalls. I want to get like not like work overalls, like farmer overalls, but like kind of like hipster overalls where they're nice and thin and form-fitting. I love overalls. I saw some art of an anime girl pissing herself in some overalls, and I was like, damn, I need to get myself a pair. Inspired me. What can I say? Japan and Canada are known for having very nice people. Everybody's got war crimes, guys. If you look far back enough, any culture's got war crimes, okay? I think what we need to look at is what are people doing like right now to, you know, make things better, make amends. And there's a line, you know, where it gets a little ridiculous and obnoxious, okay? But like in general, we can just help each other. We can just be good to each other. You know? We can make the world a better place. We can help people who are immediately affected by, you know, bad decisions our country made, like, you know, in the recent past. And, we can just help each other out. Or, we could round up all the immigrants and throw them into camps and call it a day. That works too, I guess. Ugh. We can just be good to each other. Summer camp, yeah. Why talk about the war crimes of our past when we can talk about the war crimes of our future? Why focus on the war crimes of our past when we can focus on the war crimes of our future? So true. That's the American way. Only crime I can think of that Canada did was the Oka crisis. Canada's treatment of Native Americans was less than ideal. like really bad, like pretty bad, like residential schools and stuff, and taking people from their families, forcing them into schools, killing them in those schools, and then not telling the families. It was rough. Those are pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I think I read a story a year or two ago, about how basically at an old residential school they found a burial grave of just hundreds and hundreds of Native American children. Just a mass grave. Just a mass grave of children who were taken from their homes. So that's not good. You know? That's not fucking good. If I remember correctly, aren't most of the rules of the Japanese Convention only there because of Canadians? Is that true? Crazy. Good for us. Wow. It's fucked up. Huh. They actually found out that wasn't real? What do you mean that wasn't real? What, were they fucking plastic skeletons? Like, how do you mean? How do you mean? Maybe if we started looking at what's the same maybe if we started looking, is that a Mewtwo? Is that fucking the first Pokemon movie you're quoting? Meowth. Yeah, from the first Pokemon movie, right? God damn it. No, it is special though. No, I agree though. Are you shrug? I don't know. I will say all the illegal immigration is an issue. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna have an immigration debate with you guys. I'm a Canadian. And I agree that, like, you know, there's a level, but there's a line that, like, you know, maybe we should just be like, I don't know. I don't fucking know, guys. I don't fucking know all the answers, okay? But there has to be a better way than, like, rounding up people on the street, separating them, and just send them off to who the fuck knows where. I don't know. This Rust lobby sucks. Let's start a new one. Money! It's a crime. Share it fairly, don't take a slice of my pie. Money, so they say, is the root of all evil today. But if you ask for a raise, no surprise if they're giving none away. Away. Away, away, away. I'm not great. I've never tried to sing that song. What a fucking, oh, I don't know, man. I just don't know how you can have like, oh, so, money. You know what? I'm gonna make money. Money, one of the best songs of all time. I'm gonna say it. Officially designated best song of all time. Ugh. You really gotta think about what they're trying to say. You really gotta think about what they're trying to say. We should print more Taiga bucks. Yeah, give me more Taiga bucks. No, I do. I don't. It really is just like one of those moments. Please Taxman, because I love the power rock style. I do like power rock as well. I love the harmonies like that, like this. I just want to eat a PB&J Uncrustable right now. Uncrustable? Is this a song called Dirty Laundry by Monetized? Yeah. Yeah. Money kind of is the root of all evil, isn't it, guys? Isn't it? When you think about it? Have you ever thought about that? The root of all evil. I get it now. Well, I'm the tax man. Anyway, I was thinking, I was thinking about net abilities as I do. What do you guys think? What category do you guys think you would be? Actually, I'm gonna take a quiz. Let's take a quiz right now. Let's take a Nen quiz and see what we'd be. If you take a walk, I'll tax your feet. Taxman. Money is the root of all evil, so you should all give it to Taiga for them to dispose of it. Yep, everybody give me your money so that I can dispose of it. And obviously, like, I'm kind of thankful you guys haven't made the argument, but you participate in society, like, yeah. Hunger isn't evil then? Hunger is caused by money though, right? The love of money is the root of all evil. Sure. Agreed. Right. Sure. You get what I'm saying, though? Like, obviously, hunger is bad, but hunger only exists because of capitalism, which is money. Like, money. At the end of the day, money is the root. Money is the root. Okay. Money is the root. I think you'd be an enhancer. Anyway, let's go see what I would be. Hunter X, Hunter Nen. Quiz type, Nen type quiz. We'll do some quizzes. Can I become an employee of your palace when you become a socialist ruler? I'll never be a socialist ruler because I don't have money. Money is a tool, however, the worship of money is evil. But money is the root of the worship of money, so money is the root of all evil. Just like the seed is the root of a tree.
Hello, sinner.
Like a tree is a tree, right? but it's the roots, you know, the weeds. You understand? Greed is one of the deadly sins, indeed. But greed exists without money. She's got a ticket to ride. It's how you use it.
Failfish 1000 money
Right,
is
but it's
always
still the
good.
root. Black Cat Karma, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Money is always good. Oh, thank you. Oh, you're right. I changed my mind. You know what? You're right. I changed my mind. Guys, I'm not making any comments on anything other than money is the root of all evil. Currently, anyway. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride, but she don't care. Oh, baby, don't care. Commerce is okay. Capitalism is cancer. And what is the root of capitalism?
Spooky, spooky, very
Money.
spooky. What's
Money
that? It's
is
a
the root.
skeleton.
If I
Hope
threw
you're
money at
doing
you,
great,
would you go on a
Taiga.
dare with me? A dare
Have
with
a
you?
great
Sure.
week ahead.
You can dare me to do whatever you want. Oh, Spartanator, thank you for the 2 on sub. People commit a lot of crimes with just resources. Don't really need the currency for people to fight over land and resources. No. Well, today you do, but like, you know, back in the day you didn't. But it helps. It's... I stand by what I said. Money is the root of all evil. Is money evil? Not explicitly. It's the root of evil. You see the roots? You know roots? You know what roots are? You guys know what roots are? The roots, the evil roots are from evil trees. I meant date autocorrect as a bitch. I guess not all evil. I guess not all evil is rooted in money, but it's a lot of it. It's a majority of it. Roots are like onions, they have layers. Exactly. Roots are like onions. She's got a ticket to ride. Alright. I got transmuter on the Nen quiz. Shit, lucky. You think that fits you? You little tricky transmuter? My baby don't care. Not the cause, but it can be the motivator usually. Well, it's not just the motivator, but it's also, you're not thinking that like, look how much corruption and shit gets covered up. Like the more money you have, how much is enabled? How much like, you know, why did Jeffrey Epstein get away with what he did for his, why did Jeffrey Epstein get away with what he did for as long as he did? Money. Why is he still getting away with it? Money. Powerful people with a lot of money. Everywhere you look, money is involved. Like, even when it's not about money, it's about money, is what I'm trying to say. So that's why I say it's the root. It is the root. At least in today's society. Context. I'm resting my eyes now, but Taiga's voice is soothing. Thank you. Your messages are soothing. All I want is a cute boy wife. Me too. Would you guys want me as a boy wife? Would I be a good boy wife, or would I be too like woke and annoying? Constantly screeching about society and stuff. That's the good part. You guys want a woke femboy boyfriend? That doesn't sound so bad. Okay. Nun type quiz. What nun type am I? I think I've taken this a couple ones. I don't think this one's very good because it doesn't really like ask based on your personality. Or maybe it does, but we'll see. We'll see. Without question or delay. I need a girl husband to be a boy wife too. You're funny. I'm not too woke, am I, guys? Battling on about society and all the time. Ugh. I think that's one of my charm points, you know? Okay, you're about to set out on a grand adventure. What are you bringing with you? I'll do my research and bring absolutely everything necessary. You can never be too careful. Honestly, like for me in real life, probably this one. I always overpack when I go to trips. To the point where I've been trying to underpack, but I still just end up overpacking. Adventures are unpredictable. I'll bring some of the essentials, but I'll figure out what else I need when I get there. I think I'm definitely the first one. I think I'm definitely the first one. Mostly because none of my friends ever bring enough. They'll bring like enough clothes for them, and then we'll be like, oh, we need band-aids. Let's go buy band-aids. Cause I hate, like, I don't want to like take a detour to do whatever we're like within whatever we're doing to go buy band-aids or something, or Advil, right? So I'll bring band-aids and Advil, and I'll bring this out for this occasion. If we go to the gym, I'll need this outfit, and then if we go here, I'll need this outfit. So yeah, I'm definitely like everything necessary kind of guy. Called the tag, I got an enhancer. Nice, nice. You're not too woke. You're not screaming and shutting down conversation. I feel like I used to, but... Taiga, have you seen the new furry K-pop group that debuted the other day? No? That sounds fucking awesome, though. You haven't blown up your dog with lightning yet? Not yet. I do have my own shock collar, but I don't use it on Hayate. I use that. That's for personal use, don't worry. What's your weapon of choice if you were caught in a scrap? My fists should do the trick. A sword for sure. I don't mind being up close, but a blade will help me keep my distance when I need to. A projectile weapon to help maintain a gap between me and my enemies. I'm not picky when it comes to weapons. I'll use whatever it takes to defeat my opponents. I think I'll be satisfied if I get Transmuter, Conjurer, or Specialist, by the way. Although Enhancer would be the best for one-on-one fights. My dad is extremely conservative and uses a shock collar on his dogs. That's fucked up. That's fucked up, man. Poor dogs. I hope they're okay. I'm not picky when it comes to weapons. See, like, I want to say I'm not picky when it comes to weapons. I'll use whatever I want to defeat my opponents, because my idea for, like, an ideal Hatsu would be, like, conjuring weapons out of ice, right? So I would use, like, a scythe, a sword, you know, a bow and arrow. I would, like, send out ice projectile, like, icicles and stuff in my ideal scenario. So in a way, I'm not picky, right? I would definitely never, like, fists are fun. You're not really woke. You're willing to debate. Having your opinions is your right. My opinions are woke, though. That's the thing. That's the problem. I don't know. I don't think anyone can really argue with me, right? People get so mad about some of this stuff, about, like, all the politics and stuff, and I think it's, like, the way they go about delivering their opinions. But, like, how are you gonna cancel me for saying, like, I just think we should be nice to each other and take care of each other socially and, you know, make society a better place for everybody involved by, I don't know, being good to each other? Like, how do you argue against that? How do you debate me there, you know? You could debate the methods, but, like, you know. Shock collars are gay, unless it's, like, used in a sex way, I guess. Shock collars are gay, especially if used in a sex way. People canceled Mr. Beast for curing blind people. Yeah, I didn't cancel him so much as, like, because you can't cancel anybody these days. I mean, there are people who say empathy is wrong. You're right. Charlie Kirk said empathy was wrong. I guess Charlie Kirk would argue with me. Charlie Kirk would definitely argue. Charlie Kirk would definitely try to debate me on if I said that. You're right. He did say empathy was like a made-up term or something. I forgot what he said about it, but Jesus Christ, yeah. Please tell us why. So I'm thinking, like, I think swords are great. Like, I love cutlasses, you know? Like, I like a one-handed sword. I think a one-handed sword is great. He cured cloudiness, not blindness. Oh, I see. Yeah, Kirk had some shit opinions. Kirk had some pretty fucking bad opinions. What defines a woman? It's like, what? No, South Park's depiction of Charlie Kirk was pretty accurate. I agree with your words. However, who is the best Ninja Turtle? Now that's a good question. Yeah, these are the questions I wish you guys would ask me more of. As a kid, I fucking loved Raphael. I loved the color red. It was like the coolest color because it was like edgy. It was like red was like it was blood. It was the color of blood. You know, it was the coolest color. And Raphael, he used, what did he use? It was 2 size, right? Or am I thinking of Michelangelo? He used 2 size, right? What did Michelangelo, what did Mikey use? Whoa, they give the G1 gift sub boost! Go! A stick. No, that was
Spirias gifted
Donatello.
1 subscriptions.
Nunchucks, right. Mikey used nunchucks. I totally forgot. Yeah. Nunchucks, yeah. And then Donatello used the staff. So I like Leonardo and Raphael. They were my favorites. I like the dual wielding swords, double katana, and I liked two size. I'm gonna say Leonardo. I think my kid me would say Raphael probably, but adult me would say, I'm gonna say Leonardo. Anyway, yeah, but a blade will help me make the distance. A projectile weapon to help maintain a gap between me and my enemies.
It's a skeleton.
I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't think I would want to solely use a projectile weapon. wouldn't want to limit myself because I like up close fighting. I think I'm very fast. I'm a very fast person, and that's always been my advantage. And I don't want to throw that away. You know. I think a ranged weapon just limits you. The second they get in close, it's over, and it would be pretty easy to get in close. So I think I'll pick the last one. I'll use whatever. I'm not super picky, but like, oh. Yeah. I'm not that fast, obviously, but you know. Thank you for the follow, Black Cat Karma. But I think the tier 3 sub, Black Cat Karma. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You must remember, humanity survived because of Ling Stick. Oh yeah, I mean long sticks are good. Spears are good. That's why I'm saying, like, if I was a cryomancer, like, I would totally conjure spears. Spear tech is underrated. It's not the most exciting weapon, but like, you can't, if you know how to use a spear and you're able to keep people, like, you know, at range, oh, it's OP. Spears are OP. Spears are OP. All right, time to get your workout on. What are you doing for exercise? Definitely pumping iron, the heavier the better. I prefer to go on a run to get my heart rate up to engage my whole body. I don't like lifting weights, but I'll still engage my body with other activities like push-ups and stretching. I don't like to go on a run. Does playing like, I feel like this question like is not very encompassing, you know? What about a sport? Like other activities like push-ups and stretching? What about like tennis? Is tennis an activity? Or like, I just don't know why this question wouldn't account for playing sports, physical activity, you know? I can do push-ups though. Push-ups and stretching, we'll say. You find yourself doing a group project. What do you do when you find yourself doing a group project? Okay, this is an unfair question, because back in school, like, if I was in a group, I would let the smartest people do everything. And it's not even because, like, I feel like I could have taken charge if I needed to, but, like, there was always, like, one person in the group. I don't know, man. Those group projects, I feel like I was set up to fail, because the teacher would always put me in a group with somebody who, like, did all the handwriting, so they would do all the writing for, like, to make it look nice, you know? Valid free labor. I hated group projects. I hated group projects because they'd always put me in a group with, like, a really smart person, and then somebody who had really nice handwriting, and then, like, somebody with, like, a lot of ideas who's very, like, outspoken and, like, you know, extroverted. And I wasn't any of those things. We love not working. I wasn't any of those things, so I always ended up taking a back seat because I just did. That's just the way it ended up, you know? I usually take charge and make sure everyone does their part. I'm ready to work as long as I receive some guidance. If everyone else is working, I'll just step back and let the work get done. Yeah, this is me. This is me, unfortunately. Granted, like, today, I would definitely get more involved today. That was just kid me. That was just kid me being fucking lazy. If I was gonna do this today, like, if you put me back in school, I would be the smartest kid in class because I would be an adult trapped in a child's body. So I guess it's cheating, but I would totally be the smartest kid in class, I swear. I usually end up doing all the work. Either no one is pitching in or I'm the only one who knows what I'm doing. I feel like if this is the case, if this was the case in school, this is only the case because like if you do all the work will fall onto you. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, man. You gotta think. How's it going, Sora? Welcome to stream. I don't know, you kind of put yourself in that position, is all I'm saying. Anyway. I'm ready to work as long as I receive some guidance, I guess we'll say. That would be my answer today. It was fun to be here tonight. Have a good night. Have a good night, Centric. Have a good night, Centric. The key is to appear as not too smart. Yeah, if you're an overachiever, people are gonna rely on you for that, you know? That's just the way it is. We're definitely smarter than a 5th grader. I'm smarter than a 5th grader. Actually, I'm probably not smarter than a 5th grader. The 5th graders they had on that TV show were, like, top of their class. What's your favorite genre of video game? Action games, shooting games are my go-to. I prefer RPGs. I like RPGs. I love RPGs. You need to steal someone's badge in the hunter exam in a certain amount of time. How do you do it? Study them quietly and wait for my chance to steal it. Confront the target immediately and take it by force. I'll try to negotiate with someone who has them. If I can't fight, I'll strike a deal. Wait until my target gets tired and steal it when they're down. I would probably study them and wait for my chance to steal it. Seems just like a good strategy, you know? Seems like a good strat. Even if I was confident, like, I'm not buff enough that I would just, like, walk up to them and fight them, you know? Using a ranged weapon first to make the opponent think you're bad at short range. Ooh, big brain, big brain. Offer them favors for their badge. Yeah, I guess that would be striking a deal. You can do that one. I'll just beat you up for it. You've gotten invested in a new anime, but it's incredibly long. What are your watching habits? I used to be able to binge watch. I can't binge watch anymore. But if I got really invested, I think I might. I don't know. I'll make time for a few episodes a day. I can watch at a pace. So I can watch it at my pace, but enjoy a lot of it at once. Because I don't want to, yeah. I can't just binge watch. I can't just binge watch anymore. I'd do some favors, TBH. You guys need to stop sucking dick for hunter badges. You're about to gauge in a fight, but you can tell the opponent is very strong. What's your next move? Take them on. That's the only way to test my power against them. Assess the situation and come up with a strategy whether I plan to fight or escape. I think I would assess the situation and see whether it's best to fight or escape. Thank you for the follow, Spank Engineer. If you could travel anywhere in the world, where would you go? I would go to Japan. Somewhere I've never been before, no matter how far it is. Someplace I've been to before but haven't gotten sick of. I guess someplace I've never been before. But only because that place is Japan and I've never been there. My answer to this question, I feel like this is an unfair question. This is a bad question. Because it depends entirely on if you've been to the place that you want to go to. Because I would go to Japan like over and over again if I could. I'm sure I'm gonna love it. But I guess someplace I've never been before. I shit you not. I swear we think identically. This is scary. You were literally just me. Lol. How would your friends describe you? Okay, this is a question for you, chat. How would you describe me? Introverted and quiet, helpful and considerate, confident and optimistic, or smart and cool-headed? What's the verdict? What do you give me? Three? I don't know, I can get pretty doomer sometimes, guys. Like, if I start stream and the viewers are down, it's not great. It's not a great day. I won't be confident or optimistic. I'll just be a complete doomer. You seem cool-headed. 4 is closest. I don't think I'm cool-headed either. I think I'm very capable of not being, I don't know, man. I guess like these all vaguely apply depending on my mood, but because if I'm around new people, I'm super introverted and quiet. But if I'm around people I'm comfortable around, like you guys or like my friends, I'm very confident and outgoing. I would not consider myself helpful or considerate. I'm considerate. I wouldn't consider myself very helpful though. Yeah, you're cool-headed, looks at Oblivion lockpicking. I think I got, I've definitely got that. Uvojin, I love Uvojin as a character so much because I know what kind of guy he is. Usually he is the kind of guy who like, when something isn't going his way, he just gets more, you know that anime character type where like, when a character starts losing a fight, they get more and more mad and more and more mad and more and more mad. Uvojin is that kind of character, except with the difference being he has years and years of experience fighting and he's learned to repress it. Because there is a moment during the Kurapika fight. Can we watch the Kurapika fight? There's a moment during the Kurapika fight where he's like, and then just locks in. Like, he has that rage. He knows how to utilize it. He's mastered it. And I fucking love that for him. That's why Uvojin's such a deep character, despite like not really doing much. Not being around for a super long time. Because you can tell he is the type to just like usually like, you know, get really fucking mad. Just get really fucking mad when something's not going his way. But he also knows when he needs to like not let that anger consume him. And he's mastered not letting it consume him. And they show that with just like a single interaction. Beautiful. Beautiful. Masterpiece. I'm gonna say, oh god. I don't know what, I feel like Ryohi would get on me for saying I'm confident and optimistic. Because sometimes I'm not confident or optimistic. No, okay, you guys pick, Everybody spam 1, 2, 3, or 4 in chat, and you guys pick. Five. I hate you all. I hate 3. You're 3. Anyone who said 5 is getting banned. Got some 3s. I think it's mostly 3s. None of the above. I guess we're going 3. 5. Don't hurt me. There is no 5. I have to pick one of these. We're picking 3. You guys, most of you said 3, so we'll pick 3. Yeah, the options are pretty limiting. They're all pretty positive. I think you need some negative traits in there. You have an entire day all to yourself. What do you do with your free time?
Sinner.
Where's jerk off? The pizza roll! Thank you for the follow! Thank you. Concentrate on some self-care. Honestly this. Yeah, I'd concentrate on self-care. Take stock of any tasks I need to do before deciding on anything else. Party it up, whatever comes, I'll be down to do it. I'd just concentrate on some self-care. Self-care. Well, no, I do self-care. Okay. Listen, guys. When you get canceled the way I do, you have a lot of time with your thoughts, okay? I spend a lot of time alone with my thoughts. And I think that's good for me. I think if more people had a lot of time alone with their thoughts, the world would be a better place. When you're shopping for a new phone, what are you in the market for? I have no need to update. My current phone works just fine. Whatever the newest, fanciest model is. Function is key, so whatever has the most utility for my purposes, which tends to be, granted, like, I'll always get the new, fanciest model. Not in like a, I do believe function is key, but I'll look for function among the newest and fanciest models. So, something new but not too complicated. It's whatever the newest, fanciest model is. I'm a specialist! Wow! Great. Even among Nen classes, my aura is unique. Your potential for nen doesn't fit into any one category, meaning that your abilities can manifest as anything. It might be difficult to craft your nen into something usable, but if you do, other nen users could have a hard time figuring out what you're capable of. Specialists also tend to be charismatic, their auras innately drawing people towards them. Wow. Watch Hunter x Hunter now. I was kind of hoping for transmuter. Let's take a different quiz. I'm gonna take a different quiz. That quiz is wrong. That quiz is wrong. Not just wrong, it's stupid. Oh. All right, I got another one up. I got literally just the next one up. I guess it depends on what kind of funk they're in. Never bad to have the closest homies around. No, of course not. Of course not. Sometimes, this is something my grandpa always did to my mom and then later me. But he would go up like right to your ear, like the where your neck is, right below your ear, and he'd go into it and go like he was gonna eat you up. That's the way to tickle me. That's the only way I get tickled. That's the only way I feel like, you know, like, stop, get out of there. It was the cutest thing. I'll miss that one day. Okay. Are you very determined to reach your goals? Yeah. Yeah, I think I am. What do you guys think? Am I determined? I think I'm pretty determined. Scroll to next question. Are you honest, frank, don't call me Frank, or free from ambiguity or pretense? Yeah, right? I'm totally, yeah. I'm pretty honest and pretty frank and free from ambiguity or pretense. I am above all the, I would say I'm above all, you're filled with it, I'm filled with ambiguity and pretense. Are you a bitch? I am above all these things. 100%. Do you consider yourself selfish? Yeah, a bit. Yeah, I'm a little selfish. I'm a bit selfish. Am I a lot selfish? I don't know. I'm a bit. Are you eccentric or strange in a way that is alluring or entertaining? No. Well, not at all. I wouldn't say not at all, though. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Answer for me. Krakow, how's it going? Welcome to stream. Oh my god. Is that the gay boy of gay legend and fame? I'm filled with determination. I think you're stinky. Oh yeah. Well, not gay. Nuh-uh. Oh. Sorry, that's the sound of me believing you. Yeah, I'm totally eccentric, and like, I don't know, what do you guys think? A bit, quite a lot, absolutely. I just have a refined taste. Yeah, right, a refined taste for penis, a variety of penis. I'm gonna say quite a lot. I'll say quite a lot. Maybe not yes, absolutely. You're cocky, but I love it. I can be cocky, but I don't know. I think I've mellowed out. How you doing there, Crack? Welcome to stream. Crack. Are we on a nickname basis? How you doing, Cracky? The crackpot? Ooh, crackhead? Ooh. Yeah. We'll work on it. We'll find a nickname that works for both of us. Do you enjoy pranking and misleading people? I mean, you guys know me. Come on. I'm good. I just finished work. Nice. Hell yeah. I'm just up late streaming, doing some Hunter x Hunter Nen quiz. Nen quizzes to figure out what Nen category I am. Just for fun, and also because I'm bored. I should get the bed scene though, because I have laser in the morning, and I'm gonna be tired as hell if I don't get some sleep. Because Shiro wants to play tennis when we wake up. Even though it's like the late October, it's gonna be fucking freezing for tennis, but it's gonna be too cold for tennis. I hope it doesn't rain. Oh, if I'm lucky though, maybe they'll take me to the keg chat. Maybe they'll take me to the keg and I can get like a nice rare, medium rare fillet. What were you working on, by the way? Wear some layers of clothing? Well, the idea is that if I'm working up a sweat, I won't need to wear any layers of clothing because I'll be getting my pump on, you know? If I keep moving, and I'm moving a lot, I'll warm up from playing. Exactly. You warm up from playing. Do you hide your true self from others? Yeah, of course. Doesn't everybody? I was working on definitely not gay art. I love your art so much, by the way. I still really appreciate the one fan art you did. I don't think I can show it on stream. I can't show it on stream, but trust me, guys. I'll find it and retweet it, and it's a good one. It's chef's kiss. Fucking beautiful, beautiful. I'll draw more once I'm free. Please do. I would love that so much. I don't know if you've heard, but I'm gonna be debuting a new model eventually. Eventually. Eventually it'll happen.
Hello, sinner.
I think you'll really like it, or maybe you won't. I don't know. I don't know what your tastes are. What are your tastes in, like, when it comes to not gay boys? What are your tastes? You know, like when it comes to femboys, I guess. What kind of femboy do you like? I want to pick your brain. I want to pick all of your brains, because there's a lot of the bratty ones. Well, you're in luck. I'm still bratty. I don't think that's gonna change anytime soon. No homo is potent, but not immortal, correct? That's fucking crazy. Like, obviously, okay, the bratty ones, design-wise, TBH, anything show tummy is like 10 out of 10. Okay, fair enough. I guess I'm more talking about, like, in terms of, like, clothing aesthetics. Okay, I mean, I guess that does kind of apply to clothing aesthetics, but, like, in terms of, like, you know, what about hairstyle, you know? Do you like short hair, long hair? Ones who like me back. Yeah, oh no, that's so sad. Short hair though, long hair, like, are you more of a, like, an androgynous vibe? Or do you like it when they're, like, indistinguishable from girls? Like true anime kind of trap culture, you know? Do you like skirts, shorts, like, you know, kind of like tomboy, athletic, you with like lots of like spandex and tight clothing? Or do you like more like flowy kind of dresses and stuff, you know? No wrong answers, except there is a wrong answer in my mind, but I won't tell you if you get it wrong, don't worry. I won't judge you, I guess. I like whenever there's a ponytail. Nice. Okay. Good to know. I'm just writing all this down for no reason. The real questions are being asked. These are important questions. Oh, I love this song. I love this song. Give me the spandex. I'm okay with the spandex, but I feel like the spandex for me has to be used sparingly, right? Because if it's all spandex all the time, I feel like that takes some of the fun out of it. You know? I think it's fun to draw a character who doesn't usually wear spandex in spandex, or have like an alternate outfit where like they're wearing like a certain thing and exploring like certain genres. But I don't think that should be like their outfit all the time. Well, I guess it depends. It's case by case, right? It's case by case. It depends on the character. It depends on everything. There's a lot of factors involved on how I feel about this. But long hair down to the shoulder. Okay. However, for hairstyle, it usually depends on overall design. Of course, yeah. Yeah, me too. I mean, I can't say it one way or the other. It's the totality of everything added together that, you know, makes a good design, of course, naturally. It's just something I think about a lot. Do you have a unique personality? I think everybody has a unique personality. You know, everybody's got a unique personality. Everybody's unique. Everybody's special in this chat. Are you unpredictable in nature? A bit. I'm a bit unpredictable. Long hair and goth? Very good, very good. I used to be super into like shorts, obviously. Like, I don't know if you could... like, I used to be super into like femboys who wear like just kind of, you know. Back when wearing shorts was still like a subversion of like the femboy archetype, I was really into it. But I think it's become very common now for like a lot of femboys to just kind of like wear shorts, like really short shorts. And now I'm less into it, I guess, if that makes sense. It's no longer a subversion. It's just like, it's more of the trope. It's more of a trope than it was a subversion when I started doing it. So I'm kind of getting away from that. I like skirts and, you know, things that give the appearance of skirts and such and things and such. And yes, yeah. Shorts are peak. Shorts are peak. They're cute. They're cute, you know? They're cute. Yes, a bit. Okay. Are you usually nervous, anxious, or excited? That's like a wide range of... I guess nervous and anxious are kind of similar, but like excited is... I guess not much. Not much, you know? Not really. Maybe anxious. I probably feel very anxious about a lot of things more than anything, but... I don't know. Skirts with bloomers or puffy pants? Oh, I love those like little puffy... like by bloomers, you mean the puffy... Oh, yeah. Yeah. I love those puffy little bloomers. But I also love the gym bloomers. Oh, God. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Because, like, I really do love shorts. But you know what the problem with shorts is, okay? And this is a huge problem with shorts. No upskirts. Alright? When you're wearing shorts, how am I going to know what underwear you're wearing? They're very femme and boyish. Yes, they're both femme and boyish. So, like, they walk that line perfectly of androgyny. But you don't get... it's really hard to... It's really hard to look up somebody's shorts. You know? Just wear loose shorts. Loose shorts are an option, and they're very cute, but... you know, it's a big sacrifice. The shorts are a big sacrifice, we gotta admit. It's very, you know... It's a lot easier to do a sexy upskirt with skirts, you know? As opposed to with shorts. Do you find yourself to be serious? Not much. Not much. You could wear shorts as underwear? You could. But, like, wouldn't you rather wear underwear as underwear? If I looked up your skirt and I saw, like, a big pair of, like, jean shorts, I would be confused and disappointed. But if I looked up your skirt and I saw, like, a pair of gym bloomers or a nice pink pair of panties, I would be like, damn, nice. Good shit. Good shit, you know? Tell that to Superman. I will. I'll tell it to Superman. I'll beat his ass. I'll beat his dick off. If they're puffy bloomers, then they could just be underwear under the skirt. That's okay. Puffy bloomers are acceptable. Do you often get quick changes in your mood and temper? Yes. Yes, I do. Taiga, I love what I'm EP, so I'll answer more if you stream tomorrow next time. I won't be streaming tomorrow because it's Monday and I got some friends coming over. What about Batman underwear? I'm confused. I think, yeah, quite a lot. I get some... Oh, I don't know, maybe a bit. I feel like I've been keeping it under control lately.
Spooky,
Sadon! How's it going? Thank you for choosing for 41 months in a row. Sadon, it's been so long, I've missed you. How's it going, gamer? What about Batman underwear? I think Batman underwear, like Batman wearing underwear, or like literal Batman underwear. It's cute either way. It's cute either way, I guess. Like, a pair of Batman undies are cute. I would wear Batman undies, or like My Little Pony undies, or Bluey undies, or Paw Patrol. I would wear all of those. Are you easily excited or aroused and tend to get very emotional? Yeah. Yeah. Quite a lot, yeah, sure. Aroused is an interesting word. MLP 24/7. I like the characters Misaka. Not much. Yes, a bit. Yes, quite a lot. Yes, absolutely. These stock images are killing me. Yeah, they're not great. They're fucking funny. Musky Fox, thank you for the follow. Known for being bratty. Am I known for being bratty unironically? I feel like the things I'm known for aren't being bratty. Obligatory. Being bratty and gay. Being adorable and bratty. Whatever, you guys are stupid. You guys are like stupid. You're just a big stupid head. Very brat, very brat. Well, this is not, the question is not, am I a brat, okay? The question is, are you known for your creativity and original ideas? Yes or no? I'd say 4. Okay, a bit. I think I could have better original. I think I have a lot of original ideas. I just think I don't have the means to execute them. We'll say yes a bit. I think if I had more money and resources, I could get some cooler ideas out there. Do you tend to take leadership roles in group settings? Yeah, a bit. Like if it's a collab, I like to take a leadership role. Are you meticulous and detail-oriented in your work or studies? In my work, yeah. Quite a lot, yeah, sure. The amount of detail, like, oh god, guys, I went back and forth on like 200 revisions for the new background, for the debut. 200 revisions! Maybe, probably, that's lowballing it. Literally so many just like little things where I was like, what if we did this next? And what if we did this? Could we add this here and this here and this here? I think I'm pretty meticulous and detail-oriented. Only 200? Shut up. It's a lot of revisions. A lot of stuff. I wanted a really packed background this time around. Poor artist, yeah, poor struggling artist. It was done and then you asked for more? Sure, whatever. Listen, no spoilers. Do you often reflect on your thoughts and feelings? Yeah, a lot. Do you have an extraordinary ability to attract other people? I don't know. I think, I won't say like absolutely, but like, you know, a bit. I think in the quite a lot, we'll say quite a lot range. I'm a VTuber, right? We have, what, 291 people watching this stream right now, apparently? That's quite a lot. It's not like Iron Mouse numbers, so I can't say yes, absolutely, but it is quite a lot. Are you independent or uncommitted to other people? Yeah, I guess. Uncommitted. I don't like doing things on my own, not really, not much. Yes, I guess. I'm uncommitted. I'm an independent person, we'll say. This is a Nen quiz. We're trying to figure out what Nen category we are. I didn't think there'd be like 100 million questions though. Do you have something special that separates you from others? No. Yes? No, not at all, not really. Not much. Yes, a bit. Yes, quite a lot. Yeah, absolutely. Thighs? You think my thighs separate me from others? You think my thighs separate me from others? Is that really all I've got? If it's specialist again, I'm gonna find somebody to draw you pregnant. What? Hiccup. And burp. I can't remember the last time I've gotten hiccups. Can you? Do you just like stop getting hiccups at some point? Like when you get old enough? You just don't get hiccups anymore? I feel like getting hiccups is a very... like a month ago in the way. I haven't gotten hiccups in years, dude. I don't even know what causes them. Literally yesterday? Interesting. When you reach 56, you stop getting hiccups. Oh shit. Smoking can cause hiccups. Gross. Okay. Do I have something that separates me from others? I guess a bit, you know? I'm a little special. I'm a little special guy. Oh wait, yeah, no, my vocal, yeah, my vocal, sure. I have something that separates me from others, sure. I can sing pretty well. I'm a throat goat, yeah, I consider myself a bit of a throat goat. Yeah, sure. I think I'm a unique person, whatever. Do you see yourself as a complex person? Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, the results are in, guys. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready, chat? I hope I get transmuter or specialist. I'm a specialist. God damn it. God damn it. Well, I kept asking, are you special? Are you a special person? I bet if I answered less on the special person questions. Chat, it's coming. Do not draw me pregnant. What was that? The TaigaxHolic? Called it? Whatever. How do I get Oh, man. Oh, man. Time to pregnant. No, I don't want to be pregnant. As a specialist, you possess a unique combination of independence, complexity, and adaptability. You often operate in a world of your own, following your own path without being tied down by others' expectations. You're known for being resolved and introspective, with a deep understanding of your inner self. Specialists tend to focus on their personal passions and are incredibly detail-oriented, often becoming experts in niche areas. That's a nice way to say I'm autistic. You have a rare ability to attract others with your focused nature while still maintaining a certain level of mystery and individuality. Okay. Alright, is the glaze session over? Well, there you have it, guys. I think I'm a specialist. I think I would be a specialist, I suppose. But transmuter would be better for my nun abilities. Because if I'm stuck as a specialist, that means I have to spec entirely into conjuration to get my ice powers. Which I guess isn't that bad since it's only right next door. So I still have like an 80%, like either way, I still have like 80% into conjuration, whether I'm a transmuter or a specialist. But I think it would be a lot easier to freeze things as a transmuter. Like if I wanted to freeze things with my aura and make it cold and like cause little blizzards and, you know, send snow at people and do ice attacks, transmuter would be better. I guess you could conjure the ice though and attack with that and send it forward. And then like manipulate it because that's also right next door. Or you could just manipulate the weather to make it cold, but you know, that's a lot of extra steps. I guess it would be cool to conjure the ice, I feel. Oh, I've got a lot to think about. Snowy ice has the power of both snow and ice. Gotta manifest that pregnancy energy. Ew, I don't want to be pregnant. I don't want to be pregnant. Or just as Kurapika, you could have a way to like start transmuter and switch to specialist. Oh yeah, that would be a good idea. I guess that is possible. Yeah, see, okay, like here's a perfect example. Right away, here's a perfect example. Okay, so. Go to gaming. Check this out. Here's a perfect example of just a fundamental misunderstanding. Way too theoretical to ever be an ability. So this is called zero gravity counterforce. The user transmutes their aura to have a resisting force to that of gravity. Which like what the fuck are you even talking about? By counteracting the constant downward pull of gravity with the exact force in the opposite direction, the user is able to float like he's in space. People think transmuting can do anything. I swear to God, on this subreddit. They'll just be like, oh, transmuter? Transmuter? It's just, give it the properties of a dragon. It's like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean? It's nonsense. Just nonsense. Absolute nonsense. There are multiple sub-abilities of this Hatsu. Weightless throw. The user applies his aura to the enemy and makes their body weightless before flinging them up. Like, this is just so much, like, you need so much, like, what do you call it? What's the word? Transmuter? I hardly know her. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You need to, like, think, I don't know, like, I would just make this, like, if I was gonna fix this, I would just make it a manipulator ability and say you manipulate gravity. I think that's a lot easier for everybody to immediately understand, and, you don't need to, like, I transmute my aura to have the properties of the resisting force to that of like, why? Why? Just make it a manipulation ability. That's like a reoccurring theme here, though. People think they can transmute their aura into, like, the most, like, innocuous, obscure shit. Because, like, what property is that? What property what property is it to have the resisting force to that of gravity? Transmuters can mimic other properties. What property resists the force to that of gravity? Is the resisting force to that of gravity? Like, what are you mimicking there? Doesn't make any sense. So I don't think this is possible. Light fit. By purposely employing a weaker version of the Hatsu, the user only, like, just manipulation. Just say it's gravity manipulation. You know what I mean? And then you literally get the best of both worlds, because you can make things heavier with gravity manipulation, and then you can make things lighter with gravity manipulation, and it's also a lot easier to describe gravity manipulation, you know what I mean? Like, which are you gonna understand more? The user transmutes their aura to have the resisting force to that of gravity, or the user can manipulate gravity. Which do you understand? Which makes more sense? Keep yourself alive. Oh, this reminds me of my favorite song. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. There's a reason my transmitter was just a napalm that would stick to my opponent. Yeah. I mean, that's basically like Genthru's ability, right? I still think that's a bit much, but with gravity manipulation implies a time manipulation power. Probably. I think if I was gonna do time manipulation, I would put that under specialist with, like, the subsect that, like, I still think manipulation would be involved, but it would be like half manipulation, half specialist, but mainly specialist. Time manipulation would definitely be mainly specialist. Or I guess you could argue, like, gravity manipulation is also maybe a specialist. Like a bit of both, you know? It's so supernatural that you might want, like, a little bit of specialist mixed in there just to justify it, but this time, Taiga, I'm gonna eat dinner now. Good luck on the stream and have a good nappy. Thank you. I'll probably end pretty soon. Thanks for hanging out, though, Krakow. It was good to hear from you. Take it easy. Mwah. Mwah. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't kill yourself, Krakow. Don't try suicide. Don't try suicide. Nobody cares. Don't try suicide. You're just gonna hate it. Nobody gives a damn. Is Mayo a nun ability? No, Patrick. Mayo is not a nun ability. Okay, sorry, let me go back to gaming. I think you would still need the manipulation part for gravity manipulation. I think if manipulation is in the name of the thing you're trying to do, you would need manipulation. But I think you could be like, yeah, it's a specialist manipulation ability or something. Just because the by nature of the don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, babe. I think by nature of like the subject of the manipulation being so obscure and kind of like ethereal, you would want to be a specialist, you know? I think being a specialist would make it easier. I think you would have an easier time literally manipulating gravity as a manipulator than you would with like time though. Time manipulation specialist, 100%. You need to be a specialist to like grab your hands on that. Gravity, I don't know, you could justify it. You could justify it with just manipulation to me. You could justify just manipulation as a category, but let's keep reading more. Ultra perception eyes. If I were an enhancer, this would be probably be by Hatsu. Enhancers don't really need a Hatsu. Their powers usually come from raw strength, so I went for something minimalistic but practical. This is fine. This one's fine.
Hello, Sinner.
This makes sense. I would call it Ultimate Eye and base it off of the Führer's ability from FMAB though. Oh, it's 666. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Evolution, rapid potential, special stability, condition. I needs to say its name. And then this is where they lose me, man. Like they get like cool ideas with this, and then you start reading, and you're like, what the fuck? Does nobody like what? It needs to say its name. What is it? Who is it? Enchant for 10 hours without interruption, non-stop to activate it. Okay. The user must kill 100 innocent humans to evolve the body to enhance all physical capabilities, Nen, senses.
It's a skeleton.
My question is like, why would you ever
27
choose
months.
this ability?
Wicked.
Thank you for the fall. Thank you for the 2 months. Sorry, Dubby Doms for the 2 months for 27 months. Wow, and then you get to evolve your body and enhance all physical capabilities, Nen senses, and aura of the user to peak potential future self before 1 year. I don't even know what the fuck that means. What is that? What the fuck does that even mean? Knew my ass. I was gonna say like 20. Yeah, knew my ass. 27 months. Thank you for that. Thank you for the 2 months up for 27 months in a row. I just assume. I don't know. I just assume new. I need to move my recent events over. What's with the new ghost theme notifications? Are you trying something new? Well, it's Halloween, so it's everything's spooky, you know? Yeah, this ability sucks. So basically, like, you chant for 10 hours and then kill 100 innocent humans, and then you get to evolve all of your senses and Nen powers to be the peak potential future self before 1 year. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I literally just don't know what that means. It means like you get really strong. You get as strong as you would get in a year, or so like you become as strong as you could be in 1 year, but you already had to kill 100 humans. Like, I feel like it would take me several years to kill 100 humans. How much of a buff am I really getting? You know? Max gain in a year? Yeah, I have no idea. Also, this probably wouldn't be a specialist ability. This would be an enhancer ability. The aura of the user will envelop the user like a cocoon. In this time, the user is forced to sleep for 1 month to undergo evolution. So you have to kill 100 people, then chant for 10 hours without interruption to activate. Then you get put into a cocoon for a month, and after all that, the aura of the user to the peak, you get the peak potential future self before 1 year. I don't know what that means. I'm going to assume it means like you get a year's worth of training buffs for free, except it wasn't for free because you had to spend how many years killing 100 people, and then a month in a cocoon, and then also 10 hours chanting. This is the worst ability I've ever seen in my life. I feel like also like if you have to kill 100 innocent humans, like you'd probably just die trying in that time, right? The user old body unlock his future peak potential power in the body as a baseline starting point for the new body potential when the cocoon starts to break. The new potential threshold is unlocked by the new body. Once the requirements are ready, the evolution will allow user to have 1 hour to find a place to begin the process. The evolution will adjust, modify, and rearrange the body to handle the next potential. Restrictions. Have there not been enough restrictions? Is 100 innocent people killed, 10 hours of nonstop interrupted praying, and a month in a cocoon not enough of a restriction? I guess it needs more. I guess it needs more restrictions. If the user does not meet the given quota, the ability will end and the user dies. If the user succeeds, the requirement to evolve will be multiplied by 2. So you just have to kill 200 people next time? So you're just in an infinite cycle of killing people, of killing innocent human beings to continue to evolve. Which if you can even do, like if you're killing that many innocents and nobody's stopping you, like do you even need the evolution? When inside the cocoon, the user will not be able to use their senses, ear and nen. My ear senses. Thank you for the Night of Zero for more restrictions. Yeah, more restrictions. Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 2 months in a row. Ear and Nen, and will be on full hibernation for 1 month, and after that, every evolution success will add 1 month for evolution. The user must not feel guilt during the process, otherwise the ability is cancelled. Will this work or no? I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no, homie. I gotta say no. This is an enhancer ability, pure and simple, by the way. Definitely not specialist. Definitely enhancer, pure and simple. Which seems to be what they're debating here. From what I learned, specialization is unlike the rest of the Nen category because it can provide ability that seems supernatural. And it also seems rare. Nah, this is an enhancer ability. This is enhancing this is just pure enhancer. Pure enhancer. Terrible, terrible, terrible ability. Poorly written, and also just a terrible... I would never choose... Who would choose this ability? This is a curse, not an ability. This is a fucking curse. That doesn't answer the question. Why does your ability do specialization? It's just enhancement. You're probably right. The only reason I think it needs to be specialization is how the ability works and its requirements. Nope. It's still enhancing. Restrictions and stuff like that doesn't make an ability not like an enhancer ability. The effect is an enhancer effect, and therefore it's an enhancer ability. Edgelord Nen. We talking Hunter Hunter? Yeah, we're talking Hunter Hunter Nen abilities. I'm rating people's Nen abilities on the Hot Seville. I give this one I'll give it a 3 out of 10. I like the ability of evolving based on like a certain amount of kills. I think that's kind of similar to what is going on in the Hunter Hunter manga, so it's not unprecedented. It's just not a specialist ability. Also, what's Hunter Hunter? Fuck you. That's like Poof's cocoons with extra conditions. This should be doable by a talented Nen user. Edit, however, the body is only half the equation. If you don't train your aura as well, you would reach your limits pretty soon. Well, obviously. I hate comments like this. I hate comments like this where they try to like, well, if you don't train your aura as well, you'd reach your limit pretty soon. It's like, well, yeah, dude, but like, this is an ability Hotsu, right? So like, you know, the inter-narrative weaving of whether or not my character's training every day isn't really relevant for the ability. Like, that has nothing. That has no bearing on the ability itself. I think it should go without saying for the most part that the user of the ability is training it so that they can use it. oh, you're right, I didn't think about that. And then this is person's obviously a child, so like they're just agreeing with them. Unfortunate. I give it a 3 out of 10 though. Too many conditions, and it's not a specialist ability. Vigilance Hatsu. This one got 31 upvotes. Psycho killer. Let me go kill hordes of people, take a nap for a month, and show how it gives me better stats when I'm middle-aged. I think the biggest issue is like if you're killing that many people, I just don't know why. The biggest issue with the ability is why would anybody choose that ability? If you're like, because like I'm thinking of it in the context of a character choosing it, right? One of the conditions is if they feel guilt about killing innocents, the ability fails, which means like if you're killing hundreds and hundreds of people to get this Nen buff, like who are you even really like doing it for? You're already killing hundreds of people. You're already capable of killing hundreds of people without feeling any guilt. Like, do you really need an ability that helps you evolve by doing that? Because clearly your main goal is to just kill innocents. So you should make an ability that helps you kill innocents, you know? Like, a specialist ability that helps you like hide up all the evidence in a crime scene would like be way more beneficial at that point, you know? And then you could kill as many innocents as you wanted. You know? That's what people don't think about when they make these abilities. They don't think about like what kind of character would have this ability and for what purpose would they have it. Condition. So Vigilance Hatsu, condition. When forming the hands as the same way in the image, the user creates an eye just for the effect because it's cool. Okay, right on. I love that. I respect that. On the center, and it will let the user enter dark sight mode. While in dark sight mode, the user can see all friendly units, because this includes Nen beasts, animals, and humans, as a white haze, while it lets you see any hostile unit as a red haze. Also, when in dark sight, all wounded would regenerate. The time it takes to heal is depending on the severity of its injury. All wounds regenerate. Okay, so it's a little bit of enhancement as well. Artist from Hunt Showdown. It is a trait that lets you regen faster. I think you would just need to make this ability perfect, you would just need to account for the fact that most people are probably not necessarily hostile or unhostile to you. They're probably just completely neutral and have no idea who you are. Because I think like most people are going to be neutral unless you assault them, and then they're probably going to be hostile, right? So as long as you have an ability as long as your ability accounts for like neutral targets, you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine, I guess. I think this would be, I don't know what ability this would be. Specialist, I guess. It's a pretty lame specialist ability, but it is probably a specialist ability. Although I think you could justify it as like maybe emission and enhancement, you know? Since it has like an AoE effect that affects your eyes, I think you could say this is enhancement or like emission. A little bit of both. Not necessarily emission, but like definitely enhancement. Kilowog can hide bloodlust, so I don't know how well you can tell if someone is hostile. Well, maybe that's where the specialist comes in, where like you just know. Specialist abilities, they kind of just know, you know? They just overpower stuff like, oh, I'm concealing my bloodlust, and they just kind of know. Taiga, would you take care and have fun? Oh, Taiga, I love you. Take care. Have fun. Good bounce. Yeah, have a good one. Take it easy. Like, if the idea here is to, like, sense bloodlust, then that's fine. I don't know. I think, yeah, I don't know. This is a very niche ability, but I like it. I like it conceptually. I like it conceptually, to see someone's, like, alliance, I guess, or to see if, like, they're against you personally. I don't know. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. I'll give this one a 5. I'll give this one a 5. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I don't know what category this would fall under. I don't know if this would literally be a specialist ability. I think you could argue it's enhancement, since you're like enhancing your vision to see bloodlust or something. You could justify it that way. But yeah, it's fine. How to become strong with Nen. Taiga, if you had to create a new Nen ability, what would it be? Other than conjuring ice. Oh, it's my go-to. It's my go-to, man. Age manipulation. I could make you really old, or I could make you really young, or somewhere in between. I could also enhance my physical form to, like, I could also make myself older to make myself stronger, you know? But also I could make myself younger to, like, disguise. So it'd be good for disguising, it'd be good for offense, defense, you know? Something like that. That'd be cool. Isn't cryomancy just hydromancy but cold? Yes, pretty much. I wanna read posts that have a lot of replies. Doubt about conjurer. Can a conjurer create a human organ? Yes. Is there a limit to how far the caster can be from the conjured items? Yes. Depends. For example, if he is more than 1 kilometer away from the item, it disappears. It depends. It just depends. It just depends. It depends on a lot of things, such as, you know, is the user controlling those things from that distance? Because in that case, that would require a lot of insane amount of manipulation. You'd have to be very proficient in a manipulation to control, like, some of these objects from a distance. But if you're just conjuring them and leaving them, like we see Cortopi do, we can see he can control, like, 50 buildings in a kilometer radius. Like, Cortopi is a fucking crazy conjurer in the show. And, like, if there is a limit, it doesn't seem to bother him too much. Like, Cortopi had a pretty easy job of it, of controlling, of holding all those items. Question number 3: is there a limit to how long a conjured item can exist? No, it depends. Again, it depends. For example, assuming a conjurer can create organs, and those organs are used for translation, would those organs still exist even if the conjurer dies or years pass? I think that would be something the conjurer decides when they make their ability. If the conjurer in question here wanted to dedicate their ability to making organs with the intention of them lasting, I think they would last, you know? I think they could impose some conditions or restrictions to make sure that they stick around. Or if the conjurer in question was like a fucking scammer and wanted to perform life-saving surgery and then fuck them over, I think you could make them disappear and consume less aura, I guess, you know? So, like, it depends. It just depends on what the person chooses. There's no one rule to this stuff. There's no one rule to Nen or, like, conjured items, right? Like that, right? The rule is, it's what the Nen user decides they want their ability to do. If they want their ability to, you know, be able to replace people's organs and have those organs stick around, they can do that, because that would just be baked into the conditions. You don't necessarily have to have the perfect conditions figured out either. That's like one thing. That's why it's a peak power system. Exactly why it's a peak power system. And this is one thing that a lot of people in this subreddit get wrong. It's that they always try to, like, explain. They always try to, like, over-explain, like, what conditions and restrictions do I give it? You don't need to know that, right? You don't necessarily need to know that. So many conditions and restrictions within the context of the show, we don't know. The ability works the way it works, and we don't know what the conditions and limitations are. And it just works. It still works. Just because it's not explained to you doesn't mean they aren't there. Or it also doesn't mean that, like, they have to be there, you know? You can just say, like, I made my ability with the idea in mind that I'm replacing people's organs. I charge a lot for my fees. It takes, and maybe, like, the idea is it just takes a lot more to, like, conjure these, you know? It takes a lot more Nen and training to conjure this stuff. And that's the condition. The condition is in and of itself just, you know, met by it being a more difficult ability to create and also maintain. You know, it took a lot more training for you to get that ability. And the restriction, yeah, exactly. The restriction becomes whatever you believe it is. Exactly. You don't have to have it all figured out, is what I'm saying. So anyone answering yes to this is kind of wrong, in my opinion. Because the answer to this question is whatever the creator of the ability decides they want. If they want organs that stick around, they can create conditions to make the organs stick around. The condition can also just be as simple as it takes a lot of aura to create these organs to make them stick around. And therefore, it costs a lot of money. You're gonna have to pay me a fucking shit ton if you want me to do the surgery on you, you know? This guy had the right idea. It won't last forever, but you can add a mechanic that makes it last forever. Exactly. Sticky organs. I have the property of both organ and bungee and gum. It takes 10, oh yeah, it could take like 7 to 10 business days. It could take a long time to create these organs that you're missing. So like, maybe it's not available to people who like, you know, if you need something tomorrow, maybe it's possible, but you know, like you gotta think, this is the kind of stuff you would think about as the user, right? Organs go binted. Anyone answering, no. Conjured, no, once it runs out, they disappear. Like, that's not true. This is not true. This is not necessarily true. This depends on the user and the ability they crafted. This is not an absolute rule. You can account for that, is what I'm trying to say. You can account for it. Oh my god, what are these fucking AI? What the fuck is this, dude? I gotta know what the fuck is this? Ability, flying whistler, emitter. It's an emitter ability. User, wah wah wah, the prodigious child type emission, manipulation, details. A pure, okay, hello, this was written by ChatGPT. This was written by AI. This is just like, this sucks. This is gonna suck. Get ready. A pure, playful expression of freedom, a child's wish to move without limits. The stronger his lungs grow, the higher he can rise. Wah wah wah, conjures a big orange whistle. What the fuck? Just lazy as fuck, yeah. Like, did you even come up with this idea yourself, or did you literally just go to ChatGPT and ask them to come up with an idea for you? There's a difference. It's one thing if you like, you had this idea and you asked GPT to like organize it for you, I guess, but this just comes off completely written by AI. Like, it just comes off like not even like an original idea. That channels his aura through breath. Every exhaled note of the whistle converts his aura into kinetic lift, allowing him to soar through the air. Primary effect. For as long as Wah 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 continuously exhales and maintains a clear whistling sound, he can fly freely. When the whistling stops, he immediately begins to fall. It seems like a waste of an ability. How's it going, Little Moon? Hi, Little Tiger. A little. I'm not little. I'm like 5'4" on a good day. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. If he touched objects, kiss. What? Secondary effect. If he touch objects, kiss. By whistling, those objects can be lifted into the air, but their combined weight cannot exceed his own. But he's like, so what, he can lift like 45 pounds? He's like a little kid, right? What the fuck? Limitations / conditions. I don't think you need any limitations or conditions. I don't think this is not necessary. This is not necessary. Guys, people in Hotzi Vault, stop taking perfectly balanced abilities and giving them limitations and conditions for no reason. The duration of float is limited by his breath. Exhale time. Currently 48 seconds at maximum. Okay, that's a fair limitation. Yes, this is AI. Losing breath or being silenced immediately cancels the effect. Emotional stability affects the tone and thus the precision of control. I guess. Those aren't the worst limitations and conditions of all time, but like they're also extremely unnecessary and this ability sucks. Also, I'm pretty sure you don't even need like I think you would just be better off flying. Like, just make an ability where you can fly. Why would you want to whistle? Why would you want to be limited to a whistle? Limitedly zero imagination. Zero imagination. I guess if you really like whistles, I don't know, man. You need this ability is 0 out of 10. 1 out of 10. This ability needs way more.
Sinner.
If you just want to fly, there's a way to fly with a mission that doesn't require a fucking whistle. If the whistle is like a really important part of the character, you should have the whistle do other things based on like the tone they whistle or something. I don't know. You need more than just like a fucking whistle. If the only thing the whistle does is make you fly, you could just do that without the whistle, I guess. What in the AI is this cool ability though? Oh my god. Fucking clankers. How are you holding up? Terribly. Get this clanker video out of here. I know not all of us are artists, but this is worse than your baby chicken scratch. You just judged it too fast. That's a bad side of nowadays society. I'm not trying to criticize, but what one person finds entertaining doesn't have to make sense to someone else. Maybe it's just the creative expression of a child with disabilities who wants to have fun. Are you a child with disabilities? You don't need to know that to be kind. I don't need to, I want to. Jesus Christ. Fucking Reddit. Fucking Reddit, dude. Imagine flying with that noise of a whistle constantly trailing behind you. It would suck. I think if you're gonna do a whistle ability, it should do something based on like the tone you blow into the whistle or something. I don't know. Flying could be one of the abilities, I guess. But why would you spend all of your aura to whistle, fly whistle? I don't know, just why? Why? You can just fly with a mission, by the way. You can just fly, you just learn to fly with a mission. You could just genuinely learn to propel yourself with a mission. Like, the whistle might make it easier. This is a bit of, I guess, if you're a shit nen user, you would go with this ability. I would write this ability for a shit nen user who is very childish and not very good at what they do. They're not very good at controlling their nen yet. And I would give this to a fucking, I would give this to a child with disabilities. Who isn't very good at nen. You know? Yeah, let's make it a cool flute or something. I don't know. For the nun ability, it's 8 out of 10. I would give this nun ability a 6 out of 10 for creativity and a 4 out of 10 for action. I would give it a 0 out of 10 for function. It's a terrible. It's actually on purpose. A little talented child made the all of it. So be a little bit humanly compassionate. I don't believe you. Balls out of 10. Terrible ability. Terrible. And this is just like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this video, guys? What the fuck is this video? Awful. Awful. AI slot. I hate it. I don't mind. I guess I don't mind. Like, I don't think like regenerating an AI video to demonstrate your ability is the worst thing in the world. I guess it's not the. It's like, you know, I don't expect anybody to commission custom art to post to Hatsu Vault subreddit. But like, this is AI too, by the way. I think Dragon Fairies. Let's read this one. I'm gonna read all the AI ones. It's just lazy. It's just a little lazy. If the kid can't walk, how is flying gonna help? Yeah, I don't know. Because he also has to hold the whistle in one of his hands to be blowing into the whistle, and then he's got to spend all his lung capacity. It's a shit ability. It's a dog shit ability. At least for combat. I don't know. I guess if you really just want to fly, it's great. But also just, you know, you just do that with a mission. You just fly. You just learn to fly with a mission. You don't like really need an ability for it. You don't need a dedicated ability to fly with a mission. I consider it a very powerful ability despite appearing weak. Ability. The user creates 2 small, intelligent spheres of aura. Dragon Fairy Butterfly. A small white sphere that once commanded to move to a specific location will do so while remaining hidden, trying to reach the target as imperceptibly as possible. Is this the small white one? It's yellow, but it's not very small either. I think I would notice that. I think I would notice that ball, but that's just maybe a side effect of the AI. Butterfly and Moth. Dragon Fairy Moth. A black aura sphere that can be left in place, where it will stay connected and do its best to avoid detection. Local emergency. Departure. Oh my god, there's so many. Okay. The butterfly remains in a location acting as a marker, allowing the user to reach a place they have never been to before, dispersing the spheres in the process. How? What? Local emergency return. The moth act as a marker, allowing. How does it allow the user to reach a place they've never been to before? Dispersing the sphere. Do you teleport there? Is it a teleportation ability? The moth allows the user to return to a safe location. Okay, so like, is it teleportation? So like he can move the aura there and then teleport? I think I don't hate that. Like, I don't hate that ability. I think the real problem is the moth allows him to return to a safe location after using butterfly. But also, couldn't you just use butterfly to move it back to the safe location and then teleport to butterfly again? Do you need two balls? Couldn't they just be the same ball? Couldn't you just have two spheres that you can teleport to at will, you know? I mean, I'm fine with them being different colors, but like the idea that one is a return and one is like a go doesn't really make sense, because like both could be used to, I don't know. Or is the condition that you can never have been to the place before to use butterfly, and you can only use moth to return to a location you've already been? That's fine, because that makes sense. The spheres last for approximately 4 days. The butterfly has the user's knowledge at the moment of its creation. If the user does not know how to reach a place, the ability cannot be followed. Cannot follow the command. Oh, well, that sucks. I mean, like, okay. The moth remains fixed at the location where it was created. Okay. Only one of each sphere can exist at a time. Okay. Butterfly and moth must be created together. This means that until both are used or dispersed, no new spheres can be formed. Okay. Each sphere disappears after being used. They're single use. Okay. The local emergency allows the user to teleport only once. Okay. See, do you see what I mean when like they have like a good concept and then they bog it down with like too many conditions and limitations? The teleportation can carry at most one additional person besides the user. However, if the spheres are near the end of their duration, they may only have enough energy to transport the user alone. They do not work for espionage. What? What do you mean they don't? Of course they do. They do not cause any damage. I mean, like, they let the user get in, which lets them use espionage. The user can only sense if they have been noticed or destroyed. I feel like this is explicitly an espionage ability, right? This is explicitly like to sneak into places and then sneak out of places. Like it is literally the ultimate espionage ability. Or I guess the spheres don't work for espionage. Like you can't see through the spheres, but you can, like, I don't know what he's trying to say. I like the ability overall. Maybe a few too many like conditions and limitations. It's fine. I think with the understanding of the ability, he doesn't make it clear the ability is a teleportation ability until like the very end, but it's fine. It's good. It's balanced. It's good. It's fine. I give this ability an 8 out of 10. Painted black. It probably mean you can't detect things through them. Yeah, if that's what they mean. Yeah, it's a fine ability. This ability's fine. I like it. I don't think it needs to be two separate, like I get why it's two separate spheres. I get it, it's balanced, it's fine, it's good, it's good. Honestly, one of the better abilities I've seen. It's a good ability, I like it. Okay, let's argue about Nen. How to become strong with Nen. Power limit has to be wearing blue striped panties with a bow on them and sub to Taiga for 10 years and sleeps with a trans Blahaj plush to unlock full potential. That's a condition. Is that really like a good condition though, when that's just like all of the things you are? That's another thing people get like kind of wrong. They'll make conditions that like aren't actually conditions to the character. Like it's not a condition or a limitation to be vegan if you're already vegan, you know? That's just your way of life. That's not actually restricting you in any way. How to become strong with Nen. Do you need to be exceptionally talented or a beast to learn advanced techniques like Ko and En, or can a normal user manage them with enough training? Yeah. Yeah, a normal user can manage them with enough training. Your mileage may vary your mileage with Nen may vary, obviously, but that's like more of like the author's decision to decide who that applies to, and not like something we should apply to, you know, it's not something we should be power scaling on the subreddit about. You know? Like, I'm not gonna be like, well, you can't make that ability, that's too strong. That's too strong of an ability. This subreddit is so cursed. It's a bit cursed. It's a bit cursed. I don't think the basics are limits. Firstly, untalented people don't become Nen users that often. So while God and Killua are 1 in 1 million, the average Nen user is still probably 1 in 1,000. Wait, what? I think you got it backwards.
Hello, sinner.
Secondly, if Gon and Killua can master most of them in weeks, I have no doubt that the average Nen user can master them in less than 10 years. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't know. People overthink this stuff. Like, the answer is it varies by character. And that character is written by Togashi. Power scaling depression against happiness. Feel like suicide. Is your conscience alright? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Yak, we're just reviewing Nen abilities on the Hatsu Vault subreddit late at night. Some late night Nen reviews. How do you think of a condition that could only be used against other Nen users? I think that's a fine condition. I don't think it's I don't know if it's necessarily a very strong condition, but I think it is a condition that could make your ability stronger. Granted, it's also a condition that could make your ability weaker, which is why it would make the ability stronger, if that makes sense. I would never choose that condition for my abilities. Let me scan your high. Nen ability, heat ray restriction, only can use to reheat cold drinks and leftovers. That's a great ability. That's a lovely ability. What if Meruem developed a Hatsu with heavy restrictions and sacrifices? What if, I don't know, what if the fucking sky fell out of the sky? Since we see Meruem is already absurdly strong and beat Netero without a Hatsu, and we've seen him obliterate a part of a mountain without some crazy restrictions on it in his post-Rose form, how more absurdly broken will he get if he made a Hatsu with restrictions that sacrifice his life, like Kurapika or Gon? Yeah, he'd be completely busted. Completely broken. Completely broken. Oh, here's a debate. You guys ready for a debate? Which Nen type is best for shapeshifting? There is a right answer, and the right answer is it's just conjuration. It's just conjuration. Okay. I fully believe in conjuration. But we'll see what people say. The only precedent we have set for shapeshifting that isn't conjuration is Yuppie, and it's stated explicitly in the fucking narrative of the show that Yuppie is made purely of magical beasts. So it is entirely plausible and possible and likely that his shapeshifting ability is a biological one and not literally an ability. While he happens to be a transmuter. In Hunter x Hunter, we've seen a few characters who can drastically change their form. Palm, an enhancer from the Chimera Ants arts who could transform by observing others. Sorry, what? Transform by observing others? Eh? What the fuck is he talking about with Palm? That is not a thing. Transmuter refers to altering the properties of your aura and not. We'll get into it. I think transmuting could be a stepping stone to conjuration, okay? But if you literally transformed your body with you couldn't transmute you can't transform your body. You can't transform your body with transmutation. Because if you did, what would other people see? What would non-Nen users see? What would non-Nen users see if you did that? If I turned my hand into a hammer with transmutation, what would non-Nen users see? Since only Nen users can see transmuted aura. It needs to be conjured for others to see it. So therefore, I would argue only conjurers can shapeshift. God, I need to sleep. You guys should go to bed. Cross-dressing is Taiga finally wearing boys' clothes? Anyway, I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about with Palm. I don't think that's a thing at all. I don't think they could transform by observing others. Bisky, a transmuter who can alter the appearance appearance and abilities. Alter. What do you mean she could alter her appearance and abilities? What the fuck is this guy talking about? What the fuck is this guy talking about? What the fuck is this guy talking about? Bisky can alter her appearance and happens to be a transmuter. However, it is stated explicitly that she has no idea how the ability works. And if it was a transmuter ability, I think she would say that. But clearly it's not a transmuter ability. I would say it's far more likely some kind of conjurer ability. Since she is right next door to conjuration anyway. And that would coincide with, like, you know, everyone else. Bonilov, a conjurer who can create and manipulate his own body parts. And again, that's no. What is this guy saying? This is not okay. This guy's wrong. This guy's wrong about everything. This guy's wrong about everything. And I'm just. This guy's literally wrong about everything. I have no idea what show he watched, but Bonilov can manipulate his own body, but he has never conjured his own body parts. Unless did I miss something in the latest chapter of Hunter x Hunter? I gotta catch up. And also, his category isn't even confirmed. But if it was confirmed, then it's conjure.
Oh yes, you are, devil in disguise. Mm-hmm.
Can I make an ability that makes it so my dad never left? No, sorry, it's not possible. Which category do you think is most effective for shapeshifting? Conjurer. Enhancer. What the fuck? Enhancer. Why would it be enhancer? Why would it be transmuter or enhancer? Why would it be anything other than conjurer? Like, just like, if we look at how the fucking categories work, fundamentally, why would it be anything other than conjurer? I don't understand this debate. What are the pros and cons of each from your perspective? The cons are no one else can do it except for conjurers. You need conjuration to do it, and that's the con. Illumi can also shapeshift by manipulating his skin. Okay, Illumi is very different. Illumi is the one exception to the rule where, like, we know exactly how he does that. And he needs his Illumi needs his needle noodles to change his appearance, and it can only hold it for a couple of hours without the needles. So it's a very limited form of, like, shapeshifting. And I wouldn't even say it's shapeshifting, more just like you can take on the appearance of somebody else, you know? Conjuration / transmutation hybrids. I would just, like, argue conjuration, man. Like, a lot of I think a lot of transmuters tap into conjuration to shapeshift, but that doesn't mean transmutation is required so much as it means conjuration is required. Palm never transforms. Bonilom's type hasn't been revealed yet, but some other users, shapeshift ability, Yuppie, Ikalgo, Subene, Henry, and Padley. Yeah. And they're all conjurers. These are all conjurers, by the way, except for Yuppie. I guess Ikalgo is an enhancer, and he shapeshifts his body a bit. Not exactly explained how he does that. I would doubt it's transmutation, though, because he's not giving his aura properties. Transmutation gives your aura properties. So unless you're, like, how are you giving your aura properties to shapeshift your physical body? That doesn't make sense. It's not possible. Sorry, it's not possible. Yuppie is a transmuter, which is right next to conjuration. So if you really wanted to argue that it wasn't just like a magical beast ability feat, then at the very least, I would argue that he's using conjuration before he's transmuting his body, because that doesn't make sense. Because transmuter applies to aura, not to your body. Transmuter gives your aura properties. I gotta go to work in 4 hours? Oh no. Should you be getting some sleep? Ikalgo is an enhancer who might be using conjuration to change his body, or he could just do that. I would argue conjuration, though. Subene is a confirmed conjurer. Henry is a confirmed conjurer, and Padley is a confirmed conjurer. These are all confirmed conjurers who hardcore shapeshift. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, conjurer is the most fair assumption until proven transmutation has anything to do with it. This guy says, transmutation. We see it being used raw by Yuppie by literally changing his own body. That is not confirmed. into anything. Bisky also does that, and since she doesn't have her own transmuted substance, wrong, incorrect. She literally transmutes her aura into lotion that she uses to massage herself. We also see her conjure like a fucking body. My theory is shapeshifting is the raw ability of transmutation. Just wrong, just wrong, just wrong, just wrong, just wrong, just wrong, just wrong. Just wrong. These facts will be on the test. This is just wrong. It's just wrong. Doesn't make any sense. Pure assumptions. It's just wrong. Similar to how Strong Punch is raw enhancement and Aura Blast are raw emission. This is just wrong. Bisky literally has a transmutation hot suit. It's the lotion that Cookie applies. Yeah. And also, we know that shapeshifting is not a raw ability of transmutation. We know that. We know that because we have so many conjurers whose main ability is shapeshifting who are not transmuters. Shapeshifting is the name of basic transmutation skill that allows you to alter the shape of your aura. That is... Shapeshifting is not the name of the basic... That is called shaping your aura. Shaping your aura is shaping your aura. Shapeshifting is shapeshifting. Two different things. I disagree but agree with you. Each Nen category does seem to be divided into base aura effects. I guess what you would call raw. I do not agree that shapeshifting is raw transmutation. That's just fucking butt-fuck backwards. I don't know how people can fucking support this. I don't want to argue with them. I don't want to get into a debate with them, but like, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. This is the same as the white-haired Killua Zoldyck family theory, where they said that every member of the Zoldyck family with white hair was a transmuter because Zeno was transmuting his aura to have the properties of a dragon because it was shaped like a dragon. No. 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 Yeah, we're so raw. The best example is manipulation. I just don't know how you can say this and then ignore the 3 characters who explicitly shapeshift above all else, who are like literally named conjurers. I don't know, man. I just don't know how you can ignore that. Togashi like is literally banging you over the head with like the fact that conjuration is shapeshifting. Either transmutation to change your body's properties and shape, or conjuration to make a suit of whatever you wish to shapeshift into. At most, I will accept that, like, maybe transmutation is kind of involved, maybe, but I just don't know how. I just don't know why you wouldn't be able to change your body with conjuration. I don't know, like, I don't know where the idea that you need transmutation, something that's explicitly stated to only give your aura properties of other things, the ability to shift your body. Like, why would it not be conjuration? It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense when you consider that if it was made with transmuted aura, then you wouldn't be able to see it. It would have to be conjured. It would have to be conjured to be real, to be seen. So it has to be conjuration. Like, it's so simple. It's so simple. It's so simple. It just makes sense. Like, it's just not even up for debate, you know? Conjure a fursuit. Yeah, conjure a fursuit. You could turn yourself into a furry with conjuration. It just makes sense. Ben 10 logic, maybe? Let me touch this diamond real quick. Becomes diamond. Nope. That's not what transmutation... That's not... I mean, you could make a transmuted substance of aura that does that. You could make a Nen ability that does that, but like... skeleton. Even then, I would probably call that conjuration. Thank you, Aries, for the sub, for the prime. Also, Whiskey Mom, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm just nerding out at 5 in the morning. Honestly, dude, transmutation and manipulation confuse me. They're just so different, yet look so similar to each other. You're stupid. If we compare the aura effects, transmutation is changing the shape of your aura containment and giving properties. See, the thing that like this, I hate that this mythical Tenshi guy, I have dealt with this, I have been in the community for years, okay? And I have to read about his fucking bogus theories. Sometimes he's right, and sometimes he's just fucking wrong. And a lot of the time he's wrong. What's that? It's a skeleton. Kuma pause! I've had to read this guy's fucking bogus theories on Nen theory for fucking years, and he is like the #1 proprietor of like the transmutation is changing the shape of your aura thing, to the point where like it literally just muddies the conversation, because it's like, no, like, yeah, it's involved, right? But it's also obviously involved in conjuration, right? And you can be a conjurer and not be a transmuter just because you're shaping your aura. Like, you need to shape your aura to conjure something out of that aura, right? To make it real, you need to shape that aura. So like the same training that goes into transmuter, it goes into conjuration, which is why they're right next to each other on the Nen fucking category. But he will tell you with a straight fucking face that if you shape your aura for any reason, it is a transmutation ability. He is the reason people like him and people like him are the reason that the white hair Killua Zoldyck transmuter theory had so much fucking credence for so long, because it was people like him guaranteed that were saying Zeno Zoldyck is a transmuter because he shapes his aura into a dragon and takes on the properties of a dragon, when in reality, of course, the entire time it was an emission ability, and people were just unwilling to admit it. It's people like him. It's people like him. They destroyed Nen. They destroyed the conversation around Nen. I have no idea who this man is. I just see his comments fucking everywhere all the time, and it's so annoying. So annoying because like it's like a lot of just conjecture, just straight up conjecture. He just does not know. Transmutation is stated, shaping your aura is stated in the Greed Island arc to be one of the like steps. It is like level 1 or like level 3 transmutation training, mind you, training, not if you shape your aura, you're a transmuter. It's different, okay? It's different. I'm getting mad. I'm getting really mad. I'm getting tilted. I'm getting so fucking tilted. It is shaped, it is stated to be training for transmutation. That doesn't mean it's not training for conjuration either, right? And that does not mean that if you shape your aura, it is a transmuter ability, or that transmuters have a fucking monopoly on aura shaping, because we literally see Jing in the manga shape his aura into a little circus that can move all around his hand, and he's like, yeah, this is easy. This is like easy shit, you know? It's a fucking party trick. He literally calls it a party trick. So shaping your aura is training for like a beginner, but it is literally a party trick once you're good at it, okay? It is not the defining feature of a category. Least of all transmutation. So there's a fucking sauce, Mythical Tenshi. Stop telling everybody that transmutation's defining feature is shaping your aura, you dick. Whoever you are. I'm sorry, I'm getting really tilted about this. I'm getting really tilted. It's not that serious, obviously. But I've seen so many of this guy's messages, and it's just like, he just insists upon it. He insists, what's the Family Guy meme? He insists upon himself. And he really does. He really does insist upon himself. Like, he's just autistic, and not in a bad way, but like I've seen this guy post for literal years, okay? I've literally seen this guy posting for years. About this, like, the same stuff. So it's like, I literally just can't combat his misinformation because I don't have time to, like, go into every thread about Nen discussion the way he does. He is in every discussion. If there is a debate on, like, Nen mechanics, he is in there posting his theories. And I'm calling them theories because they are not confirmed. It's conjecture. He's posting his conjecture as if it's fact. Every time. Either transmutation to change your body's properties and shape, or conjuration to make a suit of whatever you wish. Like, dude, we literally see characters changing their bodies and shape who are, like, 100% confirmed, 100% transmuter, okay? And I really sincerely doubt Togashi would take 3 of the latest characters he's introduced. And it is 3. It is the most recent characters, mind you. It is Subone, okay? It is Henry. And it is Padale, who is like a one-off villain, okay? He takes the time to describe their abilities in great detail and assign them all explicitly conjuration as their main category. That means, and if it was anyone else, it would be like, whoa, whatever. But like, why would he do that? Why would he do that? Why would he make them all conjurers 3 in a row? Unless he was trying to say, hey, conjuration and shapeshifting belong to each other. Those are the same thing. One is, you know, directly related to the other. Like, why would he do that? Why would he do that? Why would he do that? You have to be fucking, like, brain dead to see that and be like, well, actually, Togashi is clearly trying to say that transmuting is secretly a mechanic of... Transmuting is clearly secretly a mechanic for shapeshifting because... Like, what's the actual reason other than... Like, it just doesn't make sense with the mechanics of transmuting. Because if you transmuted your body to be a different shape, non-Nen users wouldn't be able to see it. Which wouldn't make any sense. Like, the only way for it to make sense for shapeshifting to make sense mechanically is for it to be conjuration. It's the only way. Unless you're saying Togashi is breaking the rule of non-Nen users being able to see non-conjured aura, which is way more of a loop than just saying it's conjuration, you know? Considering there's so many shapeshifters from all Nen types, there probably isn't one. I agree there isn't one, but I agree it's mainly conjuration. But I disagree there's mainly conjuration. It's funny as fuck, I just finished watching the Chimera Ant arc and Taiga's talking about Hunter x Hunter. No way! I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was a banger for you. Though I would say Conjurers is the easy to make a mech suit style transformation where you just conjure a shell of Nen around yourself that gives you new appearance.
What's that? It's a skeleton.
Late night fist bump.
Last night, Kazuma, thank you for the 2 months over 8 months in a row. How's it going? Transmutation may be better for an actual transformation as you're transmuting your Nen into a new form. That doesn't make sense. What happens to your old form? If you're only transmuting a new form, you would need to conjure that. I don't understand how people can be like, well, if you want to get skinny, you should transmute it. Like, how does transmuting make you skinnier? How would transmuting make you skinnier? That doesn't make sense. What happens to your actual body? How are non-Nen users still able to see your transformation if it's transmuted? God damn. God, I fucking hate these people. Everybody's just wrong. Everybody's just wrong. For that, it's hands down conjuration. You would need to conjure the limbs. However, someone who isn't a conjurer would probably need heavy restrictions or a lot of time to develop a Hatsu like that. I don't know. I could leave my comment about it, but... Wait, can't Hisoka change his physical appearance? No. I don't think so. We've never seen him do it. He can take his makeup off. The one thing we actually see of Hisoka, which does change his appearance, which is a texture surprise, is it's a conjured item. It's a conjured thing that takes on the, like, he conjures it and then makes it, like, take on the appearance of his body. It's not transmuted. Conjured, as far as we know. Actually, it's not confirmed, I think, one way or another, but I'm pretty sure it's conjured. He made a pot of greed Hatsu with AI. Lovely. I've got the power! Devil's Toilet. Giant board game for criminals Hatsu. Okay. Ugh. Anyway, so this is like the one debate I'm like super into. The one debate is shape-shifting, conjuration, or transmutation. And again, while I think that there are transmuters who use shape-shifting, I think it's very likely that they could just be tapping into conjuration to do so. Since conjuration is like 80% right next door, it makes sense that they would be conjuring. And then with all the other conjurers who with all the other shapeshifters who we have as hard confirmed conjurers, it literally only makes sense. It literally only makes sense to be conjuration, right? Like Henry is a conjuration ability. He changes the appearance of guns to act as snakes while still retaining their function as guns, okay? And he didn't need to transmute the aura to change that, right? He just did that. He just did that. That's conjuration. Conjuration, plain and simple. Can't go wrong with Taiga. It would probably help if I understood anything about Hunter x Hunter. I'm sorry. I'm yapping about shit nobody knows about or cares about. I'm teaching you guys. You do know stuff about Hunter x Hunter because I'm teaching you about Hunter x Hunter, okay? I'm teaching you about Nen abilities. You're welcome. You're welcome. Now, the question is specialization overrated? I honestly think almost every specialist in Hunter x Hunter and the homemade specialist Hatsus in this form could be recreated or at least closely imitated using other Nen tapes, especially if you combine conjuration, manipulation, and emission with the right conditions. He's out of line, but he's right. Perhaps. Perhaps. I think if you wanted to be a complete pedant, you could pretty much create anything you wanted with conjuration, manipulation, and emission, 100%. But I think there's certain abilities that kind of just need to be specialist. Most of the time. Like, I think Neon Nostrad's future telling ability, Krollo's ability stealing ability, those are all good, solid specialist abilities. King Crimson, the newest villain's King Crimson ability, that's clearly a specialist ability. So I disagree. I think a lot of the hotsies on the subreddit could probably be made with other abilities, with other categories, but specialists just be like, fuck the chart, yeah? I'm gonna know everything about Hunter x Hunter just from watching the stream. You will. I'll teach you everything you need to know. I think a lot of the Hotsu Vault abilities could definitely be made with other categories. I think that's just like a lack of understanding from like the general community though, and not so much the specialist category being an issue. Take Neon Nostrad's fortune telling ability, for example. On the surface, it seems like something only a true specialist could do, predicting the futures through written prophecies, but in theory, a conjurer could create a hyper-advanced supercomputer made of Nen that calculates atomic and molecular movements on an extreme level. By processing this data, it could predict. I would argue if you're predicting the future, I think you could use conjuration. I think you could use conjuration to conjure the computer, but like if you wanted that computer to be programmed to tell you the future, you would need specialization. I think you would still need to combine it with specialization to actually get the effect you're looking for. If the effect in question is telling the future, you would need specialization. By processing this data, it could predict short-term future events based on a particular, like, I guess. I still think you would need specialization if you really wanted to go that far, but yeah. I think Togashi saying like, hey, Neon Nostrad tells the future and she's a specialist, is to me saying that any ability that really has to do with time or predicting the future is a specialist ability, regardless of what you want. Regardless of what you think you can do, like the amount of, like if you were a solo conjurer, not a specialist at all, I don't think you could conjure a computer that would do that. I don't think you'd be capable. I think the amount of like abilities and restrictions and everything you would need would kill you before you would ever get close to conjuring ability, to an ability that like accurately predicted the future. At least that's how I would justify not, justifying that. Tag is being very old brain. Listen, I'm a hunter. I'm a Nen expert. I'm a Nen expert in Hunter x Hunter, okay? This goes into the category of you can't create a sword that cuts through everything. Exactly, right? You can't create a computer to do everything. You can't create a computer that tells the future. You need to be a specialist for that. And then you could conjure a computer. As a specialist, you could conjure a computer and then give it the ability to tell the future with your specialist powers or something, you know? But you would need to combine it with specialism, whatever. The only real exceptions are the extreme ones, things like the reality distortion or direct ability theft. Through Basho's poetry technically alters reality. I'm talking about the truly broken concepts like Bandit's secret type of powers that rewrite universal rules. Aside from those, almost any specialist ability could be built through the other Nen categories. I disagree. He didn't really provide many other examples. Kurapika's ability, for example, is something that literally only a specialist can do. Only his specialist ability is to have 100% in all the other categories. Typically, Nen is going to have relative limitations based on style and amount of aura. As Kurapika's master said, you can create unbreakable chains. You can use limitations or restrictions to make them more powerful or require pumping more aura into the ability. Conjurer cannot just conjure a supernatural book that steals powers, or a transmuter. Exactly, and Krollo does conjure a book, right? Like, he is still using conjuration in his Hatsu because most specialists, because they're, right next to manipulator and conjurer, are going to use conjured and manipulated abilities to, enable their specialist abilities. Which is why I say that, like, time manipulation or, like, age manipulation or gravity manipulation would be part specialist, part manipulator, right? You would still be speccing into manipulator. You would just need to justify it by also being a specialist to have such a supernatural effect that doesn't fall under the usual categories. Does that make sense? Are you guys understanding? Are you guys understanding? Are you learning anything? Specialists, instead of having a more general Nen archetype that they mold to their style, their Nen archetype is already deeply specialized. The pro is they often have unique abilities others couldn't accomplish due to the specific nature of the ability, but the downside is it is much less flexible and how they customize their ability would already be pinned down. For example, I assume Krollo's power was stealing or mimicking abilities, and the limitations constructs he developed, but his natural inclination was always mimicking and stealing. To look at your example, you can't conjure a supercomputer that advanced, as above natural limitations and limitations you would have to put down on it would likely make the ability very non-worthwhile. Yeah, it would almost make, yeah, like the categories almost balance themselves in the fact that like the amount of conditions and limitations you would need to make something as he described with that computer, just like it would probably kill you. It would probably kill you before you get a working ability, you know? Or at least not nearly as good as a specialist. Like Neon needs their names and date of birth, and she can do really any amount of fortunes. The trade-off is by having access to this rare power is likely couldn't have it be flexible to do something non-fortune based. Yeah, like she has to basically like pour all of her aura and Nen potential into telling fortunes. That's her only ability, and that'll only ever be her only ability, because to do anything else would be to fuck herself, basically, which would be super cool to watch, but not very practical. Not very practical. Because we see what happens, right? We see what happens when, like, you know, Nen users overextend into other categories, and you get guys like Castro who don't know what the fuck they're doing, you know? They waste all of their potential in making a useless ability that doesn't correspond with their natural category, and, you know, they're not able to defend themselves. Additionally, just from a storytelling like world building side, it doesn't make sense to have a specialist power that is supposed to be more unique and powerful just be accessible by other categories. If that was the case, they wouldn't have it be the specialist category. Exactly, that's another thing, right? Like, I do think Togashi saying like, hey, these are specialist abilities is basically him saying, you can't make this with conjuration, right? Like, if you're a 100% conjurer, you can't just tell the future with you can't just conjure something to tell the future. That's not how this works. You can't just do that. That's a specialist ability. So you can't just conjure something to do the specialist ability because it's a specialist ability. Them's the rules. Them's the rules. It's not as simple as you think by any means, especially when you skip all the steps of creation. Kurapika had to do a lot of image training in order to make chains and be comfortable using them. To create something advanced as Greed Island took several people to... Not even several people, it took the one letter for each creator of the game. GREEDISLAND. That's like literally a dozen people, literally a dozen devs made Greed Island with their Nen, you know? To create something as advanced as Greed Island took several people. So you could probably make like a supercomputer that can tell the future with multiple people's abilities like being pumped into it, maybe, you know? If you could write it well. If you could write it well and justify it to me, I would believe it as a reader, but, this is less so a problem with like the Nen system and more a problem with like how well you're able to write some of this stuff. The biggest weakness in the Nen system is the author's creativity. If you're not very creative, then you're not going to be able to make a very good ability. One question, where does the cute shotas fit into this? Well, that's the great part. They don't. Actually, have you watched Hunter x Hunter? Have you watched Hunter x Hunter? That entire show is about cute shotas. In order for someone to make a supercomputer, the imagery would be difficult. For someone to have the computer work in a way that you are thinking is like damn near impossible to actually conceptualize as a conjurer. I think Fate would like see a conjurer trying to make a supercomputer and then be like, I'm just gonna kill you. The first prediction will be your death, and then you die. Then for the aura output and function to work, likely to require even more restrictions. Vaz, one person could do more than one person could do effectively. Yeah. I think everybody pretty much tore apart. Mythical Tenchi, guys, Mythical Tenchi. We recently learned from Morena's explanation of specialists that they can make complex combinations of other Nen types that counts as a specialist ability because only specialists are normally capable of that on their own. For example, a specialist ability can be one that one that abuses high-level emission and conjuration. So not all specialists will necessarily use a specialization effect. In Neon's... Wait, really? Oh, this is great news. This is great news. This is actually great news, because now I can justify my ice abilities without, like, you know, being 100%. So not all specialists will necessarily use a specialization effect. In Neon's case, I think the specialization is necessary because it determines 100% what will happen and what has happened in the current month. For comparison, a conjuration-based information processing ability like Kurt Peaks' dowsing chain relies on the available information it can take, and because of that, it can be fooled. Oh, see, there you go. There you go. I'm gonna find a source. This might be more conjecture from Mythical Tenchi. I need to find a source for that. I need to find a source for Morena's explanation of specialist abilities before I buy into this 100%. But if that's true, I could probably make like an insanely powerful ice-based ability using transmutation and conjuration. It feels like a bit of a cop-out, but that would be pretty cool. I will, I'm gonna bookmark that. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Is it legit? Wait, isn't this the guy you've been shit-talking all night? Not all night, but yes. And that's why I said take it with... I literally just said this might be more conjecture, but we'll see. I'm gonna read the manga and confirm. Because unless I missed something, like, I don't remember that being a thing, but I haven't caught up completely on all the chapters, so it's possible I missed something in the last 10 chapters that confirms that. I think you have it the other way around. Neon's ability to predict the future is exactly the sort of thing I would expect to be exclusive to specialists, while Crollo's book could be plausible to be conjured with the book itself having the ability to steal, store, or lend abilities. No, that's not true. If the abilities don't fall, oh god, people just don't get it. People don't get that, like, conjuring the book is obviously a conjured ability, right? Giving the conjured book the ability to steal other abilities is a specialist ability. Specialists often combine other Nen types in their abilities. You don't need to have a purely specialist effect to be a specialist. But yeah, like, oh, I think that makes sense. Okay, no, I understand. I understand the concept. I think I'm grasping the concept of, like, specialists' abilities in some way is to combine abilities to make ability. I don't know. But that's just like Nen at the same time. I think it would be weird because why would Kurapika have 100% during Emperor's time if you could use anything anyway? Yeah. Well, the difference is having 100% in enhancing gives him, like, hand-to-hand prowess. Like, it makes him completely unbeatable in hand-to-hand combat. Not completely unbeatable, but, like, it makes him very dangerous. So I don't think it's entirely wrong. I have to read the manga. I gotta see the source. Should I ask for the source? Should I ask this guy for the source? Hey, fuckface. No, hey. Do you remember which chapter Morena's explanation comes from? I feel like instead of me reading through it and, like, just trying to find it. This is a huge change in my understanding of Nen specialist abilities. Magic the Gathering cards? No! Yes, kind of. Do you remember which chapter Morena's explanation comes from? This is a huge change in my understanding.
Hello, sinner.
But I'm not totally caught up with the manga yet. We'll be polite. Is being a specialist kind of like how Iroh taught Zuko that despite being a firebender, there are abilities and techniques from other elements that can be applied to firebending. It's probably something like that. But like that's just like Nen though. Like just the idea of combining multiple categories is just a Nen thing. That's not like a specialist thing. It's never been a specialist thing. Unless the specialist ability is being really good. I guess I could, as a specialist, I could literally just have my specialist ability be that I have 100% in conjuration and transmutation. Like, I guess I could just do that, but that feels like such a cop-out. But I suppose granted, with Kurapika's explanation of like how he can have 100% in everything, I guess it is theoretically completely possible that I could just make my specialist ability to be really good at ice. Again, that just feels like a cop-out there. Like, I guess I could do that, but it does feel like a cop-out. Seems like all categories can be used to gather information. Look at Dogman. Well, it's the methods that vary, obviously. Like, yeah, every category can kind of, like, create a similar ability. There are definitely some ability overlaps that any category can create from other abilities. But that's just more of a side effect of a single ability not owning a single concept. Yeah, but Kurapika trades a shitload for that, 100%. Yeah, Kurapika, every second Kurapika uses Emperor Time, 1 second is... Every second equals 1 hour off of his life. So that's like the trade-off for Emperor Time. So I would just need to find like a fair trade-off. Every second, Taiga uses his ability to be a master conjurer transmuter. He regresses by 1 year. He regresses by 1 second. He's perpetually getting smaller until his little babby. His pee-pee gets smaller. His pee-pee gets smaller. Until he becomes a girl, yeah. I find it funny how hung up these people are on your example that they're completely missing your point. I've always thought similarly. IMO specialists mainly exist to prevent anyone from being hybrids, but their abilities are almost always just a blend of different categories. I think Morena says this. Okay, there's another person confirming what Morena says. Most specialists waste their potential. I think Morena says this. Most specialists waste their potential. Interesting. That makes sense. Specialists probably only reach their true potential when they think completely outside of the normal Nen framework, not just mixing categories in clever ways. Oh, so she's saying this as like yeah, specialists are wasting their potential. But approaching Nen from an angle that fundamentally redefines how it can be used. Most specialist abilities only feel that way because they don't fit neatly into the established rules of the other 5 categories. But if... So I was right when I said it was a cop-out, because if not only is it a cop-out, it's a waste of potential. It's just a waste of... Yeah. Yeah. That's why I don't want to be a specialist. If I was a specialist, I'd have to think of like a really cool ability. If I was a specialist, I think my abilities would be... I become so cold, I can freeze time. I would go for a time freeze ability. Something I can tie into like the theme of ice and snow. Oh yeah, she's calling out Kurapika, straight up, yeah. Because Kurapika's ability is straight up like, oh, my specialist ability is that I can use all the other categories. Granted, I understand why Kurapika did what he did. Like, I understand why he picked that ability, because he wanted to be able to fight on his own, basically. He wanted to be able to solo the Phantom Troop. And his abilities are perfect for that. And he's created abilities within 100% of each category that, you know, he can use to, yeah. Yeah. But if someone had enough creativity and was willing to accept harsher conditions or restrictions, a lot of those abilities could be approximated using combinations of conjuration, manipulation, and mission. The true specialists are the ones whose thought process and creativity push Nen into a territory the other categories can't even conceptualize. Yeah. Well, that's a really elegant way of putting it. I'm upvoting that. I'm gonna updo that. I don't think like Kurapika's necessarily like all I'm saying is if I was Kurapika and I discovered like I was a conjurer and I discovered I could become a specialist, I would pick very different abilities. Conjuration needs the familiarity and closeness to conjure an item. Yeah, I still disagree with this example of the supercomputer, because I think like you can conjure a supercomputer, but like you still need to like give it like the ability you give the supercomputer still needs to be an ability within like that's possible within the frame of the category, right? Like you can't just be like, oh, I conjure a thing and make it see into the future. because like that's a specialist ability, right? You can't just be like, I conjure a book and have it steal abilities, because the ability to steal abilities is a specialist ability. So while Crollo conjures a book, his ability to steal abilities that he's giving to that book is a specialist ability. So like, the effect you give the conjured item still has to be within the category, plausible within the category, right? Bisky can, or like Shizuku can conjure a vacuum and give it the condition that can only suck up non-living things, but the ability to suck up things belongs to a vacuum, right? So that's something you can theoretically give a vacuum, right? You can't conjure a vacuum and be like, my vacuum sees into the future, you know? That's a specialist ability. You can make your vacuum do vacuum things. You can make your conjured item do things the conjured item can do, but like, yeah, I think the supercomputer is a bit of a stretch. And also a bit of fucking lame. Maybe you could do that. Maybe you could do that. And maybe Togashi will write an ability about a conjured supercomputer that can see into the future, but I don't imagine it would be very good at what it does, you know? I think he might use it as an example of like overextending one's innate abilities and just like wasting your potential. That's what I would do.
Sinner.
That's what I would do if I was Togashi and I heard that. I'd be like, well, it wouldn't be a very good ability because he's spending too much to make it work, you know? Seeing into the future is pretty fucking difficult. Demonico Robot, thank you for the follow. Another basic rule people forget, just conjuring something does jack shit. Conjuring a computer gives you a normal computer, right? Exactly, right? Yeah, true. The condition makes them powerful, or applications, yeah. You'd need to, it would be a lot more
Taiga, keep
involved
talking
than just
esoteric
conjuring.
fictional rules to me. Cheer 300, it's so sexy.
God damn it. Axiom, thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you for the 300. Like how Pakanoto conjures bullets, but the memory stuff is all this. Exactly. Pakanoto conjures a gun. It's exactly like that. Exactly, otherwise Ace. She conjures a gun, but the ability, you know, to shoot memories into people's heads and also, you know, see into their memories, that's all specialism, you know? She does it with like a conjured gun or whatever, memory bomb and all that, but the effect is the specialist effect. That's where like the actual specialist thing applies. Likewise, if I was going to do like an age manipulation ability or a gravity manipulation ability, I'm even more convinced now that you would need a specialist. You'd need to be a specialist to do that, right? Like, you'd need to use manipulation. Would need to use manipulation to manipulate those mediums, but you would need to be a specialist to have access to that medium. Makes sense? I got a question. Are the Hunter x Hunter movies worth watching? I think they're worth watching once. They're not worth watching if you like care about consistency or lore or world building, or a good story. But if you just want more Hunter x Hunter action, I think it's fair to watch. But yeah, trying to conjure a supercomputer future with technology beyond the science and shitload of Nen. What, you think you could just make it happen because Nen magic? Sounds like specialization to me. Specialization is kind of just like the Nen magic category. Like if you need a Nen magic effect, that's kind of like where specialization comes in oftentimes. If you're not able to justify the effect within the means of the other categories, then specialization is probably necessary. Are the movies canon? No, they're not canon at all. I don't think they're very good. They're fine. Like they're well animated, and if you just want more Gon and Killua, like I think they're worth watching for that. But if you like, part of what I love about Hunter x Hunter is like its consistent story. You know, it is the narrative, and it fucks a lot with the narrative, right? Like you cannot consider those movies canon if you watch them, because they just kind of it just opens up a lot of plot holes. A specialist would be more economical than doing what you said. Don't try to power scale too hard without reason, man. Bro, what? This is not even my point. My point is that conjuration can tell future with enough aura. I guess. I don't think it could. I still don't think it could. Look at the means, like, I don't think it could. I think Togashi's telling us it couldn't with the way we saw the ability. If it could, he wouldn't have made Neon's ability a specialist ability if he was telling us that you could just tell the future with a non-specialist ability. I think specialization obviously can replicate plenty of other abilities, but like, you know. Just the standard shonen movie, I'm guessing. Pretty much. Just a bit of a waste of time. I don't know, they're fine. They're worth watching once. I haven't watched them all. I only watched the Scarlet Eyes one. That's the only one I've watched. I mean, I know it's just an example, but it ain't a good one. There are two issues here. You need to be able to visualize what you're going to conjure. Conjuring a device that doesn't exist, and likely it's impossible to exist, is quite the task. Likely not achievable. Granted, I do think you could conjure a like, if you were a specialist and you wanted an ability that did tell the future, you could use a supercomputer as a method for that. You would just need a shit ton of, like, additional conditions, right? Like, you couldn't just do that, right? I think his example is an example of a specialist ability, is the problem. He doesn't realize that. He doesn't realize that the ability he offered up as an example to do something without a specialist is a specialist ability. If you wanted something to tell the future, if you wanted a supercomputer that could literally predict the future with 100% accuracy, you would need a specialist. You'd need to be a specialist. You would need to mix in your specialist abilities to that. So you would conjure the computer first. You would conjure, like, conjuration would be like second to the specialist ability. Sinner. Make it run Windows Vista. If it gets a virus, you're fucked. Best condition. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And Belagirth, thank you for the follow. We're talking about Nen abilities in Hunter x Hunter. Likely not achievable. It's achievable, it's just achievable with specialization. And yes, you can give supernatural properties to conjured objects. The ability to analyze the entire world in order to be able to predict what's going to happen next due to the current state of things would be incredibly hard. I think that would be a specialist ability. It's not that it would be impossible, it's that the ability to do that would be a specialist ability. I think that's where I disagree with some of these responses. Because, like, while some supernatural effects can be, you know, specialist equals hacks, pretty much. While some supernatural effects can be achieved without the use of specialization, I still think there's, like, some rules to it, right? Like Shizuku's vacuum is pretty supernatural. It's like it's alive or whatever, and it sucks things that are not alive, and it has, like, kind of a conscience, but like, you know, it's a vacuum, so it makes sense that you can suck things up with a vacuum, you know? You don't need specialization to do that. If anything, it would be more manipulation, just to give it, like, its personality, I guess.
Hello, sinner.
It sucks things up, you know? It's not unbelievable. Or like Kite's ability, it's kind of supernatural. It's like a clown, it talks to him all the time. You have to analyze pretty much the entire universe first and do it so fast that the data, yeah, like, it just doesn't sound very feasible. It just doesn't sound very feasible in the way of only doing it with the conjurer. Like, I think, like, if you try to do it with just conjuration, your computer would blow up and it would kill you, you know? And people have definitely killed themselves with their own Nen abilities just by not being able to control it, you know? Like, this is literally Izunavi, like, literally tells us, the first time he's explaining limitations and conditions, how dangerous they are. Because if you, like, break them, or, you know, it backfires, or you expend too much, like, it kills you. It shit kills you. So, yeah. Like, people have created Nen abilities that just killed them on the spot, because, you know, they weren't able to control it. Like, for example, Phaeton's ability, Painpacker, he doesn't conjure. He transmutes his aura into a giant flaming sphere of fire, and it burns up anything in the area. And the damage it does is dependent on how much heat damage he takes, but it's so fucking violent that he needs to conjure his own suit of armor to be immune to his own ability. If he didn't conjure that armor, he would literally kill himself with his own ability. Which is also one of the restrictions and limitations of the ability, which in fact makes it stronger because he has to use some aura to like, you know, because it will kill him. So he has to use, you know, yeah, it balances itself out, you know? Sometimes an ability hurting you actually makes the ability stronger because it serves as its own condition and or limitation and rule, you know? Granted, I do agree that people on the subreddit often create specialist abilities that could just be accomplished with other categories. I don't think that's necessarily true for the characters in the show, but I do think it's true for the people who post specialist abilities on the subreddit. All night long. Yeah, if I was gonna make a custom then thing, I think I would do it so like Taiga is a transmuter by default, and then under the right conditions, they can become a specialist. Or it could just be a specialist and then sub into transmuter, because even as a transmuter, I still get like 60% transmuting, so as long as I'm doing what I need to do, like as long as I'm able to freeze things with my icy cold aura, it should be fine, and then either way, I'd have 80% access into conjuration, so I'd be able to conjure my ice. I kind of want to like, I want to be able to conjure ice the way Esdeath does, where it's like, I don't have a ton of control of it, like I can move it, I can make it move, like a basic amount. Like if I conjured like an ice spike coming out of the ground, I could propel that forward at high velocity, right? Some basic ass manipulation, right? But in general, like the idea would be, you know, limited control over the conjured ice and then maybe a little more precise control over the transmuted stuff. But then like at 60%, how much control could I really have? I don't know. There's no guideline for this. Nobody has an ice ability in Hunter x Hunter. There's not a single ice user in Hunter x Hunter, which is crazy to me.
Spooky, very spooky. What's that? It's a skeleton.
I'd love to see how Togashi does like an ice ability. Because I feel like the no-brainer is like just transmute your aura to have the properties of ice and snow. But then if I want to create like big ice barricades, that's a lot of aura I'm using to create ice barricades of ice and snow, you know? Like, and that's aura I'm not getting back until it like melts, but it's not gonna melt because it's transmuted. I don't know, like what does it even mean to have the properties of ice and snow when it's on your aura? Like how does that function? If it melts, what happens to it? You know, does the aura just dissipate or like, you know? It's too complicated. It's too hard, too much to think about. Oh, so yeah, the other reason I think the neon computer example is trash is because, like Easy Navi says, you can't just like conjure something that's all knowing, right? Because like, why would you like? Why even conjure? If you could conjure a supercomputer, you can't conjure something that isn't like real, right? So if you could literally conjure a supercomputer that could 100% accurately predict the future, that also just means that you could make a supercomputer that can accurately predict the future, and at that point, like why even, you don't need to conjure one, just make one. You just made one, you know? You just made one. Mori Susu, thank you for the follow. You would likely give your aura the properties of coldness, missing heat, or even better, removing heat from touched things. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking like, if I was gonna do that, if I was an end user, right? And let's just say, for example, I'm not a specialist, I'm a transmuter. I would give my aura the properties of ice and snow, making it extremely cold. The idea would be like, I could push my aura, there'd be like snow whirling around in my aura, I think. I think that would be cool. I think that's a cool like visual of like, I've got my aura and then I've got like snow whirling around in my hand, I guess, you know? So it's like a condensed blizzard, I guess, or like snowstorm always going on within my aura. And then anything I touch can be frozen, for example. And then for the actual ice part of it, I would just conjure the ice. So Rukia, I guess, sure. I haven't seen Bleach. But then for the actual, like, you know, cryomancy part, I would just conjure all the ice, since it's right next door. And it's basically just an extension of transmuting the ice, you know? I mean, if you're already able to transmute your aura into the properties of ice and snow, for example, conjuring it would be, like, just one more step in the other direction, right? Just to make it, like, that much more real. So I think it'd be really easy. Like, if you've already transmuted it, you could basically conjure it, in my opinion. That's my opinion! And then you still get all, like, the cool ice effects, but it's on the conjured ability. He would likely give your aura the properties of coldness, missing, yeah. Lowering your body temperature to 0 and instantly freezing anything you touch, but you hurt yourself doing it. I think you'd just kill yourself if you lowered your body temperature to 0, though. That's the problem.
Hello,
My justification for that, like, if my justification for that would be, Taiga appears to not be affected by their own ability, and I wouldn't explain why or how, but you can assume as a viewer that there's some kind of restriction there. And then that way I don't have to, like, bog my ability down with a bunch of bullshit, and, as the viewer, you can just kind of fill in the gaps yourself. As the reader, you can kind of fill in the gaps yourself, you know? That would be my big brain way to do it. And I wish more people on this Hatsu Vault subreddit did that. Because, like, there's so many times where they'll get, like, a good ability and then just bog it down with, like, a bunch of bullshit. Like, a bunch of unnecessary bullshit. Sometimes, like, the restrictions and limitations are just baked into the nature of the ability in and of itself, right? Like, that one fairy ability we read, where it's like, yeah, you can only have one of each up at the same time, and they only disappear once you use them. Like, that's fine. That is, like, just the way the ability works, and, like, you don't need to be like, oh, also, to use this ability, you have to wake up every morning, you shit yourself every morning. It's like, well, that has nothing to do. I hate conditions and limitations that ultimately have nothing to do with the ability, and are just, like, there to, like, be conditions and limitations. Just a distraction, you know? I hate those. I hate them. I don't know if we've had any examples of that tonight, but, like, they're the worst. They're the worst. Wolfie, I hope you have a good day at work. Like, for example, Phaeton, his limitation is that his ability burns him as well, which also makes the ability stronger.
Hello, Sinner.
Which also makes the ability weaker. Like, a condition that makes the ability stronger, while at the same time making it weaker, those are the conditions and limitations you want. Ones that feel intuitive and natural and enhance the ability, you know? It's like, oh, okay, well, like, I conjure a big fireball. That's gonna burn me, which makes the ability stronger because that's the downside. Therefore, I'll conjure a suit of armor to, like, offset that. Also, nice idea, Stealth Ice. If you use Transmutation, you can use In to make your aura invisible. You can do that as a conjurer as well, though. Kurapika conjures his chains, and he uses In to make his chains invisible at in the fight with Uvojin. So that's a thing with Conjured as well. The only difference is Conjured Ice is visible to everybody. And Transmuted Ice and Aura and stuff like that, that would be only visible to Nen users. Which, in my opinion, like, it's a double-edged sword. I don't think that's a perfect example of something that's, like, both good and bad. Because, like, non-Nen users being able to not see your aura a good thing or a bad thing, you know? Because it makes stealth attacks on those individuals a lot easier, but also, like, you know, they're non-Nen users, so, like, do you really need to be able to stealth attack them? Like, you know, are you really worried about non-Nen users not seeing it? And if they do see it, does that make it stronger? I think it depends on the ability, obviously, you know? Like, in terms of Hisoka's bungee gum, like, it's a lot stronger if normies aren't able to see it. But, you know. Do they explain why Kurapika's red eyes are a prerequisite for his abilities after the Great Island arc? Yes. Yeah. I think I explained it before. It's not that it's a prerequisite, it's just that he happens to become a specialist when his eyes are red, and his eyes only turn red when he gets excited or, like, invigorated or really passionate about something, because that's just, like, a racial trait of being a member of the Kurta clan. So whenever he gets excited or passionate, like, his eyes turn red, which in this case only really happens when he gets really passionate because his entire clan was murdered, which just, you know, really gets him in the mood, and therefore he becomes a specialist. That wouldn't be the case for everybody, or not even every member of his clan, you know? But if you conjure ice, the enemy might assume you're a conjurer or a manipulator, and you can later surprise them with the transmutation part if they can't directly feel. If they can't directly feel, they would assume the coldness is from all of the ice and not use Kyo. It's true. There's levels to it. That's why I think like transmuter plus conjurer would be the best way to accomplish, like, my ice abilities if I was gonna do it. I wouldn't limit myself to just one. If I was 100% transmuter and I was right next door to conjurer, like, it just makes sense to... Conjured ice is just better than transmuted ice, in my view, in my worldview. That's a worldview I've adapted. Can't change my mind. Conjured ice is like actually permanent. It's actually real ice. It still costs aura to make, obviously, but like at least it's gonna stick around after the fact. I don't know how conjured ice would like function if I don't know how transmuted ice would function if I transmuted my aura into it, you know? Like if it was all just transmuted, if I made an ice barrier of transmuted ice aura, like would non-Nen users just be able to see through it? If that's the case, then it would heavily limit how I could use that ability. So I think conjured ice is better than transmuted ice for that purpose, and therefore I would conjure it. Other people might disagree, but I think that's more of a personal thing, which is the beauty of Nen, you know? Some people might be like, well, I'm okay if normies can see through my transmuted ice. I don't care. I only need to use it on Nen users anyway, you know? And that's fair, but I want to be able to like, you know, I want my ice to be real enough to normies. Like, I want it to be impactful, right? I don't want just like, I don't think it's very fair either if, you know, I don't think it's very fair either if like I just create a fucking ice barrier and normies don't even know what the fuck is going on, you know? But that also plays into my personality and being like, I'm a person who I have a sense of fairness in my Nen ability, and I baked that into my Nen ability, you know? If you weren't like a very fair person, you might just be like, I don't know, fuck them, you know? I'll make it more OP by having nobody be able to see it, you know? Which might serve as a limitation though, in a way. Like that might make your ability more shit though, because, you know, you're choosing to give it a strength here, which could nerf it in other ways. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. Nen is very personal. Nen is very personal, guys. Like, you can gaslight yourself into being a Nen user. Like, if you could take the same ability and give it to two completely different people and it would manifest completely differently because they have different personalities and therefore different morals and values and therefore different ways about going about it and, like, you know, executing the ability. Which is what I fucking love about Nen. What I love about Nen. Is it not your ego wanting people to see your ice? Maybe it is my ego. Maybe it is my ego that I want people to see it. But regardless, the point is I want my ice to be real. So I would conjure my ice. And that's like kind of like the long and short of it, right? If, you know, you didn't care about that, you might transmute it. But I want it to be real, so therefore I would conjure it. And that's like a core part of my character, my personality. That's a core part of my personality and who I am, which influences your Nen, you know? It's decisions like that which impact your Nen abilities when you create them. That's all canon, which I love. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually teaching people about that. Really? Oh, I'm so glad you guys are learning something. I'm so glad you guys are learning something. I do agree that this guy's example of like, it's a bad example. It's a bad example. Neon can accurately predict the future with just a name, date of birth, and blood type. Predict weeks ahead accurately with just that information. I agree that specialization is overvalued a lot, especially here, but this take doesn't track. And then his response is like, by tracking it, and again, it's not my point if someone is actually able to execute this concept because I know for a fact that the Royal Guard can perform this Hotsu since it needs a lot of aura. Yeah, but they never would. They never would because that's not their personality. Anybody with a personality who would choose this kind of ability would never be that good would never be good enough to make this kind of ability. Like, if you had the kind of personality where you're like, oh, I'll make a fucking I'll conjure a supercomputer that can tell the future, like, you would already probably just be like a whiz with computers to begin with. And therefore, like, wouldn't it just be better to, you know, program that? Wouldn't it just be better to, what do you need Nen for? I guess my question is, like, what do you even need Nen for at that point? Like, if you're capable of literally programming a supercomputer, you can't just conjure a supercomputer if you don't know how it works. Like, you have to have an intricate understanding of the things you're conjuring, right? Which is why conjuration abilities, like, I don't know, I guess Shizuku has an intricate understanding of, like, vacuums or whatever. But, like, yeah, you can't just conjure a supercomputer that does all the work for you. It doesn't make any sense. You would need the specialist ability if you wanted to skip the actual part of literally programming a computer that tells the future, which is not possible, which you cannot do. What the fuck are we listening to? What the fizzdiac? Yeah, Kurapika had to lick chains to conjure chains, right? So, like, what do you have to lick to conjure? Like, you can't just conjure a computer that knows how to read the future, right? Because you don't know. You don't know how to... You know how to make it. Unless you know how to make a computer that knows how to read the future, you can't just conjure a computer that knows how to read the future. It doesn't matter how much aura you pump into that, you can't give it a specialist effect. Unless you were a specialist, and then you could conjure a computer as a conduit to give that ability too. But at that point, like, just do Neon's thing, where she, you know, just needs like a name, your blood type, you know, date of birth, that good stuff, and then she could just do it for you, you know? Like, why would you? And even then, that future reading ability is still extremely cryptic, and that's a lot of conditions to meet, right? Like, this is not a combat ability that Neon uses. Like, the ability to read into the future is, it's a very niche one, and it's, you know, it's a miracle that ability exists, I guess. You do not know that as a fact. Meruem couldn't perform it. What you were absurd. Yeah, no, I don't think the royal, like, you would need somebody with the Royal Guard's aura capacity to make it work, probably. But also, like, that's not even true either, because Neon can read the future without that aura capacity. Neon sucks at Nen, and she can still read the future because she's a specialist, you know? And if you did have that much Nen aura, like, why would you even need to read the future at that point? So yeah, this guy's just wrong. This guy's wrong, unfortunately. Just a little wrong. He's wrong for a lot of reasons, but... Nen-based computer virus to steal people's money? Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Again, I still think you could just make a virus, though, right? You could still just make a virus. You could make a Nen virus. That would be cool. Yeah, I guess. Like, yeah. You could make, like, a sentient Nen virus that infects people's computers. That's literally a thing. Well, probably literally a thing. There's a character called, like, a hacker hunter. And I assume their specialization is all with computers and tech and shit, you know? And we've seen stuff with Greed Island and whatnot where you can kind of, like, use your Nen abilities and possess and combine a lot of stuff to just make it work, just to make Greed Island work, you know? A Nen-based virus that turns men into femboys. It could work with some conjuration and some manipulation. You could make that work. Nen bioengineering, let's go. I'm gonna bring all the... It really does just depend on how you write and justify the ability, guys. Togashi is the author, and obviously he has final say, but he's able to be like, oh, well, you know, this works because I said it works. This works because I said this character has a lot of Nen ability, like a lot of Nen aura capacity. Also, Thuster, thank you for the follow. No name as well. And Chic, thank you all for the follows. We're talking about Nen. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Meruem couldn't perform it though. Yeah, like individual characters, like there's a difference between saying like it would take someone with the Royal Guards, like the Royal Guards, like P2 knows nothing about fucking computers, so they couldn't perform it. You know, UP knows nothing about computers, so he couldn't do that. Poof knows nothing about computers, so he couldn't do that. They could try to learn, but like, why would they? That's not their character. Meruem could never perform that because he would never do that. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time to him. You gotta justify it within the context of within the subtext of the writing. Because the personality really does influence so much about like what is and isn't possible with like Nen abilities. The character matters. And you didn't need to bring up computers or Neon. Basho and Kurapika without Emperor Time can both divine information. Batho and Kurapika both detect lies. Basho can create binary deterministic detections via if and then statements. Kurapika can locate somebody with a map. No need for wild statements. That's just canon. What makes Neon and Terra sandwich? Okay, the newest villain, the latest villain, what? Okay, the latest villain in the latest arc of Hunter x Hunter, his name is Sarudnich. And I don't think anybody knows how to spell it, or like nobody bothers to spell his name correctly. They just call him Terror Sandwich because it's easier to spell. Which I don't blame them. Just made me laugh. It just caught me off guard. Everyone just calls him Terror Sandwich because they don't know how to say his fucking name. They don't know how to spell his fucking name. What makes Neon and Terror Sandwich specialist is that they are viewing the future, not what is currently true. Saying that a conjurer could determine the future if they had a way to gather, retain, and meaningfully accurately analyze all possible information is like saying I could beat Goku if I was stronger than him. It's like, in what way is it possible if it requires something else that is also impossible? Yeah, I think you could. I think you could make an ability. I think you could make a computer. The thing is, like, to say you could make an ability that like kind of semi-accurately depicts. Like, I think you could make a conjure. I think you could conjure a supercomputer that assesses all possible information and gives you the best possible outcome based on that information, in the same way that I could literally program something to do the same. Like, I could go ask ChatGPT. I could go give all the facts to ChatGPT and let them know, and they could give me the best course of action. So I think it's possible in that sense, okay? But yeah, it would never attain or reach like the lengths, the power that like Terror Sandwich or Neon has with their abilities, where like they literally have foresight, you know? I don't think there's enough knowledge to do that just accurately without specialization being involved. I get your point. It's not about literally seeing the future like Neon does. The idea is that Nen doesn't have to follow real world physics. Kind of does. In the case of conjuration, it sort of does. And the only time it doesn't is when specialization is involved. A conjurer could theoretically create Nen constructs that process molecular and atomic data. A conjurer could theoretically like fuck my mom, dude, but like that's not like something that's worth writing about. And then construct that processes molecular like and atomic data, the mass motion of protons, atoms, and particles. I guess if you were autistic enough and you had enough aura output to make an ability like this, it would like technically be possible. But this is also like the exact kind of ability that if I was Togashi, I would like have him fuck you over. If I was Togashi, I don't know, this seems like the kind of ability a Togashi would write and be like, actually, this is a waste of time and energy and like it's fucking stupid and it's bad without specialization, you know? It takes up too much aura and he's completely defenseless. Because, like, yeah, you could predict that information, but what are you doing with that information at that point? Because you're certainly not protecting yourself with it, right? So, like, what are you going to do if I just walk up and break your computer, you fucking nerd? Huh? What happens when I break your glasses? Do you have a countermeasure for that? Do you have a countermeasure for me walking up and breaking your computer? I didn't think so. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do with that information? Sinner. But yeah, like, theoretically, anything is possible with Nen. That's the beauty of Nen. It's not true foresight, just hyper-advanced probability through aura. It's like, yeah, dude, GPT already exists. ChatGPT already exists. Why would I need a Nen ability for that? Okay. Sorry. I'm being mean. I'm being dismissive. Countermeasure to taking a person reading the future if they have no eyes. Yeah, how are you gonna read the future if you can't read the... Like, smash your computer screen, you fucking nerd. How do you collect the necessary data for the supercomputer? Editor, I kind of agree with your point, but Neon is a terrible example. The Nen supercomputer would work by analyzing the molecular mass and atomic composure of everything within its range. And how would you do that? How would you do that with a conjuration ability? It would calculate the movements of protons, electrons, and other subatomic particles, processing how they're likely to interact over the next few moments. But then that still wouldn't be like processing how something's likely to react still doesn't account for like basically all Nen abilities, right? Especially like an ability like Neon's or Terra Sandwiches, right? Like, are you processing Neon's future? Like I guess if you want to go up against like Neon's ability, how does the supercomputer measure the mass and composition of everything within its range? By scanning it. By scanning it. Oh, okay. By scanning an entire planet. That's the amount of data you would need to make the prediction 100% accurate. Yeah, kinda, but that's not the point. The point is that you can tell a future with conjuration. The point is that you could tell a limited future within a limited... Because, like, you couldn't, though, right? Because, like, the computer, if it's within a limited range, you would have no idea what's outside of that range, right? Like, how the fuck would you know? Yeah, making the prediction 100% accurate is a major issue here. Yeah, yeah, it's just not possible. They're just wrong. They're just wrong. I think you could tell like a limited prediction of the future within like a limited range, but like how useful is that, right? How are you going to tell me what's going to happen across the globe if the computer is only scanning what's immediately around it? Right? Am I crazy? Not to mention, like, how do you account for abilities like Sarun Terra Sandwich and like Neon, where they can also literally just tell the future with 100% accuracy and then make decisions based on that? How is the computer taking into account people who also actually do know the future with 100% accuracy and then are deciding based on that? I don't know. Like, I think it's theoretically possible. I just think it would be a dog shit ability, and the nerf, the limitation would be that it's slow as fuck to gather all this information and give you, like, an accurate reading. If I was gonna make it, I'd be like, you can scan within a range, and then the longer you scan, the more you can scan within, like, an immediate area, but you have to spend a long time fucking scanning, and that's time spent not doing anything, right? Like, you can scan the entire planet, I guess, but it would take, like, a year. And then it would give you, like, an accurate future for, like, the next year, I guess, you know? But even then, if we're both predicting the future, if we both have accurate future predictions, and we're trying to counter each other, how do you account for that? Do you like, do you predict me changing the future? You just get into paradox territory, where it's, like, impossible to keep track of. So yeah, I think this guy's wrong. I think this ability is theoretically too limited. Like, yeah, like, I guess maybe you could justify it, but it would be a shit ability. It'd still be a shit ability. You would just be stationary Oracle, not being able to move because you spend the entire time scanning. Exactly, right? Like, unless the idea is, oh, I could just scan all this information immediately and then get a future. It's like, okay, well, no, you can't, right? Because, like, conditions, limitations, you know? You can't just have an OP ability like that. And even then, like, if you can conjure it, you can just make it. Like, if you can conjure a computer that can predict the future actively, like, why not just make the computer that predicts the future? Like, how are you going to conjure something before figuring out the science to just make it in real life, you know? Who's coding this conjured computer? Because again, you can't just, like, give it effects. You can't just, like, magic it, you know? It's not magic, it's science. Yeah, I don't know. I'm skeptical an ability like this could ever work. This guy's crazy. I don't know why we're talking about the ability. Good morning, Reaper. How's it going? Didn't that princess in Dark Continent arc conjure a perfect living copy of her sister? Assuming she is essentially a whole person, she could predict what's going to happen as much as any other person could if they paid attention. Exactly. She didn't conjure her sister, though. She conjured herself. Spoilers. And she didn't conjure, because she can only be seen by a few people. Like, they're not... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think they're, like, an emission-based? I don't know. I don't know what the deep lore is. Have you been reading Reddit posts? Yeah, I've been up reading Reddit posts, arguing about Nen. There's no way a supercomputer could predict a month of events, plus Marina seems pretty convinced she needs a specialist for whatever endeavor she has. Okay, I definitely missed something in the manga. I gotta catch up. Whatever Moreno's up to is shed a lot of light on the Nen system, which is exciting. I said short term. Besides, with enough talent and aura, you could technically predict even farther. These are the rules of physics and math. Then why compare it with Neon's ability if it doesn't do the same thing at all? It works differently, but the results are the same. Well, the results aren't the same. And it works differently. It works differently and the results aren't the same. Therefore,
hello, sinner.
Your pros that you could go accomplish many specialist abilities with non-specialist categories is incorrect. I converted to Neon since the supercomputer and Neon Tatsu could both predict the future, but in different ways. But point is that conjuration could also... Yeah, why didn't Neon use a supercomputer? That would have been way cooler. Bulky Hellboy, thank you for the follow. And New, thank you for the follow. And Tobias, thank you for the follow. The result isn't the same. Even if we assume that supercomputer works, it would require an insane amount of aura. It's not even just like aura, right? Like there's so much like conditions and limitations you would need to make the supercomputer ability work. Like it would be a dog shit ability. In practice, it would be a genuinely dog shit ability. It would require an insane amount of aura. It would be pure stochasticity. Stochasticity? Stochasticity. Whatever. It's this word. It would be pure this word. Like it wouldn't literally be telling the future, right? It would just be like extremely accurate predictions. And even then, like what are those predictions really doing for you, right? Like how does that help you? How does that help you? Because like it would, I don't know. Like how accurate could it be? Like I'm trying to think of like a use case for this ability. Because this is already a thing. This is already a thing that exists in real life. You don't need a net ability for this. We already have like supercomputers that give you like we have ChatGPT. I could be like, hey ChatGPT, who should I invade for oil? Israel or Gaza? And they'll give you an answer. Didn't the Department of Homeland Security or something say he already makes like his military decisions by consulting like AI? Like is that like a straight up thing he fucking did? He admitted to? So like this already exists. This already exists. Like, you know, you can already just like ask an AI what you should do based on the, current info. It means nothing. It's not actual telling the future. Satsu also tells future? Not the true future, it's probability. Specialist fortune telling says the actual future. Why isn't it the true future? Can we normalize to stay quiet? To stay quiet if we don't know shit about science? This is not ethics where opinions matter. These are the rules of physics, buddy. What do you mean the rules of physics? So, like you analyzing the protons to know that I'm gonna attack you? Like what are you actually predicting at that point, right? Because like Neon's predictions go like weeks and months into the future. So it's like actually useful, right? You get something impactful, and then, if there's anything of note in the future, like she'll get a little poem about it, and you have to decipher that. Like, what is this computer gonna tell you? Like, if you get in a fucking fight, how is this computer helping you win the fight? I guess it can help you avoid the fight, but how does it, like, deliver this, like, what does it tell you? What is it telling you? How does it tell you? It's just too theoretical. It's too theoretical. This guy's a bozo. Good debate, though. Good conversation. Absolute zero. This guy just stole my ability. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? This guy stole my fucking ability, chat. This guy stole my fucking ability. If it could take every path from a single decision, yeah, but like, and then what was it tell you which one to go? It's just too much. Israel admitted to using AI to plan bombings. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. I'm probably talking to myself here, but did mom, I gotta ask, are you really in the ground? 'Cause I feel you all around me. Shit, chat, look. This guy made a conjuration. Wait, this guy literally stole my fucking then ability. This guy literally, let's see if it's any good. Let's see if it's any good. Since he stole my fucking then ability. Cloud control, conjuration and manipulation. The user conjures floating water clouds. They can compress the clouds to produce liquid water. They have extremely limited control over the water, mainly being able to steer the clouds or projects the liquid water. Okay. I feel like that's a waste. I would just conjure ice at that point, right? But I guess if you conjured... Would it cost the same amount of aura to manipulate water into ice perpetually? Like to constantly just be manipulating water into ice as it would to just conjure the ice? You know? That's like ultimately the question, right? I wonder if this is like worth it. Because like why bother conjuring clouds to make water, to manipulate the water to turn into ice? If I could just conjure the ice, you know? Conjuring water would make it easier to create shaped ice. Can you even conjure water, or would you just use enhancement on the water? Because that makes, if you're an enhancer and you use your aura on the water in like the water divination test, it makes the water expand. The applications would just be counted by a strong wind. Also true. And then absolute zero, transmutation. This is the ability I was gonna give my time freeze ability. If I had a time freeze ability, I would call it absolute zero. The user gives their aura an extremely high heat capacity, meaning it can suck up almost infinite amounts of heat without changing its temperature. By coating the water with their aura, the user can create bodies of ice almost instantly out of thin air. They can make ice weapons, ice structures, or defend. I think this is like, it's fine. I think this is fine as an ability, but I think it's a really lame, roundabout way to go about the ability, you know what I mean? Like sometimes in anime, it's inefficient, very inefficient. There's like a lot of hoop jumping and it's like, is that really fun? You know, for me, I would just be disappointed by this because it's just like, oh, I don't know. There's just like so much hoop jumping to make like it look like I'm using ice. And it's like, I guess you are, but like, but if you're only using the transmutation ability to turn water into ice, like are the, you know, conditions even proper to make that ice like anywhere near effective? Because like ice density is based on how it's formed, right? The more pressure ice is under, the harder it actually is. So there's different densities and hardness for ice. And this probably wouldn't be very effective, right? If it's just like regular ice that you're freezing, like, I don't know. I guess you could keep sucking out the heat. So maybe like arguably you could make some pretty hard ice with this, but is it really like a cool way to do it? You know what I mean? I don't think so. Because now I gotta walk around, like I'm just imagining the idea of my character of Taiga walking around with a bunch of like fucking ice clads raining, and I'm perpetually like freezing, and that's fucking lame. That's fucking lame. I do think this is a well thought out ability. Though. But I also think like, could you not just like transmute your aura to be really cold and then conjure the ice? Could you not just conjure ice? I know it's a little basic, but could you not just conjure the ice? And I know it's not interesting to be basic, but there's a similar ability that takes all the heat of the universe, stops the universe from expanding because of that, and stops time due to that. Yeah, I think it's just, my concept. There's an ice user named Esdeath from Akame ga Kill. Yeah, no, that's who I stole my absolute zero ability from. For me though, my time freeze would not be a global time freeze because that's too strong. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous no matter how you justify that. I don't think there's enough aura in the world to literally freeze all of time and space. Like, it's just not fair. It's just not fair. Too strong, too OP. So if I was going to do that ability, it would only be within the range of my N. N is when you expand your aura, you know, to cover a certain amount of, a certain range. So within the range of my N, which could be increased with training, I can freeze time for a couple seconds. And for every second time is frozen, I don't know, something happens. Something happens based on the amount of time you freeze for. So it's like, you can go more, but the longer you go, the worse it is for you, the user. Maybe it costs more aura, but that's a bit boring, so I'd want something like, I don't know, I'd want something a little more flavorful for, you know, as a downside for freezing time. Ooh, somebody, can anybody find me somebody to love? The range can be whoever sees Taiga pees his pants, eh? I can freeze all of time for 1 second, but I'm also frozen and 2 truths and a lie, but if you die, you get it wrong. The aura use makes Taiga more baby. I get smaller. For every second I freeze time, I regress 1 year. Mentally. I would have never thought of giving aura high heat capacity with transmutation. Really cool idea. I think it's a fine idea, but also I just like, would you not just want to make something cold? Would you not, like, I don't know. It's just like such a roundabout way to like justify. I do think it's cool. Like I do think it's cool, but I also think it's like, it's the kind of thing I read and I'm like, it's like a magician explaining their tricks, right? Like when I think of an ice ability, I want, like, when I see an ice ability in action, I want to see it freeze. I want to see it freeze stuff. I want to see them conjure ice, right? And then if you showed me that and then told me, well, actually, I give my aura the property of high heat capacity, absorbing the, it's like, it's a magician spoiling their tricks, you know? It's just like too much info and it kind of ruins the illusion of like a cool ice ability. when you're like, oh, here's all the science nerd bullshit. I like simple. Yeah, simple is best. For abilities like this, I think simple is best. So I don't hate this ability. I think it's creative, but I also think there are like much easier ways to do exactly this. And I also don't quite understand how you're forming the ice into ice weapons, ice structures to defend and move around, or trapping your opponents in ice without like manipulation, right? You would need to manipulate the ice, so you'd need to add like a fucking another category here, which I guess is cloud control, but like you would need to have like an entirely dedicated ability just for, you know, moving around and making ice weapons with the ice, right? Because all your aura is doing is freezing the water that's coming out of the clouds, so you're just making snow. You're just making snow, right? So you would need like a manipulation ability to then control the snow that you're making and turn it into whatever. So yeah. In my opinion. I assume he would just freeze the water in the shape he desires. That would mean he'd have to like make the water appear, like it's a rain cloud, right? So it's like, it's just raining. If he's just raining, then he can't just freeze it in the shape of a sword, right? It doesn't rain in sword shapes. Neo, how's it going? I'm reviewing Nen abilities on the Hot Sea Vault subreddit as a resident Hunter x Hunter Nen expert. Okay, so here's Embodiment of Hercules. 100% enhancement, 80% emission, 80% transmutation, weapon-based Hatsu. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's a lot of fucking words. Doing okay, I hope you're having fun. I'm staying up way too late. I should be asleep. I should really be asleep. Like, I should probably get to sleep right now, but I'm having a lot of fun reading these Nen abilities, I will admit. I hope you're having a good night as well. There's this ability. I turn my mental image of myself into raw Nen power. It's a manifestation of belief proof that even delusions, when bound by oh, yeah, no, that's AI. This is AI. To achieve it, I must hold something I perceive as a weapon. It doesn't have to be one. Shape and intent are enough. My conduit of choice is an old cane umbrella. Elegant yet humble. Okay. Rip laser appointment. I'll be awake. I just don't know if I'll be awake for tennis. And I've sworn upon my own life, I will never harm those who do not oppose me or justice. A vow I cannot break, not without losing the right to call myself Hercules. Wow. And then he's got like a fist and an arrow and I don't know. It's fine. I'm not gonna read the rest. I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. Allow Sasuke to shift himself between spaces, causing anything currently occupying the space he targets to swap places with him. What? How could this be a mission? Literally just a mission, right? Like, this is just teleportation. I mean, this is literally just like a... I don't know. I think an mission ability to swap places with one person you see is pretty valid, right? I don't think you need to work too hard for this one. People definitely overthink the Nen abilities on the subreddit, man. They'll be like, oh, here's the ability and here's like a million conditions. Like, oh, no, I think you just have the ability, right? You can just create an emission ability that lets you swap places with anyone you can see. I don't know. Like, it's that simple. This is cool. It's fine. It's fine. It's just like a swap ability. It's fine. This is literally Gorenu's ability minus the gorillas, yeah. And Gorenu's ability is not very good. Emission Nen, just swap with whatever is in your N or whatever your aura touch. Or just like who you see, I don't know. Like, there's plenty of teleportation abilities that just work on, like, as long as you're within range, I guess. Whatever you can see within range. There you go, problem solved. How's it going, Femvoid? Welcome to stream. Up late cross-dressing. Oh, shit. I might check to see. I might get some breakfast before going back to bed. Questions about restrictions. Well, I have answers about restrictions. I know everything about Nen. I have 2 questions about restrictions. How strong does a technique have to be for restrictions to work? And 2, how much do talent and power influence restrictions? A lot. The answer is like a lot. The answer to question 1 is basically dependent on question 2. If you have more power and talent, a technique can be really strong without needing those restrictions to work. It's all about how you justify it within the narrative, I think. If you want to make a fucking OP character, you don't even, like, that's the secret to making, like, an OP character, like, or like an ability. If you want an ability to be strong, you just don't have to mention the restrictions. You can imply they exist. I think my little cheat code is, like, abilities and restrictions unknown, and then it's like, well, they're there, you just don't know what they are. They exist, you just don't know what they are. And then you don't have to bog yourself down with, like, a complicated, boring ability. Reputable. It's true though, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, you look at Hisoka's bungee gum, and, like, I'm sure he has, like, some abilities and restrictions and rules and stuff, but you just don't know what they are, because you don't need to know what they are. The only time you need to talk about restrictions and conditions are if they will impact the ability while it's being used within the narrative you're writing. And if it won't, then just, like, leave it out. If it's not relevant to, like, the story,
Hello, sinner.
imply they exist and just move on. That's my secret. That's my secret. Because it beats, in my opinion, that's the better alternative than, like, bogging down an interesting ability with, like, way too many restrictions because, you know, you wanted to balance it, and then you just have a bunch of, like, random bullshit that makes the ability sound unfun to use. I especially hate the ones where you're like, I have to study my opponent for hours and meditate and then think really hard about how I want to have sex with them every night for 2 days before I can use this ability. It's like, I'm just not going to use the ability. I mean, Gon and Killua straight up say, based on the advice that I think Kurapika gave them, that, like, Killua says, like, we can't be bogging our abilities down with, like, unnecessary restrictions and limitations. You can't be doing that. We can't afford to do that. Kurapika is a special use case where he only exists to take down the Phantom Troop, and his limitations and restrictions exist to justify the strength of his abilities to do that. We can't do that. We can't afford to do that. We can't give ourselves restrictions and limitations that are gonna fuck us over in a fight, you know? They need to be adaptable and easy to use, quick and easy to use, basically. First, regarding the first question, I want to know what the power range is that a Nen skill reaches. We don't know. Like, it just depends. Togashi just kind of writes whatever. Like, it's not that serious. Power range that Nen skill reaches without needing restrictions for it to work. Like, the more powerful I am, the more Nen I can go above and beyond without needing a restriction. It's also important to note that, like, the restrictions aren't always restrictions, right? Like, not inherently. Like, if we look at an ability like Nav from the Chimera Ant arc, he has the ability to make, like, a closed space, right? Hide and seek, I think it's called. Where he can make, like, he has a bunch of fucking rooms, okay? And, like, the restriction there is that the rooms are different sizes, but they're not, like, he's not literally, like, that's not an imposed restriction that, like, he made literally to fuck himself or the ability over. It's just, like, more of, like, here's how I made the rooms, and that in itself, that structure is a restriction. Not one that makes the ability, like, necessarily weaker or stronger, but, like, one that you can play into when you're creating your ability. When, you know, not everything literally has to, like, be bad. You don't have to literally fuck yourself over. Like, you can have rules for an ability that serve as restrictions, but are just rules for how the ability works, right? Damn, a whole 5 hours without a bathroom break? What are you trying to say? Like, the more powerful I am, the more Nen I can go above and beyond without needing a restriction. The second is more related to Netero. I know he doesn't have one of the biggest restrictions in the series, but it's incredible to see how your effort and talent and power can make his restriction almost nothing in your combat. So, it seems that your power level can buff certain restrictions without hindering anything. So does talent/power influence overcoming restrictions, or is it another thing? Yes. It's not another thing. But I also think the questions are a little mixed up. But that's a perfect example, right? Like, Netero, like, his ability requires him to do a prayer before he can launch his attack, which usually would be insane, but he's gotten so fast at it that it just doesn't impact the ability, right? Like, it's a non-issue. It's a non-issue, which is a Netero thing. But even if it wasn't a Netero thing, it would still be like an incredibly strong ability. And he didn't choose to prayer just to like nerf his ability, right? Like he didn't impose that restriction just to make his ability stronger or weaker. Like that's not why he did it when he imposed it, right? It's just like, that's just how he prays. That's just how he prays, through the heart. It's nonsensical, as Merwin points out, you know? I'm not saying anything. These words mean something. They mean a lot. Hide and Seek is so fucking good with his personality, as seen in the middle of the Chimera Ant arc. Yeah. Your power uses so many restrictions that it restricts other abilities as a side effect. Yeah. Kind of, yeah. Like, sometimes just, like, the rules of your ability are the restriction, right? Like, Gon's Jajangken, you know? Like, the weaknesses of Jajangken are, like, while they're part of what makes it so strong, but like, you know, they're not intentionally, right? Like, Gon has to charge up his attacks for him to like launch his punch or his scissors or his paper, right? And eventually with training, it'll be a non-issue, right? Like he'll be able to charge it up like really quick, no problem. So like there are things that make the ability strong and weak that aren't even like restrictions,
Hello,
right?
sinner.
They're just like rules baked into the ability that just make it stronger or weaker because that's just how the ability works. And those aren't necessarily like gonna buff the ability in a Nen sense, in a condition limitation sense, you know? Ripple Zombie, thank you for the follow. And then there's Mythical Tenshi in the fucking replies. You're misunderstanding what self-imposed restrictions are and how they work. Self-imposed restrictions are, for the most part, optional. Nen abilities are powered through aura. More aura equals more power or effectiveness. Exactly. He's right. Okay, he's right about this. Every Nen user is limited by their aura output capacity, which is how much aura they can release in an instant, and their total aura capacity, which is how much total aura they have available in their reserves. Self-imposed restrictions work as aura output multipliers through the Nen user having the resolve to take on a risk, difficulty, or disadvantage, which also applies outside of the self-imposed situations. This allows Nen users to output more aura from their reserve, so it basically like multiplies it. God's alibi. Oh, yeah. What about it? Meliron? He was real nice with that fire. Oh, yeah. Oh, Meliron's fucking cool. Yeah, we're talking about Nen. I'm reviewing Nen abilities and on the subreddit for Hatsuvolt. Telegrapher. I'm only ever reviewing ones with, like, replies, though. So I can argue with people in the comments. Debate. I want to debate everybody. I saw your post about the funny Christian wife, and I agree that she needs to let people be themselves without any judgment. Well, judgment is the Christian way, you see. I think she was just voicing her opinion, it's fine, but unfortunately it's Twitter, and that opinion made its way onto my timeline, and I had to be subjected to it, so I'm voicing my opinion. I'm voicing my opinion. How do specialists develop their Hatsus, just like you and me? Taiga, actually? I was wondering this because we somewhat see how Kurapika is just born a specialist with the Emperor Time ability, but he makes his Nen chains. But how do people like Krollo or Paku develop their Nen abilities? We just don't know. Like, Neon didn't know she was using Nen, but she had a Hatsu, so does that mean specialists have to discover how their Nen ability functions, or can they make their own? It's definitely case by case. Like, I think it's pretty explicitly clear within the subtext. It's case by case. Like, in a case like Neon, or I would even say Bisky. Bisky's also a good example. Like, it's definitely possible to develop Nen abilities just based on like want and desire. Like in Neon's case, she watched like that psychic all the time and then developed an ability that lets her see the future. So like we know that's for a fact. And in Bisky's case, Bisky was already a Nen user. They were natural transmuter, but was able to develop an ability that lets her basically shapeshift into the body of a little girl, right? And like that's just the way it is, you know. So like certain Nen abilities can kind of just like if the character wants it enough, if they're desperate enough, they can just develop over time, without them even realizing or understanding how it works. But for characters like Crollo and Paku, I think they probably like chose them explicitly based on, you know, the needs of the group and such, or like what they thought would be cool when they were learning Nen, you know? Oh yeah, or like Komugi. Komugi's also a good example, as this reply points out, where like they just, sometimes you just develop a new ability, you know? If you have enough potential, if the right conditions are met, it's like forging, yeah, it's like compressing a piece of coal into a diamond. You know, if the right conditions are met, you know, the right state of mind is achieved, if you're desperate enough, happy enough, something like, you know, you can just develop your own ability. Which is why I think this is like my fan theory based on just what we know about specialists, but I think Bisky's ability, not necessarily a specialist ability, but like definitely ability she developed accidentally. She said herself she doesn't know how it works, and if she did choose, like obviously if she chose it, I feel like, I don't know. That's why I don't think it's a transmuter ability as well, because if it was a transmuter ability, surely like Bisky of all people would know how it works, but she just has no idea how it works, you know? She's just able to look like a little girl, whatever she wants. So I think, I don't know, I don't want to say it's specialist, but I think it could lean into specialist, right? Under the right conditions, who knows? I'm surprised to find out that Komugi was an enhancer. That's like my only thing. I figured she was a specialist with a specialist ability to like have infinite growth in Gungi or something. I don't know. I guess you could justify it with enhancer. But am I the only one here? Yeah, we're all on Femvoid. We're all typing over at Twitch. We're all typing over on Twitter. I guess not all of us. There's some people on Twitter. No one really types on Twitter though. No one really types on Twitter. I don't know why. But yeah, I would say specialists have to develop their Nen just like everybody else. And then just like everybody else though, like you can develop, and I wouldn't even say it's a specialist thing to just develop abilities out of the blue, because apparently Komugi is an enhancer, which means enhancers can do it too. And Bisky's a transmuter, so Bisky, you know, transmuters can also do it. Anybody can do it. Anyone can develop an ability unintentionally. Like hell, even the guy from York New Arc left his like Nen imprint on his, you know, fake little Nen pottery things, and he wasn't even an Nen user yet, you know, but he was already leaving his aura all over. He was leaving his sploogey aura all over that shit. I don't have an official Twitch, but I love you and your streams. I go, aw, thank you, Femvoid. I appreciate it. I think the author is still developing the power system actually, and it's like getting more in depth. Yeah, I really like that. I don't know about you, high-end gaming, but I think we had a big debate about this. I was very passionate, but I want to beat anybody who says shape-shifting is a transmuter ability over the head with a hammer. I really, ooh, very passionate. Very passionate about this topic. Komugi is proof that Togoshi just looks killing. No! Sarunich. Oh yeah, Sarunich just developed his ability. I think the way, I mean, we kind of see how specialists develop their ability in the way of Sarunich, Scary Sandwich, because, like, what a fucking scary guy. What a fucking scary guy. He pretty much develops this ability, and he's like, he's trying to understand it, and he's like, no, if this is my ability, then it would work this way. And then he just kind of, like, wills it into existence to work the way he wants. Holy shit. It was terrifying. It was terrifying to witness. That's scary. He was basically just like messing around. He realized that like, oh, if I go into Zetsu, this happens, but this is useless on its own. No, if this was my ability, the ability of the fourth prince, this would work this way. Isn't Heisoka's bungee gun technically transformation though? It's flexible in situations. I'm not saying, well, there's a difference between shaping your aura and like literally shape-shifting, I would say. When I'm talking about shape-shifting, I'm talking about characters like Tsubane, who literally turn into like a fighter jet, or Henry from Newest Arc, who can like give objects the, you know, like he can turn guns into snakes and then have them retain their original effect. Or the guy Henry fights, where he turns his hand into a hammer and then into like a buzzsaw. You know, like literal, like actual shape-shifting, not aura shaping. Aura shaping is one thing. Obviously, transmuters can shape their aura into whatever they want. But there's a difference between shaping your aura into whatever you want and shaping your body into whatever you want. And I think shaping your body into whatever you want is definitely a conjurer ability. Mainly because of Tsubone and Hinrei being confirmed as like pure conjurers. Up at 3 o'clock in the morning, by the way. Got school in 4 hours watching your stream. Oh my god, get some sleep. You need to get rest. Compete. Look at me like I was someone else. Oh well, can't you see? Get some sleep. What about Pakanoda? What about Pakanoda? She's a specialist, right? Confirmed specialist. My favorite Phantom Troop member. What about her? Can Transmuter change things that isn't their aura? No, I don't think so. It was pretty clear that Transmuters can only change their aura. They can only give properties to their aura, right? Or like things that involve aura, right? So like, I guess if I conjured like a sword, I could transmute some poison to go on the tip of my sword so that I have, you know, poison or whatever. That's a little different though. It's a little different than, you know, changing other things' properties. Can I transmute my enemy's aura? No. Or maybe under like a really hyper-specific ability. Maybe under an extremely hyper-specific Nen ability, with the express purpose of changing other people's aura, could you change their aura, right? I don't think transmuters by default can just be like, oh, I'm gonna turn your aura into whatever I want. But I think you could make an ability that does that. But it would have to be like a unique ability. It'd have to be your own thing. It'd have to be a dedicated ability to doing that. Shapeshifting, we see shapeshifting within manipulation, but it's very specific. Like, we see Poof literally rearrange his cells so that he can take on the appearance of Komugi, and he's a manipulator.
Cheer 100.
And then we see Illumi, but I think Poof is a hyper-specific case, and also I don't like that he can do that. I was telling you, I'm not a huge fan that he can do that, but he's able to manipulate his cells on a molecular level to take on the appearance of somebody else, which is fucking insane and OP and should not be used as a standard for, you know, to support the hypothesis that any other manipulator could do the same, because I don't think they could. Poof is Poof. But we see Illumi, he's able to like rearrange his face with like needles, but he can only last that way a couple hours without the needles. So again, another hyper-specific use case. Where like we're seeing, you know, a very specific ability be made to accomplish a certain feat, rather than like, this is just something anyone in the category can do for free. Morel, are they? We see Morel manipulate the smoke to take on the appearance of, like Knuckle, right? And he can give it color and stuff. So I would argue, like, yeah, it's not self-shapeshifting, but he can, like, you know, make smoke clones, which is fucking cool. Which is really fucking cool. He's like a ninja. I love that. I love that for him. So yeah, manipulation can definitely, like, you know, they have their own niche. They have their own niche. They have their own niche. I forgot your pronouns. Do you mind reminding me? No, I don't mind. Maron, thank you for the 100 bits. I think he was just putting his aura into the smoke since he needed the pipe. I agree. A lot of people think the aura is transmuted or the smoke is transmuted because of like a one-off line within the manga, and I gotta vehemently disagree there, because as it is well established, transmuted aura cannot be seen by non-Nen users, and we have plenty, like we have a whole scene of non-Nen users who can see Morel's aura.
Hello, sinner.
Or smoke, rather. So it can't be transmuted. At best, it's conjured. At worst, it's conjured. At best, he sometimes pours his aura into it and then manipulates the core of aura, or the smoke, or whatever. I don't know. Whatever the method is, he's manipulating the smoke. Whatever the method is, it's not transmuted. Ashy Wolfie, thank you for the follow. Okay, this is a puppetry Hatsu. I've been thinking about manipulation Hatsu a lot because of that, but thinking about the fact that manipulation can essentially allow you to turn people into puppets. Yes, yeah, that's how it works. It's more or less how it works. You could say that manipulators make more sense to do shapeshifting than transmuters. I would argue, yeah, they do. I would argue manipulation makes a lot more sense than transmuters, but I would still argue that conjuring makes the most sense. I accept the idea of conjuring new parts for your body for shapeshifting, and I accept the idea of shifting parts of your body that already do exist with conjuration, okay? How does it work? It just works. I think, you know, at a certain point it is just a magic system, and like, I do just have to be like, it just works. And I think for conjuration and shapeshifting, I can just accept that it just works, you know? Like, I accept that a guy can turn his hand into a hammer with conjuration. It just works. He's conjuring a hammer, and he's conjuring a hammer. I don't know. He's conjuring his hand into a hammer. It just works. It just works. It just works. It just works. Conjuration is not necessary. Easy method number 1 for turning people to puppets. Manipulation. Optional. Conjuration 60%. Just create a puppet and use manipulation to control it like a person. Yeah. I mean, this is like literally a thing. This is like literally, we see this, right? Like straight up.
Hello, sinner.
This is what Castro does. He conjures a double of himself and then manipulates the double to act as himself. And then somehow he's able to disperse the double he conjures and switch places with it. Like, when's the next stream? I need to attend more often? I don't know yet. I wasn't even supposed to stream tonight. I'm just vibing. Lost Tanashi. Lost Tone High. Thank you for the follow. Let me know if I butchered that. I think conjuration is really hard since you need to immerse yourself in what you conjure, or have a strong imagination of what you want as well. I think you need to have a strong imagination, but clearly, like, as we see with Henry, who is 100% confirmed conjurer, he can literally change any dead object into an alive object and retain the function of the dead object, right? Like, he can touch the tip of a gun, turn it into snakes. It's literally Giorno's ability. He literally has Giorno's ability. Short Lost. Oh my god. Welcome to stream. Oh, Lost One High, dude. I was reading. Yeah, Lost One High. Hi, welcome. Lost One High. I got it. I don't have a Twitch on my phone, so I'm watching on Twitter. Get Twitch on your phone, bro. But yeah, I think it would be hard to immerse yourself in, you know, what you conjure, and you'd have to have a strong imagination for what you want as well. I think that is true, Hyan. I think it is true. But I think it's possible. I think, well, we see it's possible, you know? No one's saying Henry's ability is an easy ability to accomplish. I think that just speaks volumes to him as a Nen user, which is really cool. That's another thing this subreddit is like really bad at. Sometimes they'll be like, well, because it's really hard, it's not possible. And it's like, yeah, but like, sometimes it's possible. Gotta go wash my sheets, eh? I have to wash my sheets as well, dude. I haven't cleaned my sheets in a hot minute. The manual method, transmutation, optional conjuration. Instead of controlling the puppet through control of them via Nen string similar to Machi, but focus on a puppet. Again, using either a puppet made by hand or conjure one up. The need for strings can be used as a limitation that makes the puppet stronger. Whether the user is a transmuter or conjurer is up in the air, both having some implied strengths and weaknesses. Why would you want them to be a transmuter ever? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make any sense. Why would you... This doesn't make sense. Were you gonna transmute a puppet? That doesn't make sense. Oh, I guess if you're controlling them via Nen strings, I guess. At that point, like, why, you don't even need the puppet, though. You don't even need the puppet at that point. Just, like, the reason not Machi's Nen ability is, like, cool is because you can use it on people. Like, you don't even need a puppet. I guess you could do this. Yeah, I guess you could do this. Like, if you don't want to use it on IRL people, you could just conjure a puppet. I would just get a real puppet. And then... I don't know. Couldn't you just manipulate it at that point, though? You could just manipulate it? Like at that point, like, I don't know, yeah. I think the easy method is just manipulation. You're gonna waste memory if you split an ability too much, like Hisoka said. Yeah, I think it was a bit of a waste of memory, being like, oh, I'm gonna transmute my aura into threads, and then, like, because the reason oh my god. The reason Machi's Nen ability is good is because the threads have multiple uses. If you're just, like, transmuting your aura into threads just so you can control a conjured puppet, like you're just, I don't know, it's a waste. It's a lot of waste. It's a lot of waste. I would, yeah, just manipulate. Or better yet, like, I don't know, you could just have a puppet with strings, with real strings. You don't even need to like transmute your aura into strings. You could just have real strings and then manipulate those strings. You know? There's just so many, like, yeah, I would never do this. Manual method sucks. Manual method sucks. Unless you're Machi, in which case it's just a bonus and less so like the whole point, you know? What do you think of Crollo's Nen banditry ability? I love it. It's really cool. With the weird method, emission and manipulation, as seen with Razor or Tochino, the Nen that can be seen through medium transforming it using emission and controlling them with manipulation. I don't think it's that weird though, right? Like, is emission manipulation any weirder than like manipulation conjuration? You know? Because at that point, it's basically the same method. Actually, at that point, it's actually more efficient to do emission. Emission is right next to manipulation as a category. So like, if you're 100% manipulator, you have 80% into emission. So like, you would like, this is like the one thing that stops me from like, this is the one thing that stops me from believing in emission-based Nen beasts, which we know are kind of real, but like, if you were a manipulator, why would you ever conjure something and then manipulate it if you could just emit it and then manipulate it? Assuming manipulation is even required to manipulate your own emission constructs, because like, there's a debate to be had there about whether or not you actually need manipulation to control your own aura, because, you know, it's your aura. That's like the whole point. The whole point of Nen is to exert control of your own aura. The whole point of a manipulation is to exert control of animate and inanimate objects, not necessarily your aura. And then it's like scenarios like this that make me question that, right? Because like, it would always be better accessible for you as a manipulator or an emitter to just emit a thing and then manipulate the emitted thing if you needed to. Unless you didn't need to. Unless you didn't need to. Morel has like a setting of responses, he said in the anime. If he uses a smaller number of puppets, he can make them more responsive so that they're basically on autopilot, just being maintained by Morel monthly. Yeah. Yep. Conjuring I can understand to manipulate. That's kind of my thing though. Like, okay, if you're a manipulator, right? Why would you ever conjure a puppet? If emission is right next door, you're more efficient at it, and it's literally would it not literally just always be better to emit like a puppet and then control the emitted puppet than it would be to would it just not always be better to like manipulate your own aura, own emission aura then? Like, because like he says this is the weird method, but I disagree. Because, like, technically, this is the more efficient method, by your own logic. Let's see what he says for examples. As seen with both Razor and Tochino, that Nen can be sent through medium transforming it using emission and controlling them with manipulation. That's up for debate, though. Like, none of this is, like, explicitly confirmed. 14 Devils definitely uses emission, 100%. Like, it's definitely because I don't think they're conjured Nen beasts, at least, because I don't think non-Nen users can see them. They have the vibe of, like, only Nen users can see that, in my opinion, but that's not confirmed either. But also, it helps that Razor is literally an emitter, so, like, that's why I think he's probably emitting those Nen beasts, because he is an emitter. 11 Black Children is, like, 11 Black Children is a weird one. Not just because its name out of context sounds horrible, but welcome vacation, welcome. But it's a weird one because I'm not really sure what the fuck is going on. I mean, like, I don't think 11 Black Children is a good example to use. Its name is what? Bro, its name is 11 Black Children. Basically, he has 11 little balloons that he fills up with aura, and then manipulates. But I would argue that he's manipulating See, the difference is I would argue that Tochino, with 11 black children, he's not manipulating the aura, he's manipulating the balloons. He's filling them with aura, which would use emission, but then he's controlling the balloons. And let's be clear here, 11 black children is a dog shit nun ability, okay? It's a fucking dog shit nun ability. He fills up 11... Don't stay up too late. It's too late. It's facts. I've already stayed up too late. I'm gonna have to go back to Twitter. I have to brush my teeth soon. Okay. But yeah, I think this is a bad ability to use when it comes to like emission-based manipulation plus emission nun abilities, because this ability is dog shit. Like, it can't even withstand a single bullet from like they were literally blown away immediately by the emission nun bullets from Franklin in Greed Island or York New. Like, they were destroyed immediately. They were destroyed fucking immediately. Like, this is not a good nun ability. Which is why I think that, like, you know, something like 11 black children is very different from something like 14 devils, right? 14 devils is effectively very different, a very different ability than 11 black children. Such a bad fucking ability name. Yeah, specializing in emitter that penetrates is deadly for anyone not prepared to have them be shot at. Yeah. Well, that's the difference, though. I think Razor's 14 devils, like, could withstand Franklin's nun bullets. The difference is 11 black children were literally just... This is such a fucking crazy nun ability name. The difference is this ability was literally like just balloons filled with aura, and then he was manipulating the balloons. He wasn't enhancing... he wasn't enhancing the effectiveness of the balloons, right? He was only just filling balloons up with aura. And that made them appear like they were real, but this is a bad ability. Okay, this ability sucks. He had no control over it, virtually no control over it. He was not a good nun user. And 14 Devils, I would argue, is much more real, physical. Like, he wasn't just... 14 Devils aren't just like a skin filled up with aura, the way 11 Black Children was. 14 Devils are like a physical nun beast, an emission-based nun beast, I would argue. I think I don't know. I don't know how I feel about emission-based nun beasts, but I guess they have to be real. I think Razor, you know, I think 14 Devils proves the existence of emission-based nun beast. Stop saying it, Taiga, the name. I don't know what we say. It's the name of the ability. It's the name of the ability we're discussing. It's 11 Black Children. While the previous two methods are both used by emitters, thus using... And is Tochino confirmed emitter? I thought he was a manipulator. If that's... Tochino is a terrible example to use for this. Like, 11 Black Children and 14 Devils are just night and day. While the previous two methods are both used by emitters, thus using manipulation as a supplement, I don't see how the opposite would lessen the potency of the Hatsu. Admittedly, it might reduce the effective range, but in terms of power, we can see this as the... Yeah, like, that's kind of like where I'm at. Like, technically, emission plus manipulation would come out with a stronger ability than... Well, maybe not. Maybe not. It might... Because, like, what is the purpose of emitting then, right? Because I think it would be trivially easy to conjure, like, a puppet vessel, you know? Especially a durable one. Because you wouldn't need to do anything. Once it's there, it's not doing anything, right? You're not giving the puppet any special abilities. Which is kind of why I would argue, like, this is why I'm against the idea that manipulation would be required for emission-based nun beasts. Because there's no, you know, there's no, what's the word? There's no precedent that any other nun category needs manipulation to control their own aura, right? And what is the advantage of an emission-based nun beast if not to, like, program it yourself, you know, to give it more personality? So I don't think you would need manipulation. I think you would only need manipulation if you were trying to conjure the real thing, you know? Otherwise, I think it would just be a mission plus, like, maybe there's, like, a little bit of, I don't know. I don't know what the rules are. Toga, this is unexplored territory. This is unexplored territory. Togashi should expand upon how he feels like, you know, the rules for emission-based Nen beasts versus conjured Nen beasts. Because conjured Nen beasts, like, it's pretty much confirmed you definitely need manipulation if Castro's double ability is anything to go off of, because it's explicitly stated with Castro's double ability that he needed manipulation to control the double. And if he was able to conjure that double without using manipulation, I'm sure he would have, because there was no reason. Like, why would you ever not, you know, why would you ever not do that? Yeah, mission's a weirder one. Mission's a weird one. I could go either way on it. I think Togashi should expand upon the lore.
Hello, sinner.
Don't link me videos, Douglet McNuglet. Sorry, no links in chat. Yeah. We have any links auto banned, sorry. Just so people don't post weird shit, you know? Come on. If you tell me what the video is first, I might think about it. Puppets have a functional capacity and durability. You've addressed the functional capacity with manipulation, but haven't considered enhancements for those capabilities and the puppet's durability itself. I think I guess that would be like the one advantage of conjuring. I think that would be the advantage of conjuring. No, but we definitely know a mission-based Nen beast are a thing, I think. I think Garenu does a mission-based Nen beast. Ugh. Yeah, my biggest issue with like the Nen beast debate, conjured versus emission, is trying to balance it, right? It's trying to balance it. I think it was him conjuring something so complex is what took the brunt of his ability, then adding manipulation to move it at the same time as he would attack is literally giving jump while you do a backflip and having one leg behind your back. Yeah, well, it's not easy, I agree. But if you're conjuring something, you can like take durability into account, but also like if you're making it out of Nen, you could just make it more durable depending on how much Nen you want to put into it. Yeah, it depends. I think the amount of manipulation required is very dependent. I think if I was gonna, yeah, I think I don't know. Like, what's most important in like a Nen beast ability? Is it the manipulation or is it the base category you're creating the beast with? And I think that really, I don't know, I'm debating. I think when it comes to a mission, you want to be an emitter. You want to be a base emitter, but also like you're right next door to manipulation either way. So it's like, how bad could it really be? I think he lost it when he didn't give his conjured clones commands. Yeah, so like you definitely need to manipulate conjured Nen beasts. I don't know if the same is true for for mission-based Nen beasts. Or maybe like, I don't know, the level of manipulation you can exert over each is like dependent, but Razor has a lot of control over his 14 devils, and Garenu not so much over his gorillas. They're pretty limited. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, this is a tough one. I think the Mythical Tenshi is gonna fucking just give an opinion. Don't worry though. Mythical Tenshi is gonna give his uninformed opinion. Taiga, do you own an indoor wear a white Japanese school suit? Ask him for a friend of a friend. I don't own a white one. No, I have blue ones. Emission plus manipulation, as seen with both Razor and Tochino. Again, I think Tochino is a bad example to use here. I don't think Tochino supports this hypothesis, but the 14 Devils definitely does. But anyway, he says, this wouldn't work this way. The only two types that can give aura a form are conjuration and transmutation. Someone beat this bastard to death. Conjuration changes aura into matter like a construct. Transmutation can alter the shape of the aura. Okay, but you still need like, okay, but if I'm, okay. This is very problematic line of thinking, okay? This is a very problematic line of thinking, okay? Because this guy's basically saying that if you shape your aura, you're a transmuter. It's a transmuter ability. Even though emission, like for emission-based Nen beasts to exist, like it would obviously be like you would shape the aura to look like what you wanted, which is transmutation training. Transmutation training, but like emission is still the brunt of that, right? Emission is still the brunt of that. If you want that being to exist, emission is the brunt of that. Razor is not using a transmuter ability with 14 Devils. 14 Devils is not a transmuter ability. It's an emission ability. He's emitting the Nen beasts. He is controlling that with his aura, right? That is aura he's controlling. Anyway, conjuration changes aura into a matter-like construct. Transmutation can alter the shape of aura and its basic technique. Okay. I need to shoot this guy that reply. Transmutation is stated as training for transmuter techniques. Techniques, Squidward. I'm going for it. No, I'm not going for it. I want to go for it, but we're not gonna get caught up in the bait. Let's see what the replies are. Let's see what the discard. Let's see what people are saying. Touchdown doesn't use either method. His balloons are instead pre-made in a humanoid shape. He just inflates them with the aura. Yeah, that's correct. This much is correct.
Hello, Sinner.
He just inflates them with his aura and then controls that aura with manipulation. Or he controls the balloons, right? Like, why are we assuming he controls the aura with manipulation and not the balloons, right?
Hello, Sinner.
Is it not just as likely he would control the balloons themselves, you know? If he's inflating it, because like otherwise, why not just like, yeah, I don't know, whatever. It's a shit ability. He's bad at being an emitter, manipulator, whatever. In Cortopi's power of conjuration and how he made copies of black market material, the only use of his powers that we saw in the anime, he could also track the conjured items. Yeah. Thank you for follows. Razor's Devil, however, most likely have a conjured form based on their okay, that's crazy. Based on their appearance, which is different from what regular transmuted aura looks like. So instead of acknowledging that, like, oh yeah, my transmuting aura theory is bogus, he's like, well, actually, they must be conjured because they don't look like transmuted aura. And it's like, huh? So you're telling me Razor, an emitter, is going into his worst category, conjuration, something he only has 40% of proficiency with, to make his ability? How does that make sense? Like, this is why I hate this person. Because it's just like, you're crazy. You're fucking crazy. I'm gonna reply to this guy. I thought you slept? I do sleep. What's up, guys? Just woke up? Okay, good morning, good morning. Consider it a challenge before the whole human race like a luge. You guys see so instead of being like, oh, my theory's wrong, oh, the Razor's Devils, they must be conjured. He's just saying, like, most likely conjured. Like, first of all, this is not confirmed. Razor is an emitter. Why would they be conjured? I don't think they would be conjured at all. I don't think that could be conjured. I hate the idea that Razor, an emitter, would go into conjuration, 40% conjuration to make his literal main ability. This is literally his main Hatsu. How could it be so powerful at 40%? And if their answer to that is because he has the restriction that he has to stay on the island, it's all part of the game. Maybe, I guess, but that's fucking stupid. It's fucking just a waste of time. What do you guys think? Which method do you think makes the most sense or is the best? Perhaps you could think of puppetry method that I didn't think of. There's emission plus transmutation plus manipulation, which is basically how Zeno's dragon works. Shut the fuck up! I hate this guy. Downvote. Downvote this guy. Everyone downvote Mythical Denji. Go to Reddit and downvote Mythical Denji. Downvote everything this man says. I hate this guy. I fucking hate this guy. He is the reason, like I said, him, did I not say earlier in the stream? Him and people like him are the reason why the fucking white hair Zoldyck transmuter theory lasted for so long. He's literally the reason. People like him saying this dumb shit are literally the reason why we thought, like, Zeno, why there was just misinformation about their Nen categories for years. Fucking jackass. Learns nothing. Learns nothing. Like, how do you not look at Zeno's ability and be like, that's... Look, oh, and now it's manipulation. How is it manipulation? Oh, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. it doesn't make any sense. This guy's nerfing every category. This guy's nerfing every. That's the Hatsu Vault goat. He's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking idiot. Okay. So if, which is basically how Zeno's dragon works. Not confirmed, by the way. The only thing that is confirmed is that Zeno is an emitter. But I guess now, like, I don't know if he's like a fucking transmutation glazer and a manipulation glazer, but he just like wants to nerf every other fucking category into being unusable by making them reliant on transmutation and manipulation or something. Like, what the fuck is like, so if you, what does a mission even do then? If you need transmutation to make it take any shape whatsoever, I turn it into a sphere, transmutation, because it's a ball now. Oh, if you make it a square, transmutation, because it's a square now. Manipulation, you need manipulation to control your own aura, which is not confirmed, by the way. All that's confirmed about manipulation is that it can control animate and inanimate objects with aura, which you also need to manipulate. So you need to manipulate your own aura to control other things with your aura. It just doesn't make sense. You just get in this weird catch-22 of like, holy shit, everything is just aura. Everything is just aura. You need aura for everything. You need to manipulate your own aura, which to do, you need to manipulate your own aura. You need to manipulate your manipulation ability to manipulate. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Hatsu Nen is the control of one's own aura. You don't need manipulation to control your own aura. That doesn't make any sense. That would literally make every single Nen ability in existence a manipulation ability. Even transmuter abilities where manipulate it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. He's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking idiot. Don't listen to this fucking guy. Don't listen to this fucking man. Don't listen to this fucking guy. Zeno's ability is an emission ability. He shapes it into a dragon. That does not make it a transmutation ability. You know? We literally see Jing in the manga do a little circus on his hand out of aura, okay? And he calls it a party trick. Shaping your aura is the equivalent of a party trick. Tagging transmutation onto it because it's training for transmutation is fucking stupid. Stupid. It's stupid. Are you crashing out about fucking Hunter x Hunter? Yes! Yes, I am. Yes, I am. This guy's just wrong. This guy's just wrong. It's stupid. It's stupid. There are probably some very weird methods of controlling something's movements possible through conjuration by applying special rules or specialization, but if you have a puppet that moves with electrical or light signals, then you could theoretically control it using transmutation. What? Oh, he's such a jackass. He's such a fucking idiot. It's just so, like, it's just nothing but conjecture is spouted as fact. This man is the worst thing to happen to the Hunter x Hunter subreddit.
Sinner.
Like, the amount of misinformation this guy alone has spread over the years from, like, browsing these Reddits is absurd. I'm not even joking. I am not even joking. I did say that Tochino controlled his through a medium. By that I mean balloons. Well, it's very likely that 14 devils are made with conjuration. I don't even know what you're doing with him here. The issue I have with that is that it's never stated that he does use conjuration in conjunction with that ability. It says it only uses emission and manipulation. There you go. Even still, I know that Razor is a highly skilled Nen user, and the fact that remains that Razor is an emitter, and you're telling me that he made an ability to create a being that is strong enough to match Hisoka's strength using his weakest category. I know about conditions of permanently splitting Razor's Nen when he uses the ability that's potentially 7 Hisoka strength and speed Nen beasts plus Razor that he can just make with the Nen category that should have the least proficiency in. Yes, thank you. Thank you for making this point. This is a great point. This is a fucking lovely point. Upvote. Banger song this is a banger song. Also, thank you for the follows. And then Zeno, he also means Zeno doesn't use manipulation. He can move the dragon when it's attached to him because it's still attached to him, and that's the property of I don't. Okay. See, this is why the fucking bogus theory of it being a transmutation ability, like, persisted for so long. Zeno's dragon head is an emission ability, okay? Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you. We're gonna watch the fight. We're gonna watch the goddamn fight. Let me show you. It is an emission ability, okay? Are there spoilers? No. I mean, kind of. Like, I guess spoilers for like a really banger fight, I guess, from 1999. You had 26 years. No excuse.
どうじゃ
背後から一撃見事だなさっきもほんの一瞬で消しわずかな余韻すら残さない
仕方ない縁を使うかあれは神経を削るからしんどいんじゃが屋上から始めて地下に追い詰めるとしよ
うわ
このビルだと半径100メートル近くあるぞ
That'll be a radius of 100 meters. You sure you can handle the dead?
本気を出せば
I give my
300
all
メー
can
トルは
reach
いける
300
わ
meters.
やれやれ
We really
全
don't
く
get paid
の
enough for
割に
these
合う
jobs.
仕事じゃ
Maybe this fight will make you want to go watch the show. Yeah, we're watching the 99. I think the 99 version of this fight is amazing. The 2011 is also really good, but like the 99, I mean, like if I ever have to show somebody this fight, I show them the 99 version. Just, I love the way it's like animated and the music, and it's really good. They animated pretty much the same. I just love the vibes of this one more. Yeah, the Batman music. Ugh. Watch this, guys. Watch this. Welcome, River, the Pantheon, the Pan, they, them. Welcome. Yeah, the 1999 version was overall more manga inaccurate, as in not accurate. Lots of filler, lots of little scenes that kind of like ruin arcs that, you know, characters have later, which is why I don't out the gate recommend it. But when it comes to the stuff they get right, they get it right. And this fight, they get right. Look how ugly Crollo is here. Okay, and then you can tell immediately. You can tell who animated the next scene. You can tell whoever animated the next scene, and it was a different person because immediately he goes from that ugly fucking grimace, right? He goes from that ugly grimace to.
親父気をつけろ。奴は他人の能力を盗む。
Wait for it, wait for it. Clearly a different animator. Like, clearly some fucking twink god king Crollo in the next scene. Lock in, guys.
Hello, sinner.
2対1はさす
2 on
がに
1 sure
きつい
is tough.
俺の肌に傷をつけ
It
る
must be a pretty good knife if it can break my skin.
デザインから見て
Judging from the design, it's a mid-air Ben's knife.
あの形状
And from its shape, could it be poisonous?
平気か
問題ない
Yeah, I'm fine.
問題ないっすか
Oh,
0.1mg でクジラとか
it
動
only
けなく
takes a
する
tenth of a
薬なんだけ
milligram
ど
of this toxin to
他人
paralyze a
の面
whale.
を盗むか特質じゃなもし盗んだ能力を自在に使えるとしたら脅威じゃなだがそれは盗む際のリスクの高さを意味するでなければそれだけの能力は得られまい4つか5つ
No,
盗むまでにクリアせねばならない条件が
maybe
ある
as
と
many
見
as
た
5 conditions before I can steal the abilities.
やりづらいじいさんだ
I fucking love this fight. I fucking love this fight so much. Dude, the mind games, oh, and just like all the lore
つ
dropping
ま
about
り
how
わしらの
abilities
能
work.
力が戦いの最中
Oh,
に
it's so
盗まれる
fucking
ことは
good.
まずあるまい毒ナイフでの威嚇が良い証拠じゃ
それも正解仕方ない
シルバーサポートせい わしが奴の動きを止めたらわしも
Once I
の
pin
と
him
もで
down,
構
kill
わん
him, even if that means you have to kill me too. I'll be out for a bit, might be back later since I love Hunter x Hunter. Okay, have a good one, take it easy. It's legit just a job for him, yeah. He's like, I don't know, let's just get paid, man. Just kill me if you have to.
具現化系か
Conjurer, could be
厄
trouble.
介じゃな盗んだ能力の一つであろうが性質がわからぬ以上うか
Even
つ
if it's a
に
stolen
攻撃
ability,
で
it should
き
kill this attack to inspire. All the mind games make me so
普通の
hard.
使い手ならば思うじゃ
At
ろ
least that's what I would think if I were only
稼ぎ
average.
が見え見えじゃ
Yeah, I can tell you're just trying to buy time.
読めたわ奴自身の能力は本に他人の能力を封じ込めさらに自在に引き出し使えるというもの奴が場合を詰めようとしたところを見ると
So yeah, this is the ability, by the way, that everybody is arguing, everybody, including me, is arguing that's a transmuter ability. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, chat. It's ridiculous. It's clearly an emission ability, okay? But the idea is, and this is so fucking stupid, okay? But the idea is, and for the longest time, people were saying this couldn't be an emission ability because it never actually detaches his aura. Which means, like, but that's also the same argument they use for why it's not a manipulation ability. Which means they're basically arguing that it's a transmutation ability, even though he's explicitly confirmed as an emitter. Explicitly. He's literally emitting it out of his body, yeah. Well, because it's shaped like a dragon and therefore has the properties of a dragon. It's like, I don't know, people put way too much credence in like the aura shape. You're mad? I'm so mad. I'm so mad, dude. People put way too much credence into the shape of somebody's aura when literally every Nen ability in existence shapes its aura to some capacity. And that does not mean it's a fucking transmuter ability.
わしに接近して発動する性質の防御型かカウンター型の能力じゃろ
The mangaka did not reveal that there are hybrid Nen users. The mangaka revealed that certain Nen users have a lean to one category or other. So every Nen user still has like one base category. For example, my base category might be transmuter, but in Killua's case, Killua has a lean towards enhancer, okay? And that means not that he's like both categories, it just means he has an easier time learning enhancement abilities than he would had he been, you know, a lean towards conjuration or just no lean at all. So it means it's basically like, think of it more as an XP bonus to certain categories. You have a predisposition to one direction or another when it comes to learning abilities from other categories. It's not literally that you can learn both to 100% efficiency. It's just that you have an XP bonus towards learning one or the other.
そして隙を見て捕らえる
恐ろしいじいさんだ生け捕りは
I think there's dual compatibility now as well, right? I think that's the same thing. I think it's gotten misinterpreted a lot. There's leans. Characters have certain leans towards certain categories. And that's not dual compatibility. It just means like you have an easier time learning the abilities of another category, but you can still only ever be 100% in your own category, right? If you're a transmuter, you can still only ever be 100% in transmuter and 80% in conjuration and 80% in enhancement.
無理
それにしても大した使い手だ親父の攻撃を紙一重でかわしながら
This is just like clearly an emission ability though, but because it's like, because it's shaped like a dragon, everyone's like, oh, it's he's transmuting his aura into a dragon. It's like, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up.
も全く怠らない確かに
So like, you know, what's his fucking name will have you believe that this is a transmuter manipulation emission ability. Like, I don't know, they just want to downplay like the level of emission so badly for some reason.
未知数である以上
Based on nothing, mind you. Like, the subtext does not support their hypothesis. Oh, here he comes. Oh shit. Get him! Silva, kill him! They would also have you believe that Silva, because of his white hair, which isn't even white, mind you, silver, but because of Silva's white hair, that him throwing two big emission blasts like this out, that's also a transmuter ability, mind you. They would also have you believe that's a transmuter ability. That was like also the predominant theory because like I don't know, it was just against all fucking reason. before Togashi confirmed their categories, everybody just fully believed that because they also had white hair, the same as Killua, that they were also transmuters, the same as Killua. Ridiculous. Beep, 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 beep.
イルミか。
うん。俺の依頼人は
ここにいる。
だ
This fight is so good.
今戦ってたの。まだ彼生きてる？ああ、よかった。じゃあ伝えといて。重労働は始末した。約束の口座に入金よろしくって。
Yeah, Illumia is super gay in 99. Also, this is a boy. They're both boys. All boys.
お互い命拾いしたの。
やらなくて
You're not gonna finish me off.
わしらの依頼人は重労働。その依頼人が死んでしまった以上、
Dude,
お主
I
は
love how
もうター
professional.
ゲットでは
Like,
ないので
come
な。
on, is that not cool as fuck?
意外だな。もうないよこんなチャンス。
お主、わしらを快楽殺人者と勘違いしとらん
Well, you
か。
think we do this
これ
for
は
fun?
ビジネスじゃ。わしゃただ働きもただ死にもまっぴらじゃわい。
一つ聞いていいか
It's just so based. This entire interaction is so based on Zeno's.
俺とあんたどっちが勝つ？
そりゃ十中八九わしじゃろ。お主が本気でわしをやろうと思えば話は別だがな。まったく舐めたガキじゃ。
Insolent brat.
やっぱりバレてた。
Oh yeah, Silva and Crollo fucking hate each other. So the backstory here is Silva took a job in the past where he had to kill one of the Phantom Troop members, and Crollo's the leader of the Phantom Troop. So Crollo fucking hates Silva for killing one of his members. But Zeno is Silva's dad. The old guy is Silva's dad, and Zeno, he's chill with Crollo. I mean, they're not chill, you know. He tried to kill him for a job, but you know, they don't have a grudge. They don't have a grudge. But yeah, the reason this theory got caught on so much is because Illumi and Kaluto both had black hair and they both happened to be manipulators. So therefore, the idea was that because Killua had white hair, that everybody else in his family with white hair were all transmuters just like he was, since he was a confirmed transmuter. Even though we see Silva blatantly use like just obvious emission abilities, and Zeno also just using obvious emission abilities. They still just said that. Like that was just the fan theory, and people were just like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And that was just like what we thought for since, I mean, this got animated in 1999. This theory was literally, it only died like 2 or 3 years ago. This was literally a theory for like over 20 fucking years. All because people just like assume shit based on nothing. So the fact that they're still doing that pisses me off. The fact that it's still a thing, just people just making shit up, pisses me off, dude. It pisses me off. Zeno doesn't use manipulation. He can move the dragon when it's attached to him because it's still attached to him, and that's a property of transmutation. That's not confirmed at all, by the way. As far as we know, it is completely plausible that you can just control your aura. Like, if anything, it would be emission to control your aura after it's detached. Like, not manipulation. But, you know, we're getting into, it's all conjecture, right? This is all conjecture. As far as we know, you can control your own aura. Not necessarily regardless of how far away it is. And if anything, I would argue that like the farther away it is, the more you would need emission and not manipulation or any other category. Like I would argue that if you're controlling it at a distance, that would be emission. Because emission would be exerting your aura. I don't know. Anyway, there have been people who say because the dragon can be either ridden or used as a projectile that it uses manipulation, but I think that's just a matter of how proficient the emitter. I think like the most you can argue for it being a transmuter ability is that it is shaped like something. But I would, again, I spit in the face of anybody who's gonna look me in the eyes and tell me something is strictly a transmutation ability just because it is shaped like something. Because Crollo's cloak, his little fucking thing he made is shaped like, you know, a cloak, you know? There's like a million, there's like everybody shapes their aura, everybody. Zeno shaped his aura into a dragon, and Silva shaped his aura into 2 spheres. That doesn't make it a transmutation ability, you know? It's just such an over reliance, an over exaggeration. What is the word? Like an insistence. Transmuters insist upon themselves. I think aura shape training is just like a basic bitch thing to do, and it has no impact on the actual category of an ability. While it may serve as training for transmuters, I would also bet it serves as training for conjurers. Because conjurers are shaping their aura just as much as transmuters are. Especially in the case of like an ability like Henry's, where he's literally making his aura into what the fuck ever, right? He has to, like, I don't know, man. Boss, it's been 6 hours. You might want to get some sleep before appointment, yeah. I mean, it'll be a short appointment, but yeah. And then let's see Mythical Tenshi's response. What do you think of Isaac Netero? I think he's sick. Also, thank you for the follow, Zaber Knight. And Primal Lotus, thank you for the follow as well. Sorry, sorry for yapping. We were just watching some Hunter x Hunter. I'm being a schizo. Oh, it's 7:52? Oh, it is. Okay, I'm gonna order food then. I'm gonna order some breakfast before I go to bed. I know about the condition of permanently splitting Razor's Nen, but when he uses the ability, but that's still potentially 7 Hisoka strength since speeds, yeah. Like the idea that he's doing that with his weakest category is pretty far-fetched. Their form would at least be conjured, but their strength can be influenced in other ways, mainly enhancement, which Razor seems pretty good at. I hate this guy. It's literally just the most like dog shit contrived explanations that like genuinely make no sense with like the established lore and rules set up with the Nen system. And he's like, yeah, well, it could be explained with this. It's like, it could, or it could just be omitting it, right? Like, you know, like, yeah, he could be conjuring them and then enhancing them, or he could be using omission, which is his main category. Dipshit. Fucking moron. Fucking, no, downvote Mythical Tenshi. If you ever see a post by Mythical Tenshi, downvote them. They're probably wrong. There's also the fact that we don't know the exact workings of 14 Devils. Is it Razor's own creation? Did Jing have a hand in creating it like he did with Kite's ability? Is it influenced and strengthened by greed? This is all conjecture. This is all just fucking like dog shit. Like, this is just insane conjecture. This is like, well, maybe Jing made the ability and that's why, like, it's like, what? What are you fucking saying? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Zeno doesn't use manipulation. He can move the dragon when it's attached to him because it's still attached to him, and that's a property of transmutation. Or he can control it because it's his own aura, and he's an emitter. So he can control it because it's his own aura, and he's an emitter. Even if aura is attached to you, telekinetic control would still require manipulation, but it's not telekinetic because it's your own. So okay, so like I need somebody to explain this fucking like dipshit philosophy regarding Nen. So Nen is the control of your aura, right? It's your life force, right? Now to control aura, you need to use manipulation, but manipulation is a type of Nen which requires aura. So how are you controlling the aura that controls the aura that controls the aura that controls the aura? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. How are you using manipulation aura when it requires manipulation aura to control your aura? Huh? Huh? Fuckface? Fucking dipshit? Like, this guy is basically asserting that you can't do anything in Nen without manipulation explicitly being, like, required. Any Nen ability does not function because to control any Nen ability, to create a Nen ability, you need to be manipulating the Nen ability to do what the Nen ability is meant to do. To do what a category is meant to do, you need to use manipulation to make it do that. So everything is actually just a manipulation ability because you're just controlling your own Nen. This guy is a fucking moron. This guy's a fucking moron. Downvote. I'm sorry, I'm very passionate about Nen aura topics. I went through and downvoted all the Thank you, thank you. Angriest I've seen Taiga. This is not the angriest you've seen me. I am very passionate about Hunter x Hunter Nen Aura misinformation campaigns, particularly ones spurred by Mythical Tenshi on the Hunter x Hunter subreddit. No, like he is just wrong. He is just wrong. Like he really is just wrong. Because this does just lead you into a paradox of like, okay, so if you need manipulation aura to control your other aura, then what's controlling your manipulation aura? And his answer, I don't know what his answer would be. It would probably be like, well, actually, that you don't need, you only need it when the first time, because that's manipulation's point. But the point of a mission is to control your aura at a distance. So why would you need manipulation to control your aura at a distance if you're using a mission? Then is not as good as the true object, so would make the dragon not strong. It's just, you're just in a system of wasting fucking aura. I don't know. He's just wrong. He's just wrong. He's just wrong and stupid and wrong. He's just wrong and stupid and wrong and stupid and stupid and wrong. Could I manipulate someone else's aura? I don't know. I don't know. We've never seen it. We've never seen it, so it's up for debate. You can kind of manipulate it. You can like force people into Zetsu and stuff where they can't use aura. I don't think you can literally make somebody, you can manipulate people to use their abilities on other people, but I don't think you can literally like manipulate like someone else's aura. It depends what you do with it. You could absorb somebody else's aura with an ability and then use that aura for your own like uses, but you couldn't, I don't think you could, I don't know. It depends like what you're trying to do. You gotta be so specific. Why do you care about this so much? Because I'm autistic. Do I need a reason? Do I need a reason to be passionate about something? Honestly, a mix of 1 and 2, the Nen strings could be a requirement. Ugh, yeah, sure, whatever. Anyway. So am I based. Alright, guys, I need to order some food and get to bed probably soon here, so don't forget to eat and get some rest, boss. Yeah, I'll eat and, you know, close my eyes. I think I might be up. And awake already, which is a little unfortunate. I don't think I can go back to bed now. I'm too wound up from talking about Nen. Anyway, I wish I could make Mythical Tenshi see reason, but like, I've debated them in the past. I've been going to the subreddit for years, and I've debated this person in the past, and god damn it, guys, they just dig their heels in. They're just as autistic as I am, and they fully believe the stance they believe, and nothing I say to them will convince them otherwise. It is just completely futile. I only wish they would stop, you know, spreading this misinformation based on stuff that isn't confirmed. Like, it's one thing to look at something in the manga and be like, well, this suggests this and blah, 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 but he just speaks in absolutes and then he convinces everybody else because he keeps speaking in absolutes for years on fucking end, to the point where, like, nobody else is even engaging in the conversation after a month, but he's been here for years and years and years saying the same goddamn shit, and it just becomes fact. And that's how the Killua Zoldyck white hair theory probably started. It was probably started by this guy. This guy probably is personally responsible for like perpetuating the Killua transmuter white hair theory, okay? The Zoldyck white hair theory. It's probably him. He was probably personally responsible for that theory gaining credence. Like, I guarantee it was him. I guarantee it, he was the one. I fucking guarantee it. Anyway, we got 310 viewers right now. All people listening to me crash out about Nen. Before you go, Taiga, I want to tell you that I ordered your plushie. Oh, thank you. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's fucking based. You're fucking based. Based on what, you might ask? Based on being cool. What kind of Nen category would Taiga fall into? And don't say the cutie category. I took the test literally at the start of the stream, and it came up specialist. I'm glad I did this stream though, okay? I'm glad I got to talk about Mythical Tenshi, dude. I've been not dealing with them, but like I've been forced to read their posts under any Hunter x Hunter related content on the Reddit for years now. For genuine fucking years now. Jesus Christ. For genuine years now, and I'm glad to finally be able to address it, okay? I'm finally able to call them out. I'm gonna clip this entire stream and upload it to the Hatsu Vault subreddit, and maybe they'll feel seen. They're just a dude, right? It's no big deal. It's no big deal. It's some fucking dude, but I don't know. It's just so much conjecture from them, and just like, well, it couldn't possibly be this. It must be just like literally the least likely explanation on Earth, right? It couldn't possibly be that Razor is using emission for his Nen Beasts. It must be that he's dipping into his worst category at 40% proficiency, despite, you know, making 7, like, Hisoka tiered Nen Beasts somehow, with his worst category. And his response is, well, maybe Jing gave him the ability. I don't know. It's like, what? Like, what is that based on? Nothing. No subtext. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. In conclusion, emission-based Nen abilities are very likely.
Hello, sinner.
And just because something is shaping the aura doesn't make it a transmuter ability. At least not explicitly. So, there you go. There you go. And that's all you need to take away from this stream. If you take away anything from this stream, take away that. Okay? Emission-based Nen-based are probably real, just based on Razor's ability and category. And transmutation isn't, you know, the end-all be-all of shaping aura. Every ability shapes their aura. That doesn't make every ability a transmuter ability. It is training for transmuter abilities, and Jing shows it off as a party trick in the latest chapters of the manga, in the newest arc of the manga, which means it's probably not actually all that impressive or required to do so. He literally calls it a party trick. He literally calls it a party trick, okay? He literally calls it a party trick. And if you can, like, literally call it a party trick, is it really required for every transmuter ability ever? Is it a defining feature of transmutation? No. No. Yummy, yummy! How's it going, Yummy? Oh my god. Yummy, I'm crashing out about Nen. Anyway, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. You caught me at the tail end, Yummy. I'm sorry. We'll talk later. By the way, did Taiga say what kind of specialist power he'd have? I'd be so cold I could freeze time. I could freeze time within the range of my N temporarily for a couple seconds. That would be my specialist ability. And then for every second I freeze time, I regress by 1 year. So there's like a downside to using it, you know? There's like a semi-downside to using it. Or is it, you know? Depends, I guess, on the Time Lord Taiga. I would know, it would be like time, but it would be like time themed, but like the ability would be called Absolute Zero because I would be so cold that I can freeze time. And then I would like still pull from like Conjuration to use like, you know, ice abilities and stuff. So it'd still be like a majority ice user for the most part. Like that's just like my ultimate ability. Functional immortality, indeed, indeed. Doesn't sound like a downside. No, it's a downside. It's a downside. It's a downside. It's a downside. Don't worry. Trust me, it's a downside. Eternal youth is a downside. It is what, like, okay, well, what if like they overuse the ability and then they're stuck in the body of like a, I don't know, like I'm a 100-year-old vampire or something. Then it's a downside, you know? It's not great. Functional immortality is a downside? Yes. Yeah, why not? Yeah, sure. It is now. Just figure it out. Just figure it out. Just balance it yourself. I don't know. Conditions and limitations unknown. Sounds like Esdeath's trump card ability. It is. It's just like Esdeath's trump card ability. Except it's cooler because... No, it's the same, actually. It's the exact same. Except mine isn't like a global... Mine isn't like a global time freeze, right? It's just like within the range of my EN, as you saw in that clip of Hunter x Hunter we played, and it refers to, you know, you saw Zeno use it. He can go up to 300 meters. I think Taiga will have like a modest 50. I think Kite can go about 50. Zeno can go like 100 or like 100 up to 300 if he really tries. Taiga wins fights, but always, yeah. You win fights, but like at what cost, you know? You're playing Goo Goo Babies for the rest of your life. Have you ever played Goo Goo Babies with your life on the line? Didn't think so. So, don't talk to me about downsides. Anyway, I do have to go though. I do have to go, guys. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I've been streaming for 6 hours and I want to eat. I do hate to do it while viewers are peeking though. That sucks, but fucking Twitch, man. Fucking Twitch not displaying the correct view count. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a great night, okay? Take it easy. Thank you so much. The worst part is with the Twitch's new changes is that the viewers always spike near the end of the stream because that's when everybody comes out of lurking mode to be like, hey, bye, Taiga, thank you for the stream. And then the viewers just spike because everybody's
Hello,
active
sinner.
again. And they're not counting lurkers. It fucking sucks. Like the way, so it genuinely feels so bad to end. It genuinely feels so bad to end because they spike so much near the end of the stream. And that's just the system Twitch created. So yeah. Have a good night, everybody. I love you guys so much. Thank you for talking with Nen about me, or thank you for letting me rant about Nen to you, rather. We'll definitely do this again sometime if I'm up super late and have nothing else going on.